The Light of the Western Stars by Zane Grey. Read by Elaine Frank. Chapter 1. A Gentleman of the Range. When Madeline Hammond stepped from the train at El Cajon, New Mexico, it was nearly midnight, and her first impression was of a huge, dark space of cool, windy emptiness, strange and silent, stretching away under great, blinking white stars. "Miss, there's no one to meet you," said the conductor, rather anxiously. "I wired my brother," she replied. "The train being so late, perhaps he grew tired of waiting. He will be here presently. But if he should not come, surely I can find a hotel? There's lodgings to be had. Get the station agent to show you. If you'll excuse me, this is no place for a lady like you to be alone at night. It's a rough little town, mostly Mexicans, miners, and cowboys, and they carouse a lot. Besides, the revolution across the border has stirred up some excitement along the line. Miss, I guess it's safe enough if you—" "Thank you, I am not in the least afraid." As the train started to glide away, Miss Hammond walked toward the dimly lighted station. As she was about to enter, she encountered a Mexican with a sombrero, hiding his features, and a blanket mantling his shoulders. "Is there anyone here to meet Miss Hammond?" she asked. "No sabe, señora," he replied from under the muffling blanket, and he shuffled away into the shadow. She entered the empty waiting room. An oil lamp gave out a thick yellow light. The ticket window was open, and through it she saw there was neither agent nor operator in the little compartment. A telegraph instrument clicked faintly. Madeline Hammond stood tapping a shapely foot on the floor, and with some amusement contrasted her reception in El Cajon with what it was when she left a train at the Grand Central. The only time she could remember ever having been alone like this was once when she had missed her maid and her train at a place outside of Versailles, an adventure that had been a novel and delightful break in the prescribed routine of her much chaperoned life. She crossed the waiting room to a window, and holding aside her veil, looked out. At first she could descry only a few dim lights, and these blurred in her sight. As her eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, she saw a superbly built horse standing near the window. Beyond it was a bare square, or, if it was a street, it was the widest one Madeline had ever seen. The dim lights shone from low, flat buildings. She made out the dark shapes of many horses, all standing motionless with drooping heads. Through a hole in the window glass came a cool breeze, and on it breathed a sound that struck coarsely upon her ear, a discordant mingling of laughter and shout, and the tramp of boots to the hard music of a phonograph. "Western revelry," mused Miss Hammond as she left the window. "Now what to do? I'll wait here. Perhaps the station agent will return soon, or Alfred will come for me." As she sat down to wait, she reviewed the causes which had accounted for the remarkable situation in which she found herself. That Madeline Hammond should be alone at a late hour in a dingy little Western railroad station was indeed extraordinary. The close of her debutante year had been marred by the only unhappy experience of her life, the disgrace of her brother and his leaving home. She dated the beginning of a certain thoughtful habit of mind from that time, and a dissatisfaction with the brilliant life society offered her. The change had been so gradual that it was permanent before she realized it. For a while, an active outdoor life, golf, tennis, yachting, kept this realization from becoming morbid introspection. There came a time when even these lost charm for her, and then she believed she was indeed ill in mind. Travel did not help her. There had been months of unrest, of curiously painful wonderment that her position, her wealth, her popularity no longer sufficed. She believed she had lived through the dreams and fancies of a girl to become a woman of the world, and she had gone on as before, a part of the glittering show, but no longer blind to the truth that there was nothing in her luxurious life to make it significant. Sometimes, from the depths of her, there flashed up at odd moments intimations of a future revolt. She remembered one evening at the opera, when the curtain had risen upon a particularly well-done piece of stage scenery, a broad space of deep desolateness, reaching away under an infinitude of night sky, illumined by stars. The suggestion it brought of vast wastes of lonely, rugged earth, of a great blue-arched vault of starry sky, pervaded her soul with a strange, sweet peace. When the scene was changed, she lost this vague new sense of peace, and she turned away from the stage in irritation. She looked at the long curved tier of glittering boxes that represented her world. It was a distinguished and splendid world. The wealth, fashion, culture, beauty, and blood of a nation. She, Madeline Hammond, was a part of it. She smiled, she listened, she talked to the men who from time to time strolled into the Hammond box, and she felt that there was not a moment when she was natural, true to herself. She wondered why these people could not somehow, some way be different, but she could not tell what she wanted them to be. If they had been different, they would not have fitted the place. Indeed, they would not have been there at all. Yet she thought wistfully that they lacked something for her. And suddenly realizing she would marry one of these men if she did not revolt, she had been assailed by a great weariness, an icy, sickening sense that life had palled upon her. She was tired of fashionable society. She was tired of polished, imperturbable men who sought only to please her. She was tired of being feted, admired, loved, followed, and importuned, tired of people, tired of houses, noise, ostentation, luxury. She was so tired of herself. In the lonely distances and the passionless stars of boldly painted stage scenery, she had caught a glimpse of something that stirred her soul. The feeling did not last. She could not call it back. She imagined that the very boldness of the scene had appealed to her. She divined that the man who painted it had found inspiration, joy, strength, serenity in rugged nature. And at last she knew what she needed: to be alone, to brood for long hours, to gaze out on lonely, silent, darkening stretches, to watch the stars, to face her soul, to find her real self. Then it was she had first thought of visiting the brother who had gone west to cast his fortune with the cattlemen. As it happened, she had friends who were on the eve of starting for California, and she made a quick decision to travel with them. When she calmly announced her intention of going out west, her mother had exclaimed in consternation, and her father, surprised into pathetic memory of the black sheep of the family, had stared at her with glistening eyes. "Why, Madeline, you want to see that wild boy?" Then he had reverted to the anger he still felt for his wayward son, and he had forbidden Madeline to go. Her mother forgot her haughty poise and dignity. Madeline, however, had exhibited a will she had never before been known to possess. She stood her ground, even to reminding them that she was 24 and her own mistress. In the end she had prevailed, and without betraying the real state of her mind. Her decision to visit her brother had been too hurriedly made and acted upon for her to write him about it, and so she had telegraphed him from New York, and also a day later from Chicago, where her traveling friends had been delayed by illness. Nothing could have turned her back then. Madeline had planned to arrive in El Cajon on October 3rd, her brother's birthday, and she had succeeded, though her arrival occurred at the 24th hour. Her train had been several hours late. Whether or not the message had reached Alfred's hands she had no means of telling, and the thing which concerned her now was the fact that she had arrived and he was not there to meet her. It did not take long for thought of the past to give way wholly to the reality of the present. "I hope nothing has happened to Alfred," she said to herself. "He was well, doing splendidly the last time he wrote. To be sure, that was a good while ago. But then he never wrote often. He's all right. Pretty soon he'll come, and how glad I'll be. I wonder if he has changed." As Madeline sat waiting in the yellow gloom, she heard the faint intermittent click of the telegraph instrument, the low hum of wires, the occasional stamp of an iron-shod hoof, and a distant vacant laugh rising above the sounds of the dance. These commonplace things were new to her. She became conscious of a slight quickening of her pulse. Madeline had only a limited knowledge of the West. Like all of her class, she had traveled Europe and had neglected America. A few letters from her brother had confused her already vague ideas of plains and mountains, as well as of cowboys and cattle. She had been astounded at the interminable distance she had traveled, and if there had been anything attractive to look at all in her journey, she had passed it in the night. And here she sat in a dingy little station, with telegraph wires moaning a lonely song in the wind. A faint sound like the rattling of thin chains diverted Madeline's attention. At first she imagined it was made by the telegraph wires. Then she heard a step. The door swung wide, a tall man entered, and with him came the clinking rattle. She realized then that the sound came from his spurs. The man was a cowboy, and his entrance recalled vividly to her that of Dustin Farnham in the first act of The Virginian. "Will you please direct me to a hotel?" asked Madeline, rising. The cowboy removed his sombrero, and the sweep he made with it and the accompanying bow, despite their exaggeration, had a kind of rude grace. He took 2 long strides toward her. "Lady, are you married?" In the past, Miss Hammond's sense of humor had often helped her to overlook critical exactions natural to her breeding. She kept silence, and she imagined it was just as well that her veil hid her face at the moment. She had been prepared to find cowboys rather striking, and she had been warned not to laugh at them. This gentleman of the range deliberately reached down and took up her left hand. Before she recovered from her start of amaze, he had stripped off her glove. "Fine spark, but no wedding ring," he drawled. "Lady, I'm glad to see you're not married." He released her hand and returned the glove. "You see, the only hotel in this here town is against boarding married women." "Indeed," said Madeline, trying to adjust her wits to the situation. "It sure is," he went on. "Bad business for hotels to have married women. Keeps the boys away. You see, this isn't Reno." And then he laughed rather boyishly, and from that and the way he slouched on his sombrero, Madeline realized he was half drunk. As she instinctively recoiled, she not only gave him a keener glance, but stepped into a position where a better light shone on his face. It was like red bronze, bold, raw, sharp. He laughed again, as if good-naturedly amused with himself, and the laugh scarcely changed the hard set of his features. Like that of all women whose beauty and charm had brought them much before the world, Miss Hammond's intuition had been developed until she had a delicate and exquisitely sensitive perception of the nature of men and of her effect upon them. This crude cowboy, under the influence of drink, had affronted her. Nevertheless, whatever was in his mind, he meant no insult. "I shall be greatly obliged if you will show me to the hotel," she said. "Lady, you wait here," he replied, slowly, as if his thought did not come swiftly. "I'll go fetch the porter." She thanked him, and as he went out, closing the door, she sat down in considerable relief. It occurred to her that she should have mentioned her brother's name. Then she fell to wondering what living with such uncouth cowboys had done to Alfred. He had been wild enough in college, and she doubted that any cowboy could have taught him much. She alone of her family had ever believed in any latent good in Alfred Hammond, and her faith had scarcely survived the 2 years of silence. Waiting there, she found herself listening to the moan of the wind through the wires. The horse outside began to pound with heavy hoofs, and once he whinnied. Then Madeline heard a rapid pattering, low at first and growing louder, which presently she recognized as the galloping of horses. She went to the window, hoping her brother had arrived. But as the clatter increased to a roar, shadows sped by. Lean horses, flying manes and tails, sombreroed riders, all strange and wild in her sight. Recalling what the conductor had said, she was at some pains to quell her uneasiness. Dust clouds shrouded the dim lights of the windows. Then, out of the gloom, 2 figures appeared, one tall, the other slight. The cowboy was returning with a porter. Heavy footsteps sounded without, and lighter ones dragging along, and then suddenly the door rasped open, jarring the whole room. The cowboy entered, pulling a disheveled figure, that of a priest, a padre, whose mantle had manifestly been disarranged by the rude grasp of his captor. Plain it was that the padre was extremely terrified. Madeline Hammond gazed in bewilderment at the little man, so pale and shaken, and a protest trembled upon her lips, but was never uttered, for this half-drunken cowboy now appeared to be a cool, grim, smiling devil, and stretching out a long arm, he grasped her and swung her back to the bench. "You stay there," he ordered. His voice, though neither brutal nor harsh nor cruel, had the unaccountable effect of making her feel powerless to move. No man had ever before addressed her in such a tone. It was the woman in her that obeyed, not the personality of proud Madeline Hammond. The padre lifted his clasped hands as if supplicating for his life, and began to speak hurriedly in Spanish. Madeline did not understand the language. The cowboy pulled out a huge gun and brandished it in the priest's face. Then he lowered it, apparently to point it at the priest's feet. There was a red flash and then a thundering report that stunned Madeline. The room filled with smoke and the smell of powder. Madeline did not faint or even shut her eyes, but she felt as if she were fast in a cold vice. When she could see distinctly through the smoke, she experienced a sensation of immeasurable relief that the cowboy had not shot the padre. But he was still waving the gun, and now appeared to be dragging his victim toward her. What possibly could be the drunken fool's intention? This surely was a cowboy trick. She had a vague, swiftly flashing recollection of Alfred's first letters descriptive of the extravagant fun of cowboys. Then she vividly remembered a moving picture she had seen. Cowboys playing a monstrous joke on a lone schoolteacher. Madeline no sooner thought of it than she made certain her brother was introducing her to a little Wild West amusement. She could scarcely believe it, yet it must be true. Alfred's old love of teasing her might have extended even to this outrage. Probably he stood just outside the door or window, laughing at her embarrassment. Anger checked her panic. She straightened up with what composure this surprise had left her, and started for the door. But the cowboy barred her passage, grasped her arms. Then Madeline divined that her brother could not have any knowledge of this indignity. This was no trick. It was something that was happening, that was real, that threatened she knew not what. She tried to wrench free, feeling hot all over at being handled by this drunken brute. Poise, dignity, culture, all the acquired habits of character fled before the instinct to fight. She was athletic. She fought. She struggled desperately. But he forced her back with hands of iron. She had never known a man could be so strong. And then it was the man's coolly smiling face, the paralyzing strangeness of his manner, more than his strength, that weakened Madeline until she sank trembling against the bench. "What do you mean?" she panted. "Dearie, ease up a little on the bridle," he replied gaily. Madeline thought she must be dreaming. She could not think clearly. It had all been too swift, too terrible for her to grasp. Yet she not only saw this man, but also felt his powerful presence. And the shaking priest, the haze of blue smoke, the smell of powder, these were not unreal. Then close before her eyes burst another blinding red flash, and close at her ears bellowed another report. Unable to stand, Madeline slipped down onto the bench. Her drifting faculties refused clearly to record what transpired between the next few moments. Presently, however, as her mind steadied somewhat, she heard, as though in a dream, the voice of the padre hurrying over strange words. It ceased, and then the cowboy's voice stirred her. "Lady, say see! See! Say it quickly! Quick! Say it! See!" From sheer suggestion, a force irresistible at this moment, when her will was clamped by panic, she spoke the word. "And now, lady, so we can finish this properly, what's your name?" Still obeying mechanically, she told him. He stared for a while, as if the name had awakened associations in a mind somewhat befogged. He leaned back unsteadily. Madeline heard the expulsion of his breath, a kind of hard puff, not unusual in drunken men. "What name?" he demanded. "Madeline Hammond. I am Alfred Hammond's sister." He put his hand up and brushed at an imaginary something before his eyes. Then he loomed over her, and that hand, now shaking a little, reached out for her veil. Before he could touch it, however, she swept it back, revealing her face. "You're not Majesty Hammond?" How strange, stranger than anything that had ever happened to her before, was to hear that name on the lips of this cowboy. It was a name by which she was familiarly known, though only those nearest and dearest to her had the privilege of using it. And now it revived her dulled faculties, and by an effort she regained control of herself. "You are Majesty Hammond," he replied, and this time he affirmed wonderingly rather than questioned. Madeline rose and faced him. "Yes, I am." He slammed his gun back into its holster. "Well, I reckon we won't go on with it, then." "Well, with what, sir? And why did you force me to say see to this priest?" "I reckon that was a way I took to show him you'd be willing to get married." "Oh, you—" Words failed her. This appeared to galvanize the cowboy into action. He grasped the padre and led him toward the door, cursing and threatening, no doubt enjoining secrecy. Then he pushed him across the threshold and stood there breathing hard and wrestling with himself. "Here, wait a minute, Miss Hammond," he said huskily. "You could fall into worse company than mine, though I reckon you sure think not. I'm pretty drunk, but I'm all right otherwise. Just wait a minute." She stood quivering and blazing with wrath, and watched this savage fight his drunkenness. He acted like a man who had been suddenly shocked into a rational state of mind, and he was now battling with himself to hold on to it. Madeline saw the dark, damp hair lift from his brows as he held it up to the cool wind. Above him she saw the white stars in the deep blue sky, and they seemed as unreal to her as any other thing in this strange night. They were cold, brilliant, aloof, distant, and looking at them, she felt her wrath lessen and die and leave her calm. The cowboy turned and began to talk. "You see, I was pretty drunk," he labored. "There was a fiesta and a wedding. I do fool things when I'm drunk. I made a fool bet I'd marry the first girl who came into town. If you hadn't worn that veil, the fellows were joshing me. And Ed Linton was getting married, and everybody always wants to gamble. I must have been pretty drunk." After the one look at her, when she had first put aside her veil, he had not raised his eyes to her face. The cool audacity had vanished in what was either excessive emotion or the maudlin condition peculiar to some men when drunk. He could not stand still. Perspiration collected in beads upon his forehead. He kept wiping his face with his scarf, and he breathed like a man after violent exertions. "You see, I was pretty—" he began. "Explanations are not necessary," she interrupted him. "I am very tired, distressed. The hour is late. Have you the slightest idea what it means to be a gentleman?" His bronzed face burned into flaming crimson. "Is my brother here in town tonight?" Madeline went on. "No, he's at his ranch." "But I wired him." "Like as not the message is over in his box at the P.O. He'll be in town tomorrow. He's shipping cattle for Stillwell." "Well, meanwhile I must go to a hotel. Will you please?" If he heard her last words, he showed no evidence of it. A noise outside had attracted his attention. Madeline listened. Low voices of men, the soft liquid tones of a woman, drifted in through the open door. They spoke in Spanish, and the voices grew louder. Evidently the speakers were approaching the station. Footsteps crunching on gravel attested to this, and quicker steps, coming with deep tones of men in anger, told of a quarrel. Then the woman's voice, hurried and broken, rising higher, was eloquent of vain appeal. The cowboy's demeanor startled Madeline into anticipation of something dreadful. She was not deceived. From outside came the sound of a scuffle, a muffled shot, a groan, the thud of a falling body, a woman's low cry, and footsteps padding away in rapid retreat. Madeline Hammond leaned weakly back in her seat, cold and sick, and for a moment her ears throbbed to the tramp of the dancers across the way and the rhythm of the cheap music. Then, into the open door-place, flashed a girl's tragic face, lighted by dark eyes and framed by dusky hair. The girl reached a slim brown hand round the side of the door and held on as if to support herself. A long black scarf accentuated her gaudy attire. "Signor Jean!" she exclaimed, and breathless glad recognition made a sudden break in her terror. "Bonita!" The cowboy leaped to her. "Girl, are you hurt?" "No, signor." He took hold of her. "I heard. Somebody got shot. Was it Danny?" "No, signor." "Did Danny do the shooting? Tell me, girl." "No, signor." "I'm glad. I thought Danny was mixed up in that. He had Stillwell's money for the boys. I was afraid—" "Say, Bonita, but you'll get in trouble. Who was with you? What did you do?" "Signor Jean, Don Carlos Vaqueros, they quarrel over me. I dance a little, I smile a little. They quarrel. I beg they be good. Watch out for Sheriff Haw. And now Sheriff Haw put me in jail. I so frightened. He try make little love to Bonita once, and now he hate me like he hates Signor Jean. Pat Haw won't put you in jail. Take my horse and hit the Piloncillo trail. Bonita, promise to stay away from El Cajon." "Si, signor." He led her outside. Madeline heard the horse snort and champ his bit. The cowboy spoke low. Only a few words were intelligible. Stirrups, wait, out of town, mountain, trail, now ride. A moment's silence ensued and was broken by a pounding of hoofs, a pattering of gravel. Then Madeline saw a big dark horse run into the wide space. She caught a glimpse of windswept scarf and hair, a little form low down in the saddle. The horse was outlined in black against the line of dim lights. There was something wild and splendid in his flight. Directly the cowboy appeared again in the doorway. "Miss Hammond, I reckon we want to rustle out of here. Been bad goings-on, and there's a train due." She hurried into the open air, not daring to look back or to either side. Her guide strode swiftly. She had almost to run to keep up with him. Many conflicting emotions confused her. She had a strange sense of this stalking giant beside her, silent except for his jangling spurs. She had a strange feeling of the cool, sweet wind and the white stars. Was it only her disordered fancy, or did these wonderful stars open and shut? She had a queer, disembodied thought that somewhere in ages back, in another life, she had seen these stars. The night seemed dark, yet there was a pale, luminous light, a light from the stars, and she fancied it would always haunt her. Suddenly aware that she had been led beyond the line of houses, she spoke. "Where are you taking me?" "To Florence Kingley," he replied. "Well, who is she?" "I reckon she's your brother's best friend out here." Madeline kept pace with the cowboy for a few moments longer, and then she stopped. It was as much from necessity to catch her breath as it was from recurring fear. All at once she realized what little use her training had been for such an experience as this. The cowboy, missing her, came back the few intervening steps. Then he waited, still silent, looming beside her. "It's so dark, so lonely," she faltered. "How do I know? What warrant can you give me that no harm will befall me if I go farther?" "None, Miss Hammond, except that I've seen your face." Chapter 2. A Kept Secret. Because of that singular reply, Madeline found faith to go farther with the cowboy. But at the moment she really did not think about what he had said. Any answer to her would have served if it had been kind. His silence had augmented her nervousness, compelling her to voice her fear. Still, even if he had not replied at all, she would have gone on with him. She shuddered at the idea of returning to the station, where she believed there had been murder. She could hardly have forced herself to go back to those dim lights in the street. She did not want to wander around alone in the dark. And as she walked on into the windy darkness, much relieved that he had answered as he had, reflecting that he had yet to prove his words true, she began to grasp the deeper significance of them. There was a revival of pride that made her feel that she ought to scorn to think at all about such a man. But Madeline Hammond discovered that thought was involuntary, that there were feelings in her never dreamed of before this night. Presently, Madeline's guide turned off the walk and rapped at a door of a low-roofed house. "Hello? Who's there?" a deep voice answered. "Jean Stewart," said the cowboy. "Call Florence, quick." Thump of footsteps followed, a tap on a door, and voices. Madeline heard a woman exclaim, "Jean, here when there's a dance in town. Something's wrong out on the range." A light flared up and shone bright through a window. In another moment there came a patter of soft steps, and the door opened to disclose a woman holding a lamp. "Jean, Al is all right," interrupted the cowboy. Madeline had two sensations then, one of wonder at the note of alarm and love in the woman's voice, and the other of unutterable relief to be safe with a friend of her brother's. "It's Al's sister, come on tonight's train," the cowboy was saying. "I happened to be at the station, and I've fetched her up to you." Madeline came forward out of the shadow. Not really Majesty Hammond!" exclaimed Florence Kingsley. She nearly dropped the lamp, and she looked and looked, astounded beyond belief. "Yes, I am really she," replied Madeline. "My train was late, and for some reason Alfred did not meet me. Mr. Stewart saw fit to bring me to you, instead of taking me to a hotel." "Oh, I'm so glad to meet you," replied Florence warmly. "Do come in. I'm so surprised. I forget my manners. Why, Al never mentioned your coming." "He surely could not have received my messages," said Madeline, as she entered. The cowboy, who came in with her satchel, had to stoop to enter the door, and once in, he seemed to fill the room. Florence set the lamp down upon the table. Madeline saw a young woman with a smiling, friendly face and a profusion of fair hair hanging down over her dressing gown. "Oh, but Al will be glad," cried Florence. "Why, you are white as a sheet. You must be tired. What a long wait you had at the station. I heard the train come in hours ago as I was going to bed. That station is lonely at night. If I had known you were coming, indeed, you are very pale. Are you ill?" "No, I'm only very tired. Traveling so far by rail is harder than I imagined. I did have rather a long wait after arriving at the station, but I can't say that it was lonely." Florence Kingley searched Madeline's face with keen eyes and then took a long, significant look at the silent Stuart. With that, she deliberately and quietly closed a door leading into another room. "Miss Hammond, what has happened?" She had lowered her voice. "I do not wish to recall all that has happened," replied Madeline. "I shall tell Alfred, however, that I would rather have met a hostile Apache than a cowboy." "Please don't tell Al that," cried Florence. Then she grasped Stuart and pulled him close to the light. "Gene, you're drunk." "I was pretty drunk," he replied, hanging his head. "Oh, what have you done?" "Now, see here, Flo, I don't want to know. I'd tell it. Gene, aren't you ever going to learn decency? Aren't you ever going to stop drinking? You'll lose all your friends. Stillwell has stuck to you. Al's been your best friend. Molly and I have pleaded with you, and now you've gone and done God knows what." "What do women want to wear veils for?" he growled. "I'd have known her but for that veil." "And you wouldn't have insulted her. But you would have the next girl who came along. Gene, you are hopeless. Now, you get out of here, and don't ever come back." "Flo," he entreated. "I mean it." "I reckon then I'll come back tomorrow and take my medicine," he replied. "Don't you dare!" she cried. Stuart went out and closed the door. "Miss Hammond, you don't know how this hurts me," said Flo. "What you must think of us! It's so unlucky that you should have had this happen to you right at first. Now maybe you won't have the heart to stay. Oh, I've known more than one Eastern girl to go home without ever learning what we really are out here. Miss Hammond, Gene Stuart is a fiend when he's drunk. All the same, I know whatever he did, he meant no shame to you. Come now, don't think about it again tonight." She took up the lamp and led Madeline into a little room. "This is out west," she went on, smiling, as she indicated the few furnishings. "But you can rest. You're perfectly safe. Won't you let me help you undress? Can I do anything for you?" "You are very kind, thank you, but I can manage," replied Madeline. "Well then, good night. The sooner I go, the sooner you'll rest. Just forget what happened and think how fine a surprise you're to give your brother tomorrow." With that, she slipped out and softly shut the door. As Madeline laid her watch on the bureau, she noticed that the time was past 2 o'clock. It seemed long since she had gotten off the train. When she had turned out the lamp and crept wearily into bed, she knew what it was to be utterly spent. She was too tired to move a finger. But her brain whirled. She had at first no control over it, and 1,000 thronging sensations came and went and recurred with little logical relation. There were the roar of the train, the feeling of being lost, the sound of pounding hoofs, a picture of her brother's face as she had last seen it 5 years before, a long, dim line of lights, the jingle of silver spurs, night, wind, darkness, stars. Then the gloomy station, the shadowy blanketed Mexican, the empty room, the dim lights across the square, the tramp of the dancers and vacant laughs and discordant music, the door flung wide, and the entrance of the cowboy. She did not recall how he had looked or what he had done, and the next instant she saw him cool, smiling, devilish, saw him in violence. The next, his bigness, his appeal, his physical being were vague as outlines in a dream. The white face of the padre flashed along in the train of thought, and it brought the same dull, half-blind, indefinable state of mind subsequent to that last nerve-breaking pistol shot. That passed, and then clear and vivid rose memories of the rest that had happened. Strange voices betraying fury of men, a deadened report, a moan of mortal pain, a woman's poignant cry. And Madeline saw the girl's great tragic eyes and the wild flight of the big horse into the blackness, and the dark stalking figure of the silent cowboy, and the white stars that seemed to look down remorselessly. This tide of memory rolled over Madeline again and again, and gradually lost its power and faded. All distress left her, and she felt herself drifting. How black the room was, as black with her eyes open as it was when they were shut. And the silence, it was like a cloak. There was absolutely no sound. She was in another world from that which she thought. She thought of this fair-haired Florence and of Alfred, and wondering about them, she dropped to sleep. When she awakened, the room was bright with sunlight. A cool wind blowing across the bed caused her to put her hands under the blanket. She was lazily and dreamily contemplating the mud walls of this little room when she remembered where she was and how she had come there. How great a shock she had been subjected to was manifest in a sensation of disgust that overwhelmed her. She even shut her eyes to try and blot out the recollection. She felt that she had been contaminated. Presently Madeline Hammond again awoke to the fact she had learned the preceding night, that there were emotions to which she had heretofore been a stranger. She did not try to analyze them, but she exercised her self-control to such good purpose that by the time she had dressed, she was outwardly her usual self. She scarcely remembered when she had found it necessary to control her emotions. There had been no trouble, no excitement, no unpleasantness in her life. It had been ordered for her, tranquil, luxurious, brilliant, varied, yet always the same. She was not surprised to find the hour late, and was going to make inquiry about her brother when a voice arrested her. She recognized Miss Kingsley's voice addressing someone outside, and it had a sharpness she had not noted before. "So you came back, did you? Well, you don't look very proud of yourself this morning, Jean Stewart. You look like a coyote." "Say, Flo, if I am a coyote, I'm not gonna sneak," he said. "What'd you come for?" she demanded. "I said I was coming round to take my medicine." "Meaning you'll not run from Al Hammond?" "Jean, your skull is as thick as an old cow's. Al will never know anything about what you did to his sister unless you tell him. And if you do that, he'll shoot you. She won't give you away. She's the thoroughbred. Why, she was so white last night I thought she'd drop at my feet, but she never blinked an eyelash. I'm a woman, Jean Stewart, and if I couldn't feel like Miss Hammond, I know how awful an ordeal she must have had. Why, she's one of the most beautiful, the most sought-after, the most exclusive women in New York City. There's a crowd of millionaires and lords and dukes after her. How terrible it'd be for a woman like her to be kissed by a drunken cowpuncher." "Flo, I never insulted her that way," broke out Stewart. "It was worse, then?" she queried sharply. "I made a bet that I'd marry the first girl who came into town. I was on the watch and pretty drunk, and when she came, well, I got Padre Marcos and tried to bully her into marrying me." "Oh, Lord," Florence gasped. "It's worse than I feared. Jean, Al will kill you." "That'll be a good thing," replied the cowboy dejectedly. "Jean Stewart, it certainly would, unless you turn over a new leaf," retorted Florence. "But don't be a fool." And here she became earnest and appealing. "Go away, Jean. Go join the rebels across the border. You're always threatening that. Anyhow, don't stay here and run any chance of stirring Al up. He'd kill you just the same as you would kill another man for insulting your sister. Don't make trouble for Al. That'd only make sorrow for her, Jean." The subtle import was not lost upon Madeline. She was distressed because she could not avoid hearing what was not meant for her ears. She made an effort not to listen, and it was futile. "Flo, you can't see this a man's way," he replied quietly. "I'll stay, take my medicine. Gene, I could sure swear at you or any other pighead of a cowboy. Listen, my brother-in-law, Jack, heard something of what I said to you last night. He doesn't like you. I'm afraid he'll tell Al. For heaven's sake, man, go downtown and shut him up. And yourself, too." Then Madeline heard her come into the house and presently rap on the door and called softly, "Miss Hammond, are you awake?" "Awake and dressed, Miss Kingsley. Come in." "Oh, you've rested. You look so different. I'm sure glad. Come out now. We'll have breakfast, and then you may expect to meet your brother any moment." "Wait, please. I heard you speaking to Mr. Stewart." "It was unavoidable. But I'm glad. I must see him. Will you please ask him to come into the parlor a moment?" "Yes," replied Florence quickly, and as she turned at the door she flashed at Madeline a woman's meaning glance. "Make him keep his mouth shut." Presently there were slow, reluctant steps outside the front door, then a pause, and the door opened. Stewart stood bareheaded in the sunlight. Madeline remembered with a kind of shudder the tall form, the embroidered buckskin vest, the red scarf, the bright leather wristbands, the wide silver-buckled belt and chaps. Her glance seemed to run over him swift as lightning. But as she saw his face now, she did not recognize it. The man's presence roused in her a revolt. Yet something in her, the incomprehensible side of her nature, thrilled in the look of this splendid, dark-faced barbarian. "Mr. Stewart, will you please come in?" she asked, after that long pause. "I reckon not," he said. The hopelessness of his tone meant that he knew he was not fit to enter a room with her, and did not care, or cared too much. Madeline went to the door. The man's face was hard, yet it was sad, too, and it touched her. "I shall not tell my brother of your rudeness to me," she began. It was impossible for her to keep the chill out of her voice, to speak with other than the pride and aloofness of her class. Nevertheless, despite her loathing, when she had spoken so far, it seemed that kindness and pity followed involuntarily. "I choose to overlook what you did because you were not wholly accountable, and because there must be no trouble between Alfred and you. May I rely on you to keep silence and to seal the lips of that priest? And you know there was a man killed or injured there last night. I want to forget that dreadful thing. I don't want it known that I heard—" "The greaser didn't die," interrupted Stewart. "Ah, then that's not so bad, after all. I am glad for the sake of your friend, the little Mexican girl." A slow scarlet wave overspread his face, and his shame was painful to see. That fixed in Madeline's mind a conviction that if he was a heathen he was not wholly bad, and it made so much difference that she smiled down at him. "You will spare me further distress, will you not, please?" His hoarse reply was incoherent, but she needed only to see his working face to know his remorse and gratitude. Madeline went back to her room, and presently Florence came for her, and directly they were sitting at breakfast. Madeline Hammond's impression of her brother's friend had to be reconstructed in the morning light. She felt a wholesome, frank, sweet nature. She liked the slow southern drawl, and she was puzzled to know whether Florence Kingley was pretty or striking or unusual. She had a youthful glow and flush, the clear tan of outdoors, a face that lacked the soft curves and lines of Eastern women, and her eyes were light gray like crystal, steady, almost piercing, and her hair was a beautiful, bright, waving mass. Florence's sister was the elder of the two, a stout woman with a strong face and quiet eyes. It was a simple fare and service they gave to their guest, but they made no apologies for that. Indeed, Madeline felt their simplicity to be restful. She was sated with respect, sick of admiration, tired of adulation, and it was good to see that these Western women treated her as very likely they would have treated any other visitor. They were sweet, kind, and what Madeline had at first thought was a lack of expression or vitality, she soon discovered to be the natural reserve of women who did not have superficial lives. Florence was breezy and frank, her sister quaint and not much given to speech. Madeline thought she would like to have these women near her if she were ill or in trouble, and she reproached herself for a fastidiousness, a hypocritical sense of refinement that could not help distinguishing what these women lacked. "Can you ride?" Florence was asking. "That's what a Westerner always asks anyone from the East." "Can you ride like a man? Astride, I mean?" "Oh, that's fine. You look strong enough to hold a horse. We have some fine horses out here. I reckon when Al comes, we'll go out to Bill Stillwell's ranch. We'll have to go, whether we want to or not, for when Bill learns you are here, he'll just pack us all off. You'll love old Bill. His ranch is run down, but the range and the rides up in the mountains, they are beautiful. We'll hunt and climb, and most of all, we'll ride. I love a horse. I love the wind in my face, and a wide stretch with the mountains beckoning. You must have the best horse on the ranges, and that means a scrap between Al and Bill and all the cowboys. We don't all agree about horses, except in case of Gene Stewart's iron gray." "Does Mr. Stewart own the best horse in the country?" asked Madeline. Again she had an inexplicable thrill as she remembered the wild flight of Stewart's big dark steed and rider. "Yes, and that's all he does own," replied Florence. "Gene can't keep even a quirt, but he sure loves that horse and calls him." At this juncture a sharp knock on the parlor door interrupted the conversation. Florence's sister went to open it. She returned presently and said, "It's Gene. He's been dawdling out there on the front porch, and he knocked to let us know Miss Hammond's brother is coming." Florence hurried into the parlor, followed by Madeline. The door stood open and disclosed Stewart sitting on the porch steps. From down the road came a clatter of hoofs. Madeline looked out over Florence's shoulder and saw a cloud of dust approaching, and in it she distinguished outlines of horses and riders. A warmth spread over her, a little tingle of gladness, and the feeling recalled her girlish love for her brother. What would he be like after long years? "Gene, has Jack kept his mouth shut?" queried Florence, and again Madeline was aware of a sharp ring in the girl's voice. "No," replied Stewart. "Gene, you won't let it come to a fight. Al can be managed, but Jack hates you, and he'll have his friends with him." "There won't be any fight. Use your brains now," added Florence, and then she turned to push Madeline gently back into the parlor. Madeline's glow of warmth changed into a blank dismay. Was she to see her brother act with a violence she now associated with cowboys? The clatter of hoofs stopped before the door. Looking out, Madeline saw a bunch of dusty, wiry horses pawing the gravel and tossing lean heads. Her swift glance ran over the lithe horsemen, trying to pick out the one who was her brother, but she could not. Her glance, however, caught the same rough dress and hard aspect that characterized the cowboy Stewart. Then one rider threw his bridle, leaped from the saddle, and came bounding up the porch steps. Florence met him at the door. "Hello, Flo! Where is she?" he called eagerly. With that he looked over her shoulder to espy Madeline. He actually jumped at her. She hardly knew the tall form and the bronzed face, but the warm flash of blue eyes was familiar. As for him, he had no doubt of his sister, it appeared, for with broken welcome he threw his arms around her, then held her off and looked searchingly at her. "Well, sister," he began, when Florence turned hurriedly from the door and interrupted him. "Al, I think you'd better stop the wrangling out there." He stared at her, appeared suddenly to hear the loud voices from the street, and then releasing Madeline, he said, "By George, I forgot, Flo. There is a little business to see to. Keep my sister here, please, and don't be fussed up now." He went out on the porch and called to his men. "Shut off your wind, Jack, and you too, Blaze. I didn't want you fellows to come here, but as you would come, you've got to shut up. This is my business." whereupon he turned to Stuart, who was sitting on the fence. "Hello, Stuart," he said. It was a greeting, but there was that in his voice which alarmed Madeline. Stuart leisurely got up and leisurely advanced to the porch. "Hello, Hammond," he drawled. "Drunk again last night?" "Well, if you want to know, and if it's any of your mix, yes, I was pretty drunk," replied Stuart. It was a kind of cool speech that showed the cowboy in control of himself and master of the situation. Not an easy speech to follow up with undue inquisitiveness. There was a short silence. "Damn it, Stuart," said the speaker presently. "Here's the situation. It's all over town that you met my sister last night at the station and insulted her. Jack's got it in for you. So have these other boys. But it's my affair. Understand, I didn't fetch them here. They could see you square yourself, or else. Jean, you've been on the wrong trail for some time, drinking and all that. You're going to the bad. But Bill thinks, and I think, you're still a man. We never knew you to lie. Now, what have you to say for yourself?" "Nobody is insinuating that I'm a liar?" drawled Stuart. "No." "Well, I'm glad to hear that. You see, Al, I was pretty drunk last night, but not drunk enough to forget the least thing I did. I told Pat Haw so this morning when he was curious, and that's polite for me to go to Pat. Well, I found Miss Hammond waiting alone at the station. She wore a veil, but I knew she was a lady, of course. I imagine now that I think of it, that Miss Hammond found my gallantry rather startling, and—" At this point, Madeline, answering to unconsidered impulse, eluded Florence and walked out upon the porch. Sombreros flashed down, and the lean horses jumped. "Gentlemen," said Madeline, rather breathlessly, and it did not add to her calmness to feel a hot flush in her cheeks, "I am very new to Western ways, but I think you are laboring under a mistake, which, in justice to Mr. Stuart, I want to correct. Indeed, he was rather abrupt and strange when he came up to me last night, but as I understand him now, I can attribute that to his gallantry. He was somewhat wild and sudden and sentimental in his demand to protect me, and it was not clear whether he meant his protection for last night or forever, but I am happy to say he offered me no word that was not honorable, and he saw me safely here to Miss Kingsley's home." Chapter 3. Sister and Brother. Then Madeline returned to the little parlor with a brother whom she had hardly recognized. "Majesty!" he exclaimed. "To think of your being here!" The warmth stole back along her veins. She remembered how that pet name had sounded from the lips of this brother who had given it to her. Alfred! Then his words of gladness at sight of her, his chagrin at not being at the train to welcome her, were not so memorable of him as the way he clasped her, for he had held her that way the day he left home, and she had not forgotten. But now he was so much taller and bigger, so dusty and strange and different and forceful, that she could scarcely think him the same man. She even had a humorous thought that here was another cowboy bullying her, and this time it was her brother. "Dear old girl," he said, more calmly, as he let her go, "you haven't changed at all, except to grow lovelier. Only you're a woman now, and you've fulfilled the name I gave you. God, how sight of you brings me back home. It seems 100 years since I left. I missed you more than all the rest." Madeline seemed to feel with his every word that she was remembering him. She was so amazed at the change in him that she could not believe her eyes. She saw a bronzed, strong-jawed, eagle-eyed man, stalwart, superb of height, and like the cowboys, belted, booted, spurred. And there was something hard as iron in his face that quivered with his words. It seemed that only in those moments, when the hard lines broke and softened, could she see resemblance to the face she remembered. It was his manner, the tone of his voice, the tricks of speech that proved to her that he was really Alfred. She had bidden good-bye to a disgraced, disinherited, dissolute boy. Well she remembered the handsome pale face with its weakness and shadows and careless smile, with the ever-present cigarette hanging between the lips. The years had passed, and now she saw him a man. The West had made him a man. And Madeline Hammond felt a strong, passionate gladness and gratefulness, and a direct check to her suddenly inspired hatred of the West. "Majesty, it was good of you to come. I'm all broken up. How did you ever do it? But never mind that now. Tell me about that brother of mine." And Madeline told him, and then about their sister Helen. Question after question he fired at her, and she told him of her mother, of Aunt Grace, who had died a year ago, of his old friends, married, scattered, vanished. But she did not tell him of his father, for he did not ask. Quite suddenly the rapid-fire questioning ceased. He choked, was silent for a moment, and then burst into tears. It seemed to her that a long, stored-up bitterness was flooding away. It hurt her to see him, hurt her more to hear him. And in the succeeding few moments she grew closer to him than she had ever been in the past. Had her father and mother done right by him? Her pulse stirred with unwonted quickness. She did not speak, but she kissed him, which for her was an indication of unusual feeling. And when he recovered command over his emotions, he made no reference to his breakdown, nor did she. But that scene struck deep into Madeline Hammond's heart. Through it she saw what he had lost and gained. "Alfred, why did you not answer my last letters?" asked Madeline. "I had not heard from you for 2 years." "So long? How time flies! Well, things went bad with me about the last time I heard from you. I always intended to write some day, but I never did." "Things went wrong? Tell me." "Majesty, you mustn't worry yourself with my troubles. I want you to enjoy your stay and not be bothered with my difficulties. Please tell me. I suspected something had gone wrong. That is partly why I decided to come out." "All right, if you must know," he began, and it seemed to Madeline that there was a gladness in his decision to unburden himself. "You remember all about my little ranch, and that for a while I did well raising stock? I wrote you all that. Majesty, a man makes enemies anywhere. Perhaps an Eastern man in the West can make, if not so many, certainly more bitter ones. At any rate, I made several. There was a cattleman, Ward by name. He's gone now, and he and I had trouble over cattle. That gave me a backset. Pat Haw, the sheriff here, has been instrumental in hurting my business. He's not so much of a rancher, but he has influence at Santa Fe and El Paso and Douglas. I made an enemy of him. I never did anything to him. He hates Gene Stewart, and upon one occasion I spoiled a little plot of his to get Gene in his clutches. The real reason for his animosity toward me is that he loves Florence, and Florence is going to marry me." "Alfred!" "What's the matter, Majesty? Didn't Florence impress you favorably?" he asked, with a keen glance. "Why, yes, indeed, I like her, but I did not think of her in relation to you, that way. I am greatly surprised. Alfred, is she well born? What connections?" "Florence is just a girl of ordinary people. She was born in Kentucky, was brought up in Texas. My aristocratic and wealthy family would scorn—" "Alfred, you are still a Hammond," said Madeline. with uplifted head. Alfred laughed. "We won't quarrel, Majesty. I remember you, and in spite of your pride, you've got a heart. If you stay here a month, you'll love Florence Kingsley. I want you to know she's had a great deal to do with straightening me up. Well, to go on with my story, there's Don Carlos, a Mexican rancher, and he's my worst enemy. For that matter, he's as bad an enemy of Bill Stillwell and other ranchers. Stillwell, by the way, is my friend and one of the finest men on earth. I got in debt to Don Carlos before I knew he was so mean. In the first place, I lost money at faro. I gambled some when I came west, and then I made unwise cattle deals. Don Carlos is a wily greaser. He knows the ranges, he has the water, and he is dishonest. So he outfigured me, and now I am practically ruined. He has not gotten possession of my ranch, but that's only a matter of time, pending lawsuits at Santa Fe. At present, I have a few hundred cattle running on Stillwell's range, and I am his foreman." "Foreman?" queried Madeline. "I am simply boss of Stillwell's cowboys, and right glad of my job." Madeline was conscious of an inward burning. It required an effort for her to retain her outward tranquillity. A gnawing consciousness she had also of the returning sense of new, disturbing emotions. She began to see just how walled in from unusual, thought-provoking incident and sensation had been her exclusive life. "Cannot your property be reclaimed?" she asked. "How much do you owe?" $10,000 would clear me and give me another start. But, Majesty, in this country that's a good deal of money, and I haven't been able to raise it. Stillwell's in worse shape than I am." Madeline went over to Alfred and put her hands on his shoulders. "We must not be in debt." He stared at her as if her words had recalled something long forgotten. Then he smiled. "How imperious you are! I'd forgotten just who my beautiful sister really is. Majesty, you're not going to ask me to take money from you?" "I am." "Well, I'll not do it. I never did, even when I was in college, and then there wasn't much beyond me." "Listen, Alfred," she went on earnestly, "this is entirely different. I had only an allowance then. You had no way to know that since I last wrote you I had come into my inheritance from Aunt Grace. It was, well, that doesn't matter. Only I haven't been able to spend half the income. It's mine. It's not Father's money. You will make me very happy if you'll consent. Alfred, I'm so amazed at the change in you. I'm so happy. You must never take a backward step from now on. What is $10,000 to me? Sometimes I spend that in a month. I throw money away. If you let me help you, it will be doing me good as well as you. Please, Alfred." He kissed her, evidently surprised at her earnestness, and indeed Madeline was surprised herself. Once started, her speech had flowed. "You always were the best of fellows, Majesty, and if you really care, if you really want to help me, I'll be only too glad to accept. It will be fine. Florence will go wild, and that greaser won't harass me any more. Majesty, pretty soon some titled fellow will be spending your money. I may as well take a little before he gets it all," he finished jokingly. "What do you know about me?" she asked lightly. "More than you think. Even if we are lost out here in the woolly West, we get news. Everybody knows about Anglesbury, and that Dago Duke who chased you all over Europe. That Lord Castleton has the running now, and seems about to win. How about it, Majesty?" Madeline detected a hint that suggested scorn in his gay speech, and deep in his searching glance she saw a flame. She became thoughtful. She had forgotten Castleton, New York, society. "Alfred," she began seriously, I don't believe any titled gentleman will ever spend my money, as you so elegantly express it. I don't care for that. It's you, he cried passionately, and he grasped her with a violence that startled her. He was white. His eyes were now like fire. You are so splendid, so wonderful. People called you the American beauty, but you're more than that. You're the American girl. Majesty, marry no man unless you love him, and love an American. Stay away from Europe long enough to learn to know the men, the real men of your own country. Alfred, I'm afraid there are not always real men and real love for American girls in international marriages. But Helen knows this. It'll be her choice. She'll be miserable if she marries Anglesbury. It'll serve her just right, declared her brother. Helen was always crazy for glitter, adulation, fame. All gamble she never saw more of Anglesbury than the gold and ribbons on his breast. I am sorry. Anglesbury is a gentleman, but it is the money he wanted, I think. Alfred, tell me how you came to know about me, way out here. You may be assured I was astonished to find that Miss Kingsley knew me as Majesty Hammond. I imagine it was a surprise, he replied with a laugh. I told Florence about you, gave her a picture of you, and of course, being a woman, she showed the picture and talked. She's in love with you. Then, my dear sister, we do get New York papers out here occasionally, and we can see and read. You may not be aware that you and your society friends are objects of intense interest in the U.S. in general, and the West in particular. The papers are full of you, and perhaps a lot of things you never did. That Mr. Stewart knew too. He said, "You're not Majesty Hammond." "Never mind his impudence," exclaimed Alfred, and then again he laughed. "Jean is all right, only you've got to know him. I'll tell you what he did. He got hold of one of those newspaper pictures of you, the one in the Times. He took it away from here, and, in spite of Florence, he wouldn't fetch it back. It was a picture of you in riding habit, with your blue ribbon horse. White stockings, remember? It was taken at Newport. Well, Stewart tacked the picture up in his bunkhouse and named his beautiful horse Majesty. All the cowboys knew it. They would see the picture and tease him unmercifully, but he didn't care. One day I happened to drop in on him and found him just recovering from a carouse. I saw the picture too, and I said to him, 'Jean, if my sister knew you were a drunkard, she'd not be proud of having her picture stuck up in your room.' Majesty, he did not touch a drop for a month, and when he did drink again, he took the picture down, and he has never put it back." Madeline smiled at her brother's amusement, but she did not reply. She simply could not adjust herself to these queer, free Western ways. Her brother had eloquently pleaded for her to keep herself above a sordid and brilliant marriage, yet he not only allowed a cowboy to keep her picture in his room, but he actually spoke of her and used her name in a temperance lecture. Madeline just escaped feeling disgust. She was saved from this, however, by nothing less than her brother's naive gladness that through subtle suggestion Stewart had been persuaded to be good for a month. Something made up of Stewart's effrontery to her, of Florence Kingsley meeting her, frankly, as it were, as an equal, of the elder sister's slow, quiet, easy acceptance of this visitor who had been honored at the courts of royalty, of that faint hint of scorn in Alfred's voice and his amused statement in regard to her picture and the name Majesty. Something made up of all these stung Madeline Hammond's pride, alienated her for an instant, and then stimulated her intelligence, excited her interest, and made her resolve to learn a little about this incomprehensible West. "Majesty, I must run down to the siding," he said, consulting his watch. "We're loading a shipment of cattle. I'll be back by supper time and bring Stillwell with me. You'll like him. Give me the check for your trunk." She went into the little room, and taking up her bag, she got out a number of checks. "6? 6 trunks?" he exclaimed. "Well, I'm very glad you intend to stay a while. Say, Majesty, it will take me as long to realize who you really are as it'll take to break you of being a tenderfoot. I hope you packed a riding suit. If not, you'll have to wear trousers. You'll have to do that anyway, when we go up in the mountains." "No." "You sure will, as Florence says." "We shall see about that. I don't know what's in the trunks. I never pack anything. My dear brother, what do I have maids for? How did it come that you didn't travel with a maid?" "I wanted to be alone. But don't you worry. I shall be able to look after myself. I dare say it will be good for me." She went to the gate with him. What a shaggy, dusty horse! He's wild, too. Do you let him stand that way without being haltered? I should think he would run off. Tenderfoot! You'll be great fun, Majesty, especially for the cowboys." "Oh, will I?" she asked constrainedly. "Yes, and in 3 days they will be fighting one another over you. That's going to worry me. Cowboys fall in love with a plain woman, an ugly woman, any woman, so long as she's young. And you! Good Lord, they'll go out of their heads." "You are pleased to be facetious, Alfred. I think I have had quite enough of cowboys, and I haven't been here 24 hours. Don't think too much of first impressions. That was my mistake when I arrived here. Goodbye. I'll go now. Better rest a while. You look tired." The horse started as Alfred put his foot in the stirrup and was running when the rider slipped his leg over the saddle. Madeline watched him in admiration. He seemed to be loosely fitted to the saddle, moving with the horse. "I suppose that's a cowboy's style." "It pleases me," she said, "and how different from the seat of Eastern riders." Then Madeline sat upon the porch and fell to interested observation of her surroundings. Near at hand, it was decidedly not prepossessing. The street was deep in dust, and the cool wind whipped up little puffs. The houses along this street were all low, square, flat-roofed structures made of some kind of red cement. It occurred to her suddenly that this building material must be the adobe she had read about. There was no person in sight. The long street appeared to have no end, though the line of houses did not extend far. Once she heard a horse trotting at some distance, and several times the ringing of a locomotive bell. Where were the mountains, wondered Madeline. Soon, low over the house roofs, she saw a dim, dark blue, rugged outline. It seemed to charm her eyes and fix her gaze. She knew the Adirondacks. She had seen the Alps from the summit of Mont Blanc, and had stood under the great black white-tipped shadow of the Himalayas. But they had not drawn her as these remote Rockies. This dim horizon line, boldly cutting the blue sky, fascinated her. Florence Kingsley's expression, beckoning mountains, returned to Madeline. She could not see or feel so much as that. Her impression was rather that these mountains were aloof, unattainable, that if approached they would recede or vanish like the desert mirage. Madeline went to her room, intending to rest a while, and she fell asleep. She was aroused by Florence's knock and call. "Miss Hammond, your brother has come back with Stillwell." "Why, how I have slept!" exclaimed Madeline. "It's nearly 6 o'clock." "I'm sure glad. You are tired, and the air here makes strangers sleepy. Come, we want you to meet old Bill. He calls himself the last of the cattlemen. He has lived in Texas and here all his life." Madeline accompanied Florence to the porch. Her brother, who was sitting near the door, jumped up and said, "Hello, Majesty," and as he put his arm around her, he turned toward a massive man whose broad, craggy face began to ripple and wrinkle. "I want to introduce my friend Stillwell to you. Bill, this is my sister, the sister I've so often told you about, Majesty." "Well, well, Al, this is the proudest meeting of my life," replied Stillwell in a booming voice. He extended a huge hand. Miss Majesty, sight of you is as welcome as the rain and the flowers to an old desert cattleman." Madeline greeted him, and it was all she could do to repress a cry at the way he crunched her hand in a grasp of iron. He was old, white-haired, weather-beaten, with long furrows down his cheeks, and with gray eyes almost hidden in wrinkles. If he was smiling, she fancied it a most extraordinary smile. The next instant she realized that it had been a smile, for his face appeared to stop rippling, the light died, and suddenly it was like rudely chiseled stone. The quality of hardness she had seen in Stuart was immeasurably intensified in this old man's face. "Miss Majesty, it's plumb humiliating to all of us that we wasn't on hand to meet you," Stillwell said. "Me and Al stepped into the P.O. and said a few mild and cheerful things. Them messages ought to have been sent out to the ranch. I'm sure afraid it was a bit unpleasant for you last night at the station." "I was rather anxious at first, and perhaps frightened," replied Madeline. "Well, I'm some glad to hear tell that there's no man in these parts except your brother that I'd lief have met you as Gene Stuart." "Indeed?" "Yes, and that's taken into consideration Gene's weakness, too. I'm allus fond of saying of myself that I'm the last of the old cattlemen. Well, Stuart's not a native Westerner, but he's my pick of the last of the cowboys. Sure, he's young, but he's the last of the old style, the picturesque, and chivalrous, too. I make bold to say, Miss Majesty, as well as the old hard-riding kind. Folks are down on Stuart, and I'm only saying a good word for him because he is down, and maybe last night he might have scared you being fresh from the East." Madeline liked the old fellow for his loyalty to the cowboy he evidently cared for, but as there did not seem anything for her to say, she remained silent. "Miss Majesty, the day of the cattleman is about over, and the day of the cowboy, such as Gene Stuart, is over. There's no place for Gene. If these weren't modern days, he'd come near being a gunman, same as we had in Texas when I ranched there in the 70s. But he can't fit nowhere now. He can't hold a job, and he's going down." "I am sorry to hear it," murmured Madeline. "But, Mr. Stillwell, aren't these modern days out here just a little wild, yet? The conductor on my train told me of rebels, bandits, raiders. Then I have had other impressions of, well, that were wild enough for me." "Well, it's a more pleasant and exciting these days than for many years," replied Stillwell. "The boys have took to packing guns again, but that's owing to the revolution in Mexico. There's going to be trouble along the border. I reckon people in the East don't know there is a revolution. Well, Madero will oust Diaz, and then there's some other rebel will oust Madero. It means trouble in the border, and across the border, too. I wouldn't wonder if Uncle Sam had to get a hand in the game. There's already been hold-ups on the railroads and raids along the Rio Grande Valley. And these little towns are full of greasers, all disturbed by the fighting down in Mexico. We've been having shooting scrapes and knifing scrapes and some cattle raiding. I have been losing a few cattle right along. Reminds me of old times, and pretty soon, if it doesn't stop, I'll take the old-time way to stop it." "Yes, indeed, Majesty," put in Alfred. "You have hit upon an interesting time to visit us." "Well, that sure appears to be so. rejoined Stillwell. "Stewart's got in trouble down here today, and I'm more than sorry to have to tell you that your name figured in it. But I couldn't blame him, for I sure would have done the same myself." "That's so?" queried Alfred, laughing. "Well, tell us about it." Madeline simply gazed at her brother, and though he seemed amused at her consternation, there was mortification in his face. It required no great perspicuity, Madeline thought, to see that Stillwell loved to talk, and the way he squared himself and spread his huge hands over his knees suggested that he meant to do this opportunity justice. "Miss Majesty, I reckon, bein' as you're in the West now, that you must take things as they come, and mind each thing a little less than the one before. If we old fellers hadn't a been that way, we'd never have lasted. Last night wasn't particularly bad, rating with some other nights lately. There wasn't much doing, but I had a hard knock. Yesterday, when we started in with a bunch of cattle, I sent one of my cowboys, Danny Maines, along ahead, carrying money I had to pay off hands and my bills, and I wanted that money to get in town before dark. Well, Danny was held up. I don't distrust the lad. There's been strange greasers in town lately, and maybe they knew about the money coming. Well, when I arrived with the cattle, I was put to it to make ends meet, and today I wasn't in no angelic humor. When I had my business all done, I went around poking my nose beak in there and trying to get scent of that money, and I happened in at a hall we have that does duty for jail and hospital and election post and whatnot. Well, just then it was doing duty as a hospital. Last night was fiesta night. These greasers have a fiesta night every week or so, and one greaser who had been bad hurt was laying in the hall where he had been fetched from the station. Somebody had sent off to Douglas for a doctor, but he hadn't come yet. I've had some experience with gunshot wounds, and I looked this fellow over. He wasn't much shot up, but I thought there was a danger of blood poisoning. Anyway, I did all I could. The hall was full of cowboys, ranchers, greasers, miners, and town folks, along with some strangers, and I was about to get started up this way when Pat Haw came in. Pat, he's the sheriff. I reckon, Miss Majesty, that sheriffs are new to you, and for sake of the West, I'll explain to you that we don't have many of the real thing any more. Garrett, who killed Billy the Kid, and was killed himself near a year ago or so, he was the kind of sheriff that helps to make a self-respectin' county. But this Pat Haw, well, I reckon there's no good in me saying what I think of him. He come into the hall, and he was roaring about things. He was going to arrest Danny Maines on sight. Well, I just polite-like told Pat that the money was mine, and he needn't get riled about it. And if I wanted to trail the thief, I reckon I could do it as well as anybody. Pat howled that law was law, and he was going to lay down the law. Sure, it appeared to me that Pat was dead set to arrest the first man he could find excuse to. Then he cooled down a bit and was asking questions about the wounded greaser when Gene Stewart came in. Whenever Pat and Gene come together, it reminds me of the early days back in the 70s. Just naturally, everybody shut up. For Pat hates Gene, and I reckon Gene ain't very sweet on Pat. They're just natural foes in the first place, and then the course of events here in El Cajon has been aggravating. "Hello, Stewart, you're the fellow I'm looking for," said Pat. And Stewart eyed him and said, mighty cool and sarcastic, "Haw, you look a good deal for me when I'm hitting up the dust the other way." Pat went red at that, but he held in. "Say, Stewart, you all think a lot of that roan horse of yourn with the aristocratic name." "I reckon I do," replied Gene shortly. "Well, where is he?" "That's none of your business, Haw." "Oh ho, it ain't, hey? Well, I guess I can make it my business, Stewart. There was some queer goings on last night that you know something about. Danny Maine's robbed, Stillwell's money gone, your roan horse gone, that little hussy Bonita gone, and this greaser near gone too. Now, seeing that you was up late and prowling around the station where this greaser was found, it ain't unreasonable to think you might know how he got plugged, is it?" Stewart laughed, kind of cold, and he rolled a cigarette, and all the time eyeing Pat, and then he said if he'd plugged the greaser, it'd never have been such a bungling job. "I can arrest you on suspicion, Stewart, but before I go that far, I want some evidence. I want to round up Danny Maines and that little greaser girl. I want to find out what's become of your hoss. You never let him since you had him, and there ain't enough riders across the border to steal him from you. It's got a queer look, that hoss being gone. You sure are a swell detective, Haw, and I wish you a heap of luck," replied Stewart. That appeared to nettle Pat beyond bounds, and he stamped around and swore. Then he got an idea. It just stuck out all over him, and he shook his finger in Stewart's face. "You was drunk last night?" Stewart never batted an eye. "You met some woman on number 8, didn't you?" shouted Haw. "I met a lady," replied Stewart, quiet and menacing-like. "You met Al Hammond's sister, and you took her up to Kingsley's. And cinch this, my cowboy cavalier, I'm going up there and ask this grand dame some questions, and if she's as close-mouthed as you, I'll arrest her." Gene Stewart turned white. I, for one, expected to see him jump like lightning, as he does when he's riled sudden. But he was calm, and he was thinking hard. Presently he said, "Pat, that's a fool idea, and if you do the trick, it'll hurt you all the rest of your life. There's absolutely no reason to frighten Miss Hammond, and trying to arrest her would be such a damned outrage as won't be stood for in Al Cajon. If you're sore on me, send me to jail. I'll go. If you want to hurt Al Hammond, go and do it in some man kind of way. Don't take your spite out on us by insulting a lady who has come here to have a little visit. We're bad enough without being low down as greasers." It was a long talk for Gene, and I was surprised, as the rest of the fellers. Think of Gene Stewart talking soft and sweet to that red-eyed coyote of a sheriff. And Pat, he looked so devilishly gleeful that if something about Gene hadn't held me tight, I'd have got in the game myself. It was plain to me and others who spoke of it afterwards that Pat Haw had forgotten the law and the officer in the man and his hate. "I'm a-going, and I'm a-going right now," he shouted, and after that anyone could have heard a clock tick a mile off. Stewart seemed kind of choking, and he seemed to have been bewildered by the idea of how's confronting you. And finally he burst out, "But man, think who it is! It's Miss Hammond. If you seen her, even if you was locoed or drunk, you couldn't do it." "Couldn't I? Well, I'll show you damn quick. What do I care who she is? Them swell Eastern women. I've heard of them. They're not so much. This Hammond woman—" Suddenly Haw shut up, and with his red mug turning green, he went for his gun. Stillwell paused in his narrative to get breath, and he wiped his moist brow. And now his face began to lose its cragginess. It changed, it softened, it rippled and wrinkled, and all that strange mobility focused and shone in a wonderful smile. "And then, Miss Majesty, then there was something happened. Stewart took Pat's gun away from him and throwed it on the floor. And what followed was beautiful. Sure, it was the beautifulest sight I ever seen, only it came over so soon. A little while after, when the doctor came, he had another patient beside the wounded greaser, and he said that this new one would require about 4 months to be up and around cheerful like again. And Gene Stewart, he'd hit the trail for the border. Chapter 4. A Ride from Sunrise to Sunset. Next morning, when Madeline was aroused by her brother, it was not yet daybreak. The air chilled her, and in the gray gloom she had to feel around for matches and lamp. Her usual languid manner vanished at a touch of the cold water. Presently, when Alfred knocked on her door and said he was leaving a pitcher of hot water outside, she replied with chattering teeth, "Thank you, but I don't need it any more." She found it necessary, however, to warm her numb fingers before she could fasten hooks and buttons, and when she was dressed she marked in the dim mirror that there were tinges of red in her cheeks. "Well, if I don't have some color!" she exclaimed. Breakfast waited for her in the dining room. The sisters ate with her. Madeline quickly caught the feeling of brisk action that seemed to be in the air. From the back of the house sounded the tramp of boots and voices of men, and from outside came the dull thump of hoofs, the rattle of harness, and creak of wheels. Then Alfred came stamping in. "Majesty, here's where you get the real thing," he announced merrily. "We're rushing off, I'm sorry to say, but we must hustle back to the ranch. The fall roundup begins tomorrow. You will ride in the buckboard with Florence and Stillwell. I'll ride on ahead with the boys and fix up a little for you at the ranch. Your baggage will follow, but won't get here till tomorrow sometime. It's a long ride out, nearly 50 miles by wagon road. Flo, don't forget a couple of robes. Wrap her up well, and hustle getting ready. We're waiting." A little later, when Madeline went out with Florence, the gray gloom was lightening. Horses were champing bits and pounding gravel. "Mawnin', Miss Majesty," said Stillwell gruffly from the front seat of a high vehicle. Alfred bundled her up into the back seat and Florence after her and wrapped them with robes. Then he mounted his horse and started off. "Get up," growled Stillwell, and with a crack of his whip the team jumped into a trot. Florence whispered into Madeline's ear, "Bill's grouchy early in the morning. He'll thaw out soon as it gets warm." It was still so gray that Madeline could not distinguish objects at any considerable distance, and she left El Cajon without knowing what the town really looked like. She did know that she was glad to get out of it, and found an easier task of dispelling persistent, haunting memory. "Here come the cowboys," said Florence. A line of horsemen appeared coming from the right and fell in behind Alfred, and gradually they drew ahead to disappear from sight. While Madeline watched them, the gray gloom lightened into dawn. All about her was bare and dark. The horizon seemed close. Not a hill nor a tree broke the monotony. The ground appeared to be flat, but the road went up and down over little ridges. Madeline glanced backward in the direction of El Cajon and the mountains she had seen the day before, and she saw only bare and dark ground, like that which rolled before. A puff of cold wind struck her face, and she shivered. Florence noticed her and pulled up the second robe and tucked it closely round her up to her chin. "If we have a little wind, you'll sure feel it," said the Western girl. Madeline replied that she already felt it. The wind appeared to penetrate the robes. It was cold, pure, nipping. It was so thin she had to breathe as fast as if she were under ordinary exertion. It hurt her nose and made her lungs ache. "Aren't you cold?" asked Madeline. Florence laughed. "I'm used to it. I never get cold." The Western girl sat with ungloved hands on the outside of the robe She evidently did not need to draw up around her. Madeline thought she had never seen such a clear-eyed, healthy, splendid girl. "Do you like to see the sunrise?" asked Florence. "Yes, I think I do," replied Madeline thoughtfully. "Frankly, I have not seen it for years. We have beautiful sunrises, and sunsets from the ranch are glorious." Long lines of pink fire ran level with the eastern horizon, which appeared to recede as day brightened. A bank of thin, fleecy clouds was turning rose. To the south and west the sky was dark, but every moment it changed, the blue turning bluer. The eastern sky was opalescent, then in one place gathered a golden light, and slowly concentrated till it was like fire. The rosy bank of cloud turned to silver and pearl, and behind it shot up a great circle of gold. Above the dark horizon gleamed an intensely bright disk. It was the sun. It rose swiftly, blazing out the darkness between the ridges and giving color and distance to the sweep of land. "Well, well," drawled Stillwell, and stretched his huge arms as if he had just awakened. "That's something like." Florence nudged Madeline and winked at her. "Fine morning, girls," went on Old Bill, cracking his whip. "Miss Majesty, it'll be some uninteresting ride all morning, but when we get up a bit, you'll sure like it. There, look to the southwest, just over that farthest ridge." Madeline swept her gaze along the gray, sloping horizon line to where dark blue spires rose far beyond the ridge. "Peloncillo Mountains," said Stillwell. "That's home when we get there. We won't see no more of them till afternoon, when they rise up, sudden-like." Peloncillo. Madeline murmured the melodious name. Where had she heard it? Then she remembered. The cowboy Stewart had told the little Mexican girl, Bonita, to hit the Peloncillo Trail. Probably the girl had ridden the big, dark horse over this very road at night, alone. Madeline had a little shiver that was not occasioned by the cold wind. "There's a jack!" cried Florence suddenly. Madeline saw her first jackrabbit. It was as large as a dog, and its ears were enormous. It appeared to be impudently tame, and the horses kicked dust over it as they trotted by. From then on, Old Bill and Florence vied with each other in calling Madeline's attention to many things along the way. Coyotes stealing away into the brush, buzzards flapping over the carcass of a cow that had been mired in a wash, queer little lizards running swiftly across the road, cattle grazing in the hollows, adobe huts of Mexican herders, wild shaggy horses with heads high, watching from the gray ridges. All these things Madeline looked at, indifferently at first, because indifference had become habitual with her, and then with an interest that flourished up and insensibly grew as she rode on. It grew until sight of a little ragged Mexican boy astride the most diminutive burro she had ever seen awakened her to the truth. She had become conscious of faint, unmistakable awakening of long-dead feelings, enthusiasm and delight. When she realized that, she breathed deep of the cold, sharp air and experienced an inward joy. And she divined then, though she did not know why, that henceforth there would be something new in her life, something she had never felt before, something good for her soul in the homely, the commonplace, the natural, and the wild. Meanwhile, as Madeline gazed about her and listened to her companions, the sun rose higher and grew warm and soared and grew hot. The horses held tirelessly to their steady trot, and mile after mile of rolling land slipped by. From the top of a ridge, Madeline saw down into a hollow where a few of the cowboys had stopped and were sitting round a fire, evidently busy at the noonday meal. Their horses were feeding on the long gray grass. "Well, smelling that burning greasewood makes my mouth water," said Stillwell. "I'm sure hungry. We'll noon here and let the horses rest. It's a long pull to the ranch." He halted near the campfire and, clambering down, began to unharness the team. Florence leaped out and turned to help Madeline. "Walk around a little," she said. "You must be cramped from sitting so long. I'll get lunch ready." Madeline got down, glad to stretch her limbs, and began to stroll about. She heard Stillwell throw the harness on the ground and slap his horses. "Roll, you sons of guns," he said. Both horses bent their forelegs, heaved down on their sides, and tried to roll over. One horse succeeded on the fourth try, and then heaved up with a satisfied snort and shook off the dust and gravel. The other one failed to roll over, gave it up, half rose to his feet, and then lay down on the other side. "He's sure gonna feel the ground," said Florence, smiling at Madeline. "Miss Hammond, I suppose that prize horse of yours, White Stockings, would spoil his coat if he were to roll here in this greasewood and cactus." During lunchtime, Madeline observed that she was an object of manifestly great interest to the three cowboys. She returned the compliment and was amused to see that a glance their way caused them painful embarrassment. They were grown men, one of whom had white hair, yet they acted like boys caught in the act of stealing a forbidden look at a pretty girl. "Cowboys are sure all flirts," said Florence, as if stating an uninteresting fact, but Madeline detected a merry twinkle in her clear eyes. The cowboys heard, and the effect on them was magical. They fell to shamed confusion and to hurried, useless tasks. Madeline found it difficult to see where they had been bold, though evidently they were stricken with conscious guilt. She recalled appraising looks of critical English eyes, impudent French stares, burning Spanish glances, gauntlets which any American girl had to run abroad. Compared with foreign eyes, the eyes of these cowboys were those of smiling, eager babies. "Ha, ha!" roared Stillwell. "Florence, you just hit the nail on the head. Cowboys are all plumb flirts. I was wondering why them boys nooned here. This ain't no place to noon. Ain't no grazing or wood worth burning or nothing. Them boys just held up, throwed their packs, and waited for us. It ain't so surprising for Booley and Ned. They're young and coltish. But Nell's there. Why, he's old enough to be the pa of both you girls. It sure is amazin' strange." A silence ensued. The white-haired cowboy, Nels, fussed aimlessly over the campfire and then straightened up with a very red face. "Bill, you're a doggone liar," he said. "I reckon I won't stand to be classed with Booley and Ned. There ain't no cowboy on this range that's more appreciatin' of the ladies than me. But I sure ain't riding out of my way. I reckon I have enough riding to do. Now, Bill, if you've such doggone good eyes, maybe you seen something on the way out?" "Nails, I haven't seen nothing," he replied bluntly. His levity disappeared, and the red wrinkles narrowed round his searching eyes. "Just take a squint at these hoss tracks," said Nels, and he drew Stillwell a few paces aside and pointed to large hoofprints in the dust. "I reckon you know the hoss that made them?" "Jane Stewart's rowin', or I'm a son of a gun," exclaimed Stillwell, and he dropped heavily to his knees and began to scrutinize the tracks. "My eyes are sure poor, but Nels, they ain't fresh. I reckon them's tracks was made early yesterday morning." "Well, what if they was?" Stillwell looked at his cowboy. "It sure is that red nose of yourn Gene wasn't riding the roan. Who's saying he was? Bill, it's more in your eyes that's getting old. Just foller them tracks. Come on." Stillwell walked slowly, with his head bent, muttering to himself. Some 30 paces or more from the campfire he stopped short and again flopped to his knees. Then he crawled about, evidently examining horse tracks. "Nels, whoever was straddling Stewart's hoss met somebody, and they hauled up a bit, but didn't get down." "Tolerable good for you, Bill, that reasonin'," replied the cowboy. Stillwell presently got up and walked swiftly to the left for some rods, halted, and faced toward the southwest, then retraced his steps. He looked at the imperturbable cowboy. "Nels, I don't like this a little," he growled. "Them tracks make straight for the Peloncillo Trail." "Sure," replied Nels. "Well," went on Stillwell impatiently, "I reckon you know what hoss made the other tracks?" "I'm thinking hard, but I ain't sure." "It was Danny Maine's bronc." "How do you know that?" demanded Stillwell sharply. "Bill, the left front foot of that little hoss always wears a shoe that sets crooked. Any of the boys can tell you. I'd know that track if I was blind." Stillwell's ruddy face clouded, and he kicked at a cactus plant. "Was Danny coming or going?" he asked. "I reckon he was hitting the cross country for the Peloncillo Trail. But I ain't sure of that without back-trailing him a ways. I was just waiting for you to come up." "Nels, you don't think the boy sloped with that little hussy Bonita?" "Bill, he sure was sweet on Bonita, same as Jean was, and Ed Linton before he got engaged, and all the boys. She's sure chain lightning, that little black-eyed devil. Danny might have sloped with her all right. Danny was held up on the way to town, and then there's the shame of it, he got drunk. But he'll show up soon. Well, maybe you and the boys are right. I believe you are. Nels, there ain't no doubt on earth about who was riding Stewart's hoss. That's as plain as the hoss's tracks. Well, it's amazing strange. It beats me. I wish the boys would ease up on drinking. I was pretty fond of Danny and Jean. I'm afraid Jean's done for sure. If he crosses the border where he can fight, it won't take long for him to get plugged. I guess I'm getting old. I don't stand things like I used to. Bill, I reckon I'd better hit the Peloncillo Trail. Maybe I can find Danny." "I reckon you had, Nels," replied Stillwell. "But don't take more'n a couple days. We can't do much on the roundup without you. I'm short of boys." That ended the conversation. Stillwell immediately began to hitch up his team, and the cowboys went out to fetch their strayed horses. Madeline had been curiously interested, and she saw that Florence knew it. "Things happen, Miss Hammond," she said soberly, almost sadly. Madeline thought, and then, straightway, Florence began brightly to hum a tune and to busy herself repacking what was left of the lunch. Madeline conceived a strong liking and respect for this Western girl. She admired the consideration or delicacy or wisdom, whatever it was, which kept Florence from asking her what she knew or thought or felt about the events that had taken place. Soon they were once more bowling along the road, down a gradual incline, and then they began to climb a long ridge that had for hours hidden what lay beyond. That climb was rather tiresome, owing to the sun and the dust and the restricted view. When they reached the summit, Madeline gave a little gasp of pleasure. A deep, gray, smooth valley opened below and sloped up on the other side in little ridges like waves, and these led to the foothills, dotted with clumps of brush or trees, and beyond rose dark mountains, pine-fringed and crag-spired. "Well, Miss Majesty, now we're getting somewhere," said Stillwell, cracking his whip. 10 miles across this valley, and we'll be in the foothills where the Apaches used to run." 10 miles!" exclaimed Madeline. "It looks no more than half a mile to me." "Well, young woman, before you go to riding off alone, you want to get your eyes corrected to western distance. Now, what did you call them black things off there on the slope?" "Horsemen? No, cattle," replied Madeline, doubtfully. "Nope, just plain everyday cactus. And over here, look down the valley. Something of a pretty forest, ain't that?" he asked, pointing. Madeline saw a beautiful forest in the center of the valley toward the south. "Well, Miss Majesty, that's just this deceiving air. There's no forest. It's a mirage." "Indeed, how beautiful it is!" Madeline strained her gaze on the dark spot, and it seemed to float in the atmosphere, to have no clearly defined margins, to waver and shimmer, and then it faded and vanished. The mountains dropped down again behind the horizon, and presently the road began once more to slope up. The horses slowed to a walk. There was a mile of rolling ridge, and then came the foothills. The road ascended through winding valleys. Trees and brush and rocks began to appear in the dry ravines. There was no water, yet all along the sandy washes were indications of floods at some periods. The heat and the dust stifled Madeline, and she had already become tired. Still she looked with all her eyes, and saw birds, and beautiful quail with crests, and rabbits, and once she saw a deer. "Miss Majesty," said Stillwell, "in the early days the Indians made this country a bad one to live in. I reckon you never heard much about them times. Surely you was hardly born then. I'll have to tell you some day how I fought Comanches in the Panhandle. That was northern Texas, and I had some mighty hair-raising scares on this country with Apaches." He told her about Cochise, chief of the Chiricahua Apaches, the most savage and bloodthirsty tribe that ever made life a horror for the pioneer. Cochise befriended the whites once, but he was the victim of that friendliness, and he became the most implacable of foes. Then Geronimo, another Apache chief, had, as late as 1885, gone on the warpath and had left a bloody trail down the New Mexico and Arizona line almost to the border. Lone ranchmen and cowboys had been killed, and mothers had shot their children and then themselves in the approach of the Apache. The name Apache curdled the blood of any woman in the Southwest in those days. Madeline shuddered and was glad when the old frontiersman changed the subject and began to talk of the settling of that country by the Spaniards, the legends of the lost gold mines handed down to the Mexicans, and the strange stories of heroism and mystery and religion. The Mexicans had not advanced much in spite of the spread of civilization to the Southwest. They were still superstitious and believed the legends of treasures hidden in the walls of their missions, and that unseen hands rolled rocks down the gullies upon the heads of prospectors who dared to hunt for the lost mines of the Padres. "Up in the mountains back of my ranch there's a lost mine," said Stillwell. "Maybe it's only a legend, but somehow I believe it's there. Other lost mines have been found, and as for the rolling stones, I sure know that's true, as anyone can find out if he goes trailing up the gulch. Maybe that's only the weathering of the cliffs. It's a sleepy, strange country, this Southwest, and Miss Majesty, you're a-goin' to love it. You'll call it romantic. Well, I reckon romantic is correct. A fellow gets lazy out here and dreamy, and he wants to put off work till tomorrow. Some folks say it's a land of manana, a land of tomorrow. That's the Mexican of it. But I like best to think of what a lady said to me once. An educated lady like you, Miss Majesty. Well, she said it's a land where it's always afternoon. I liked that. I always get up sore in the mornings and don't feel good till noon. But in the afternoon I get sort of warm and like things. And sunset is my time. I reckon I don't want nothing any finer than sunset from my ranch. You look out over a valley that spreads wide between Guadalupe Mountains and the Chiricahuas, down across the red Arizona desert, clear to the Sierra Madres in Mexico. 200 miles, Miss Majesty, and all as clear as print. And the sun gets behind all that. When my time comes to die, I'd like it to be on my porch, smoking my pipe and facing the west." So the old cattleman talked on while Madeline listened, and Florence dozed in her seat, and the sun began to wane, and the horses climbed steadily. Presently, at the foot of the steep ascent, Stillwell got out and walked, leading the team. During this long climb, fatigue claimed Madeline, and she drowsily closed her eyes, to find when she opened them again that the glaring white sky had changed to a steel blue. The sun had sunk behind the foothills, and the air was growing chilly. Stillwell had returned to the driving seat and was chuckling to the horses. Shadows crept up out of the hollows. "Well, Flo," said Stillwell, "I reckon we'd better have the rest of that lunch there before dark." "You didn't leave much of it," laughed Florence, as she produced the basket from under the seat. While they ate, the short twilight shaded, and gloom filled the hollows. Madeline saw the first star, a faint winking point of light. The sky had now changed to a hazy gray. Madeline saw it gradually clear and darken, and to show other faint stars. After that there was perceptible deepening of the gray, and an enlarging of the stars, and a brightening of newborn ones. Night seemed to come on the cold wind. Madeline was glad to have the robes close around her and to lean against Florence. The hollows were now black, but the tops of the foothills gleamed pale in a soft light. The steady tramp of the horses went on, the creak of wheels and the crunching of gravel. Madeline grew so sleepy that she could not keep her weary eyelids from falling. There were drowsier spells in which she lost the feeling of where she was, and these were disturbed by the jolt of wheels over a rough place. Then came a blank interval, short or long, which ended in a more violent lurch of the buckboard. Madeline awoke to find her head on Florence's shoulder. She sat up laughing and apologizing for her laziness. Florence assured her they would soon reach the ranch. Madeline observed then that the horses were once more trotting. The wind was colder, the night darker, the foothills flatter, and the sky was now a wonderful deep velvet blue, blazing with millions of stars. Some of them were magnificent. How strange and white and alive! Again, Madeline felt the insistence of familiar yet baffling associations. Those white stars called strangely to her, or haunted her. Chapter 5. The Roundup. It was a crackling and roaring of fire that awakened Madeline next morning, and the first thing she saw was a huge stone fireplace in which lay a bundle of blazing sticks. Someone had kindled a fire while she slept. For a moment, the curious sensation of being lost returned to her. She just dimly remembered reaching the ranch and being taken into a huge house and a huge dimly lit room, and it seemed to her that she had gone to sleep at once, and had awakened without remembering how she had gotten to bed. But she was awake in an instant. The bed stood near one end of an enormous chamber. The adobe walls resembled a hall in an ancient feudal castle, stone-floored, stone-walled, and with great darkened rafters running across the ceiling. The few articles of furniture were worn out and sadly dilapidated. Light flooded into the room from 2 windows on the right of the fireplace and 2 on the left, and another large window near the bedstead. Looking out from where she lay, Madeline saw a dark, slow upsweep of mountain. Her eyes returned to the cheery, snapping fire, and she watched it while gathering courage to get up. The room was cold. When she did slip her bare feet out upon the stone floor, she very quickly put them back under the warm blankets. And she was still in bed, trying to pluck up her courage, when, with a knock on the door and a cheerful greeting, Florence entered, carrying steaming hot water. "Good morning, Miss Hammond. I hope you slept well. You sure were tired last night. I imagine you'll find this old rancho house as cold as a barn. It'll warm up directly. Al's gone with the boys and Bill. We're to ride down on the range after a while when your baggage comes." Florence wore a woolen blouse with a scarf round her neck, a short corduroy divided skirt, and boots, and while she talked, she energetically heaped up the burning wood in the fireplace, and laid Madeline's clothes at the foot of the bed, and heated a rug and put that on the floor by the bedside. And lastly, with a sweet, direct smile, she said, "Al told me, and I sure saw myself, that you weren't used to being without your maid. Will you let me help you?" "Thank you. I am going to be my own maid for a while. I expect I do appear a very helpless individual, but really I do not feel so. Perhaps I have had just a little too much waiting on. All right, breakfast will be ready soon, and after that we'll look about the place. Madeline was charmed with the old Spanish house, and the more she saw of it, the more she thought what a delightful home it could be made. All the doors opened into a courtyard, or patio, as Florence called it. The house was low, in the shape of a rectangle, and so immense in size that Madeline wondered if it had been a Spanish barracks. Many of the rooms were dark, without windows, and they were empty. Others were full of ranchers' implements and sacks of grain and bales of hay. Florence called these last alfalfa. The house itself appeared strong and well preserved, and was very picturesque, but in the living rooms were only the barest necessities, and these were worn out and comfortless. However, when Madeline went outdoors, she forgot the cheerless, bare interior. Florence led the way out on a porch and waved a hand at a vast colored void. "That's what Bill likes," she said. At first Madeline could not tell what was sky and what was land. The immensity of the scene stunned her faculties of conception. She sat down in one of the old rocking chairs and looked, and knew that she was not grasping the reality of what stretched wondrously before her. "We're up at the edge of the foothills," Florence said. "You remember we rode around the northern end of the mountain range? Well, that's behind us now, and you look down across the line into Arizona and Mexico. That long slope of gray is the head of the San Bernardino Valley. Straight across you see the black Chiricahua Mountains, and away to the south the Guadalupe Mountains. That awful red gulf between is the desert, and far, far beyond the dim blue peaks are the Sierra Madres in Mexico." Madeline listened and gazed with straining eyes, and wondered if this was only a stupendous mirage, and why it seemed so different from all else that she had seen, and so endless, so baffling, so grand. "It'll sure take you a little while to get used to being up high and seeing so much," explained Florence. "That's the secret. We're up high, and the air is clear, and there's the whole bare world beneath us. Don't it somehow arrest you? Well, it will. Now see those specks in the valley? They are stations, little towns. The railroad goes down that way. The largest speck is Chiricahua. It's over 40 miles by trail. Here round to the north you can see Don Carlos Rancho. He's 15 miles off, and I sure wish he were 1,000. That little green square about halfway between here and Don Carlos, that's Al's ranch. Just below us are the adobe houses of the Mexicans. There's a church, too. And here to the left you see Stillwell's corrals and bunkhouses and his stables all fallen to pieces. The ranch has gone to ruin. All the ranches are going to ruin. But most of them are little one-horse affairs. And here, see that cloud of dust down in the valley? It's the roundup. The boys are there, and the cattle. Wait, I'll get the glasses." By their aid, Madeline saw in the foreground a great dense herd of cattle, with dark thick streams and dotted lines of cattle leading in every direction. She saw streaks and clouds of dust, running horses, and a band of horses grazing, and she descried horsemen standing still like sentinels, and others in action. "The roundup! I want to know all about it, to see it," declared Madeline. "Please tell me what it means. What's it for? And then take me down there." "It's sure a sight, Miss Hammond. I'll be glad to take you down, but I fancy you'll not want to go close. Few Eastern people, who regularly eat their choice cuts of roast beef and porterhouse, have any idea of the open range and the struggle cattle have to live, and the hard life of cowboys. It'll sure open your eyes, Miss Hammond. I'm glad you cared to know. Your brother would have made a big success in this cattle business if it hadn't been for crooked work by rival ranchers. He'll make it yet, in spite of them. "Indeed he shall," replied Madeline. "But tell me, please, all about the roundup." "Well, in the first place, every cattleman has to have a brand to identify his stock. Without it, no cattleman, nor half 100 cowboys, if he had so many, could ever recognize all the cattle in a big herd. There are no fences on our ranges. They are all open to everybody. Some day I hope we'll be rich enough to fence a range. The different herds graze together. Every calf has to be caught, if possible, and branded with the mark of its mother. That's no easy job. A maverick is an unbranded calf that has been weaned and shifts for itself. The maverick then belongs to the man who finds it and brands it. These little calves that lose their mothers sure have a cruel time of it. Many of them die. Then the coyotes and wolves and lions prey on them. Every year we have 2 big roundups, but the boys do some branding all the year. A calf should be branded as soon as it's found. This is a safeguard against cattle thieves. We don't have the rustling of herds and bunches of cattle like we used to, but there's always the calf thief, and always will be as long as there's cattle raising. The thieves have a good many cunning tricks. They kill the calf's mother, or slit the calf's tongue so it can't suck and so loses its mother. They steal and hide a calf, and watch it till it's big enough to fare for itself, and then brand it. They make imperfect brands and finish them at a later time. We have our big roundup in the fall, when there's plenty of grass and water, and all the riding stock as well as the cattle are in fine shape. The cattlemen in the valley meet with their cowboys and drive in all the cattle they can find. Then they brand and cut out each man's herd and drive it toward home. Then they go on up or down the valley, make another camp, and drive more cattle. It takes weeks. There are so many greasers with little bands of stock, and they are all crafty and greedy. Bill says he knows greaser cowboys, vaqueros, who never owned a steer or a cow, and now they've got growing herds. The same might be said of more than one white cowboy, but there's not as much of that as there used to be. And the horses, I want to know about them, said Madeline, when Florence paused. Oh, the cow ponies. Well, they sure are interesting. Broncos, the boys call 'em. Wild. They're wilder than the steers they have to chase. Bill's got broncos here that never have been broken and never will be. And not every boy can ride them, either. Vaqueros have the finest horses. Don Carlos has a black that I'd give anything to own, and he has other fine stock. Gene Stewart's big roan is a Mexican horse, the swiftest and proudest I ever saw. I was up on him once, and oh, can he run! He likes a woman, too, and that's sure something I want in a horse. I heard Al and Bill talking at breakfast about a horse for you. They were wrangling. Bill wants you to have one, and Al another. It was funny to hear them. Finally, they left the choice to me until the roundup is over. Then, I suppose every cowboy on the range will offer you his best mount. Come on, let's go out to the corrals and look over the few horses left. For Madeline, the morning hours flew by, with a goodly part of the time spent on the porch gazing out over that ever-changing vista. At noon, a teamster drove up with her trunks. Then, while Florence helped the Mexican woman get lunch, Madeline unpacked part of her effects and got out things for which she would have immediate need. After lunch, she changed her dress for a riding habit, and going outside, found Florence waiting with the horses. The Western girl's clear eyes seemed to take stock of Madeline's appearance in one swift, inquisitive glance, and then shone with pleasure. "You sure you're a picture, Miss Hammond. That riding outfit is a new one. What it'd look like on me or another woman, I can't imagine, but on you, it's stunning. Bill won't let you go within a mile of the cowboys. If they see you, that'll be the finish of the roundup." While they rode down the slope, Florence talked about the open ranges of New Mexico and Arizona. "Water's scarce," she said. "If Bill could afford to pipe water down from the mountains, he'd have the finest ranch in the valley." She went on to tell that the climate was mild in winter and hot in summer. Warm, sunshiny days prevailed nearly all the year round. Some summers it rained, and occasionally there would be a dry year, the dreaded año seco of the Mexicans. Rain was always expected and prayed for in the midsummer months, and when it came the grama grass sprang up, making the valleys green from mountain to mountain. The intersecting valleys, ranging between the long slope of foothills, afforded the best pasture for cattle, and these were jealously sought by the Mexicans who had only small herds to look after. Stillwell's cowboys were always chasing these vaqueros off land that belonged to Stillwell. He owned 20,000 acres of unfenced land adjoining the open range. Don Carlos possessed more acreage than that, and his cattle were always mingling with Stillwell's. And in turn, Don Carlos vaqueros were always chasing Stillwell's cattle away from the Mexicans' watering place. Bad feeling had been manifesting for years, and now relations were strained to the breaking point. As Madeline rode along, she made good use of her eyes. The soil was sandy and porous, and she understood why the rain and water from the few springs disappeared so quickly. At a little distance the grama grass appeared thick, but near at hand it was seen to be sparse. Bunches of greasewood and cactus plants were interspersed here and there in the grass. What surprised Madeline was the fact that though she and Florence had seemed to be riding quite a while, they had apparently not drawn any closer to the roundup. The slope of the valley was noticeable only after some miles had been traversed. Looking forward, Madeline imagined the valley only a few miles wide. She would have been sure she could walk her horse across it in an hour. Yet that black, bold range of Chiricahua Mountains was distant a long day's journey for even a hard-riding cowboy. It was only by looking back that Madeline could grasp the true relation of things. She could not be deceived by distance she had covered. Gradually the black dots enlarged and assumed shapes of cattle and horses moving round a great dusty patch. In another half-hour Madeline rode behind Florence to the outskirts of the scene of action. They drew rein near a huge wagon in the neighborhood of which were more than 100 horses, grazing and whistling and trotting about and lifting heads to watch the newcomers. 4 cowboys stood mounted guard over this drove of horses. Perhaps a quarter of a mile farther out was a dusty melee. A roar of tramping hoofs filled Madeline's ears. The lines of marching cattle had merged into a great moving herd, half obscured by dust. "I can make little of what is going on," said Madeline. "I want to go closer." They trotted across half the intervening distance, and when Florence halted again, Madeline was still not satisfied and asked to be taken nearer. This time, before they reined in again, Al Hammond saw them and wheeled his horse in their direction. He yelled something which Madeline did not understand, and then halted them. "Close enough," he called, and in the din his voice was not very clear. "It's not safe. Wild steers. I'm glad you came, girls. Majesty, what do you think of that bunch of cattle?" Madeline could scarcely reply what she thought, for the noise and dust and ceaseless action confused her. "They're milling, Al," said Florence. "We just rounded them up. They're milling, and that's bad. The vaqueros are hard drivers. They beat us all hollow, and we drove some too." He was wet with sweat, black with dust, and out of breath. "I'm off now, Flo. My sister will have enough of this in about 2 minutes. Take her back to the wagon. I'll tell Bill you're here, and run in whenever I get a chance." The bawling and bellowing, the crackling of horns and pounding of hoofs, the dusty whirl of cattle and the flying cowboys disconcerted Madeline and frightened her a little. But she was intensely interested and meant to stay there until she saw for herself what that strife of sound and action meant. When she tried to take in the whole scene, she did not make out anything clearly, and she determined to see it little by little. "Will you stay longer?" asked Florence, and receiving an affirmative reply, she warned Madeline, "If a runaway steer or angry cow comes this way, let your horse go. He'll get out of the way." That lent the situation excitement, and Madeline became absorbed. The great mass of cattle seemed to be eddying like a whirlpool, and from that Madeline understood the significance of the range word milling. But when Madeline looked at one end of the herd, she saw cattle standing still, facing outward, and calves cringing close in fear. The motion of the cattle slowed from the inside of the herd to the outside and gradually ceased. The roar and tramp of hoofs and crack of horns and thump of heads also ceased in degree, but the bawling and bellowing continued. While she watched, the herd spread, grew less dense, and stragglers appeared to be about to bolt through the line of mounted cowboys. From that moment so many things happened, and so swiftly, that Madeline could not see a tenth of what was going on within eyesight. It seemed horsemen darted into the herd and drove out cattle. Madeline pinned her gaze on one cowboy who rode a white horse and was chasing a steer. He whirled a lasso around his head and threw it. The rope streaked out, and the loop caught the leg of the steer. The white horse stopped with wonderful suddenness, and the steer slid in the dust. Quick as a flash, the cowboy was out of the saddle, and grasping the legs of the steer before it could rise, he tied them with a rope. It had all been done almost as quickly as thought. Another man came with what Madeline divined was a branding iron. He applied it to the flank of the steer. Then it seemed the steer was up with a jump, wildly looking for some way to run, and the cowboy was circling his lasso. Madeline saw fires in the background, with a man in charge, evidently heating the irons. Then this same cowboy roped a heifer which bawled lustily when the hot iron seared its hide. Madeline saw the smoke rising from the touch of the iron, and the sight made her shrink and want to turn away, but she resolutely fought her sensitiveness. She had never been able to bear the sight of any animal suffering. The rough work in men's lives was as a sealed book to her, and now, for some reason beyond her knowledge, she wanted to see and hear and learn some of the everyday duties that made up their lives. "Look, Miss Hammond, there's Don Carlos," said Florence. "Look at that black horse." Madeline saw a dark-faced Mexican riding by. He was too far away for her to distinguish his features, but he reminded her of an Italian brigand. He bestrode a magnificent horse. Stillwell rode up to the girls then and greeted them in his big voice. "Right in the thick of it, hey? Well, that's sure fine. I'm glad to see, Miss Majesty, that you ain't afraid of a little dust or smell of burning hide and hair." "Couldn't you brand the calves without hurting them?" asked Madeline. "Ha, ha! Why, they ain't hurt none. They just bawl for their mammas. Sometimes, though, we have to hurt one just to find which is his mama." "I want to know how you tell what brand to put on those calves that are separated from their mothers," asked Madeline. "That's decided by the roundup bosses. I've one boss, and Don Carlos has one. They decide everything, and they have to be obeyed. There's Nick Steele, my boss. Watch him. He's riding a bay in among the cattle there. He orders the calves and steers to be cut out. Then the cowboys do the cutting out and the branding. We try to divide up the mavericks as near as possible." At this juncture, Madeline's brother joined the group, evidently in search of Stillwell. "Bill, Nels just rode in," he said. "Good. We sure need him. Any news of Danny Mames?" "No. Nels said he lost the trail when he got on hard ground." "Well, well. Say, Al, your sister is sure taking to the roundup, and the boys are getting wise. See that son of a gun, Ambrose, cutting capers all around? He'll sure do his prettiest. Ambrose is a ladies' man, he thinks." The two men and Florence joined in a little pleasant teasing of Madeline, and drew her attention to what appeared to be really unnecessary feats of horsemanship, all made in her vicinity. The cowboys evinced their interest in covert glances while recoiling a lasso or while passing to and fro. It was all too serious for Madeline to be amused at that moment. She did not care to talk. She sat her horse and watched. The lithe, dark vaqueros fascinated her. They were here, there, everywhere, with lariats flying, horses plunging back, jerking calves and yearlings to the grass. They were cruel to their mounts, cruel to their cattle. Madeline winced as the great silver rowels of their spurs went plowing into the flanks of their horses. She saw these spurs stained with blood, choked with hair. She saw the vaqueros break the legs of calves and let them lie till a white cowboy came along and shot them. Calves were jerked down and dragged many yards. Steers were pulled by one leg. These vaqueros were the most superb horsemen Madeline had ever seen, and she had seen the Cossacks and Tatars of the Russian steppes. They were swift, graceful, daring. They never failed to catch a running steer, and the lassos always went true. What sharp dashes the horses made, and wheelings here and there, and sudden stops, and how they braced themselves to withstand the shock. The cowboys likewise showed wonderful horsemanship, and, reckless as they were, Madeline imagined she saw consideration for steed and cattle that was wanting in the vaqueros. They changed mounts oftener than the Mexican riders, and the horses they unsaddled for fresh ones were not so spent, so wet, so covered with lather. It was only after an hour or more of observation that Madeline began to realize the exceedingly toilsome and dangerous work cowboys had to perform. There was little or no rest for them. They were continually among wild and vicious and wide-horned steers. In many instances they owed their lives to their horses. The danger came mostly when the cowboy leaped off to tie and brand a calf he had thrown. Some of the cows charged with lowered, twisting horns. Time and again Madeline's heart leaped to her throat for fear a man would be gored. One cowboy roped a calf that bawled loudly. Its mother dashed in and just missed the kneeling cowboy as he rolled over. Then he had to run, and he could not run very fast. He was bow-legged and appeared awkward. Madeline saw another cowboy thrown and nearly run over by a plunging steer. His horse bolted as if it intended to leave the range. Then close by Madeline a big steer went down at the end of a lasso. The cowboy who had thrown it nimbly jumped down, and at that moment his horse began to rear and prance and suddenly to lower his head close to the ground and kick high. He ran around in a circle, the fallen steer on the taut lasso acting as a pivot. The cowboy loosed the rope from the steer and then was dragged about on the grass. It was almost frightful for Madeline to see that cowboy go at his horse, but she recognized the mastery and skill. Then two horses came into collision on the run. One horse went down. The rider of the other was unseated and was kicked before he could get up. This fellow limped to his mount and struck at him, while the horse showed his teeth in a vicious attempt to bite. All the while this ceaseless activity was going on, there was a strange uproar. Bawl and bellow, the shock of heavy bodies meeting and falling, the shrill jabbering of the vaqueros, and the shouts and bannerings of the cowboys. They took sharp orders and replied in jest. They went about this stern toil as if it were a game to be played in good humor. One sang a rollicking song, another whistled, another smoked a cigarette. The sun was hot, and they, like their horses, were dripping with sweat. The characteristic red faces had taken on so much dust that cowboys could not be distinguished from vaqueros except by the difference in dress. Blood was not wanting on tireless hands. The air was thick, oppressive, rank with the smell of cattle and of burning hide. Madeline began to sicken. She choked on dust, was almost stifled by the odor, but that made her all the more determined to stay there. Florence urged her to come away, or at least move back out of the worst of it. Stillwell seconded Florence. Madeline, however, smilingly refused. Then her brother said, "Here, this is making you sick. You're pale." And she replied that she intended to stay until the day's work ended. Al gave her a strange look and made no more comment. The kindly Stillwell then began to talk. "Miss Majesty, you're seeing the life of the cattleman and the cowboy. The real thing, same as it was in the early days. the ranchers in Texas and some in Arizona have took on newfangled ideas that are good, and I wish we could follow them. But you gotta stick to the old-fashioned open-range roundup. It looks cruel to you, I can see that. Well, maybe so, maybe so. Them greasers are cruel, that's certain. For that matter, I never seen a greaser who wasn't cruel. But I reckon all the strenuous work you've seen today ain't any tougher than most any day of a cowboy's life. Long hours on horseback, poor grub, sleeping on the ground, lonesome watches, dust and sun and wind and thirst, day in, day out, all year round. That's what a cowboy has. Look at Nels there. See what little hair he has? It's snow white. He's red and thin and hard, burned up. You notice that hump of his shoulders and his hands when he gets close? Just take a peep at those hands. Nels can't pick up a pin, can't hardly button his shirt or untie a knot in his rope. He looks 60 years, an old man. Well, Nels ain't seen 40. He's a young man, but he's seen a lifetime for every year. Miss Majesty, it was Arizona that made Nels what he is, the Arizona desert and the work of a cowman. He's seen riding in Caño Diablo and the Verde and Tonto Basin. He knows every mile of Aravaipa Valley and the Pinalena County. He's ranged from Tombstone to Douglas. He had shot bad white men and bad greasers before he was 21. He's seen some life, Nels has. My 60 years ain't nothing. My early days in the Staked Plains on the border with Apaches ain't nothing to what Nels has seen and lived through. He's just come to be part of the desert. You might say he's stone and fire and silence and cactus and force. He's a man, Miss Majesty, a wonderful man. Rough, he'll seem to you. Well, I'll show you pieces of quartz from the mountains back of my ranch, and they're that tough they'd cut your hands, but there's pure gold in them, and so it is with Nels and many of these cowboys. And there's Price, Monty Price. Monty stands for Montana, where he hails from. Take a good look at him, Miss Majesty. He's been hurt, I reckon. That accounts for him being without hoss or rope, and that limp. Well, he's been ripped a little. And it's sure rare and seldom that a cowboy gets foul of one of them thousands of sharp horns, but it does happen. Madeline saw a very short, wizened little man, ludicrously bow-legged, with a face the color and hardness of a burned-out cinder. He was hobbling by toward the wagon, and one of his short, crooked legs dragged. "Not much to look at, is he?" went on Stillwell. "Well, I know it's natural that we're all best pleased by good looks in any one, even a man. It hadn't ought to be that way. Monty Price looks like hell. But appearances are sure deceiving. Monty saw years of riding along the Missouri bottoms, the big prairies, where there's high grass and sometimes fires. In Montana, they have blizzards that freeze cattle standing in their tracks, and hosses freeze to death. They tell me that a driving sleet in the face with a mercury 40 below is something to ride against. You can't get Monty to say much about cold. All you have to do is to watch him, how he hunts the sun. It never gets too hot for Monty. Well, I reckon he was a little more prepossessing once. The story that come to us about Monty is this. He got caught out in a prairie fire and could have saved himself easy, but there was a lone ranch right in the line of fire, and Monty knowed the rancher was away and his wife and baby was home. He knowed, too, the way the wind was, that ranch house would burn. It was a long chance he was taking, but he went over, put the woman up on behind him, wrapped the baby and his hoss head in a wet blanket, and rode away. That was sure some ride, I've heard. But the fire ketched Monty at the last. The woman fell and was lost. And then his hoss. And Monty ran and walked and crawled through the fire with that baby, and he saved it. Monty was never much good as a cowboy after that. He couldn't hold no jobs. Well, he'll have one with me, as long as I have a steer left. Chapter 6. A Gift and a Purchase. For a week, the scene of the roundup lay within riding distance of the ranch house, and Madeline passed most of this time in the saddle, watching the strenuous labors of the vaqueros and cowboys. She overestimated her strength, and more than once had to be lifted from her horse. Stillwell's pleasure in her attendance gave place to concern. He tried to persuade her to stay away from the roundup, and Florence grew even more solicitous. Madeline, however, was not moved by their entreaties. She grasped only dimly the truth of what it was she was learning, something infinitely more than the rounding up of cattle by cowboys, and she was loath to lose an hour of her opportunity. Her brother looked out for her as much as his duties permitted, but for several days he never once mentioned her growing fatigue and the strain of excitement, or suggested she had better go back to the house with Florence. Many times she felt the drawing power of his keen blue eyes on her face, and at these moments she sensed more than brotherly regard. He was watching her, studying her, weighing her, and the conviction was vaguely disturbing. It was disquieting for Madeline to think that Alfred might have guessed her trouble. From time to time he brought cowboys to her and introduced them, and laughed and jested, trying to make the ordeal less embarrassing for these men so little used to women. Before the week was out, however, Alfred found occasion to tell her that it would be easier for her to let the roundup go on without gracing it further with her presence. He said it laughingly. Nevertheless, he was serious, and when Madeline turned to him in surprise, he said bluntly, "I don't like the way Don Carlos follows you around. Bill's afraid that Nels or Ambrose or one of the cowboys will take a fallout with the Mexican. They're itching for the chance. Of course, dear, it's absurd to you, but it's true." Absurd it certainly was, yet it served to show Madeline how intensely occupied she had been with her own feelings, roused by the tumult and toil of the roundup. She recalled that Don Carlos had been presented to her, and that she had not liked his dark, striking face with its bold, prominent, glittering eyes and sinister lines, and she had not liked his suave, sweet, insinuating voice, or his subtle manner with its slow bows and gestures. She had thought he looked handsome and dashing on the magnificent black horse. However, now that Alfred's words made her think, she recalled that wherever she had been in the field, the noble horse with his silver-mounted saddle and his dark rider had been always in her vicinity. "Don Carlos has been after Florence for a long time," said Alfred. "He's not a young man by any means. He's 50, Bill says, but you can seldom tell a Mexican's age from his looks. Don Carlos is well educated, and a man we know very little about. Mexicans of his stamp don't regard women as we white men do. Now, my dear beautiful sister from New York, I haven't much use for Don Carlos, but I don't want Nels or Ambrose to make a wild throw with a rope and pull the Don off his horse. So you had better ride up to the house and stay there." "Alfred, you are joking, teasing me," said Madeline. "Indeed not," replied Alfred. "How about it, Flo?" Florence replied that the cowboys would, upon the slightest provocation, treat Don Carlos with less ceremony and gentleness than a roped steer. Old Bill Stillwell came up to be importuned by Alfred regarding the conduct of cowboys on occasion, and he not only corroborated the assertion, but added emphasis and evidence of his own. "And, Miss Majesty," he concluded, "I reckon if Gene Stewart was riding for me, that grinning greaser would have had a bump in the dust before now." Madeline had been wavering between sobriety and laughter until Stillwell's mention of his ideal of cowboy chivalry decided in favor of the laughter. "I am not convinced, but I surrender," she said. "You have only some occult motive for driving me away. I am sure that handsome Don Carlos is being unjustly suspected, but as I have seen a little of Cowboy's singular imagination and gallantry, I am rather inclined to fear their possibilities. So goodbye." Then she rode with Florence up the long gray slope to the ranch house. That night she suffered from excessive weariness, which she attributed more to the strange working of her mind than to riding and sitting her horse. Morning, however, found her in no disposition to rest. It was not activity that she craved, or excitement, or pleasure. An unerring instinct, rising dear from the thronging sensations of the last few days, told her that she had missed something in life. It could not have been love, for she loved brother, sister, parents, friends. It could not have been consideration for the poor, the unfortunate, the hapless. She had expressed her sympathy for these by giving freely. It could not have been pleasure, culture, travel, society, wealth, position, fame, for these had been hers all her life. Whatever this something was, she had baffling intimations of it, hopes that faded on the verge of realizations, haunting promises that were unfulfilled. Whatever it was, it had remained hidden and unknown at home, and here in the West it began to allure and drive her to discovery. Therefore she could not rest. She wanted to go and see. She was no longer chasing phantoms. It was a hunt for treasure that held aloof, as intangible as the substance of dreams. That morning she spoke a desire to visit the Mexican quarters lying at the base of the foothills. Florence protested that this was no place to take Madeline, but Madeline insisted, and it required only a few words and a persuading smile to win Florence over. From the porch, the cluster of adobe houses added a picturesque touch of color and contrast to the waste of gray valley. Near at hand, they proved the enchantment lent by distance. They were old, crumbling, broken down, squalid. A few goats climbed around upon them. A few mangy dogs barked announcement of visitors. And then a troop of half-naked, dirty, ragged children ran out. They were very shy, and at first retreated in affright. But kind words and smiles gained their confidence, and then they followed in a body, gathering a quota of new children at each house. Madeline at once conceived the idea of doing something to better the condition of these poor Mexicans, and with this in mind she decided to have a look indoors. She fancied she might have been an apparition, judging from the effect her presence had upon the first woman she encountered. While Florence exercised what little Spanish she had command of, trying to get the women to talk, Madeline looked about the miserable little rooms, and there grew upon her a feeling of sickness, which increased as she passed from one house to another. She had not believed such squalor could exist anywhere in America. The huts reeked of filth. Vermin crawled over the dirt floors. There was absolutely no evidence of water, and she believed what Florence told her, that these people never bathed. There was little evidence of labor. Idle men and women smoking cigarettes lolled about, some silent, others jabbering. They did not resent the visit of the American woman, nor did they show hospitality. They appeared stupid. Disease was rampant in these houses. When the doors were shut, there was no ventilation, and even with the doors open, Madeline felt choked and stifled. A powerful penetrating odor pervaded the rooms that were less stifling than others, and this odor, Florence explained, came from a liquor the Mexicans distilled from a cactus plant. Here drunkenness was manifest, a terrible inert drunkenness that made its victims death-like. Madeline could not extend her visit to the little mission house. She saw a padre, a starved, sad-faced man, whom she instinctively felt was good. She managed to mount her horse and ride up to the house, but once there, she weakened, and Florence had almost to carry her indoors. She fought off a faintness, only to succumb to it when alone in her room. Still, she did not entirely lose consciousness, and soon recovered to the extent that she did not require assistance. Upon the morning after the end of the roundup, When she went out on the porch, her brother and Stillwell appeared to be arguing about the identity of a horse. "Well, I reckon it's my old roan," said Stillwell, shading his eyes with his hand. "Bill, if that isn't Stuart's horse, my eyes are going back on me," replied Al. "It's not the color or shape. The distance is too far to judge by that. It's the motion, the swing." "Al, maybe you're right, but there ain't no rider up on that hoss. Flo, fetch my glass." Flo went into the house while Madeline tried to discover the object of attention. Presently, far up the gray hollow along a foothill, she saw dust and then the dark, moving figure of a horse. She was watching when Florence returned with a glass. Bill took a long look, adjusting the glasses carefully, and tried again. "Well, I hate to admit my eyes are getting poor, but I guess I'll have to. That's Gene Stewart's hoss, saddled and comin' at a fast clip without a rider. It's amazin' strange, and some in keepin' with other things concernin' Gene." "Give me the glass," said Al. "Yes, I was right. Bill, the horse is not frightened. He's coming steady. He's got something on his mind." "That's a trained hoss, Al. He has more sense than some men I know. Take a look with the glasses up the hollow. See anybody?" "No." "Swing up over the foothills, where the trail leads, higher, along that ridge where the rocks begin. See anybody?" "By Jove, Bill, 2 horses, but I can't make out much for dust. They are climbing fast. One horse gone among the rocks. There, the other's gone. What do you make of that?" "Well, I can't make no more'n you, but I bet we know something soon, for Gene's hoss is comin' faster as he nears the ranch." The wide hollow, sloping up into the foothills, lay open to unobstructed view, and less than half a mile distant Madeline saw the riderless horse coming along the white trail at a rapid canter. She watched him, recalling the circumstances under which she had first seen him, and then his wild flight through the dim lighted streets of El Cajon out into the black night. She thrilled again and believed she would never think of that starry night's adventure without a thrill. She watched the horse and felt more than curiosity. A shrill, piercing whistle pealed in. "Well, he's seen us, that's sure," said Bill. The horse neared the corrals, disappeared into a lane, and then breaking his gait again, thundered into the enclosure and pounded to a halt some 20 yards from where Stillwell waited for him. One look at him at close range in the clear light of day was enough for Madeline to award him a blue ribbon over all horses, even her prize winner, White Stockings. The cowboy's great steed was no lithe, slender-bodied Mustang. He was a charger, almost tremendous of build, with a black coat faintly mottled in gray, and it shone like polished glass in the sun. Evidently he had been carefully dressed down for this occasion, for there was no dust on him, nor a kink in his beautiful mane, nor a mark on his glossy hide. "Come here, you son of a gun," said Stillwell. The horse dropped his head, snorted, and came obediently up. He was neither shy nor wild. He poked a friendly nose at Stillwell, and then looked at Al and the women. Unhooking the stirrups from the pommel, Stillwell let them fall and began to search the saddle for something which he evidently expected to find. Presently, from somewhere among the trappings, he produced a folded bit of paper, and after scrutinizing it, handed it to Al. "Addressed to you, and I'll bet you 2 bits I know what's in it," he said. Alfred unfolded the letter, read it, and then looked at Stillwell. "Bill, you're a pretty good guesser. Gene's made for the border. He sent the horse by somebody, no names mentioned, and wants my sister to have him, if she will accept." "Any mention of Danny Maines?" asked the rancher. "Not a word." "That's bad. Gene'd know about Danny if anybody did, but he's a closed-mouthed cuss. So he's sure hittin' for Mexico. Wonder if Danny's going too. Well, there's 2 of the best cowmen I ever seen gone to hell, and I'm sorry." With that he bowed his head, and grumbling to himself went into the house. Alfred lifted the reins over the head of the horse, and leading him to Madeline, slipped the knot over her arm and placed the letter in her hand. "Majesty, I'd accept the horse," he said. "Stuart is only a cowboy now, and as tough as any I've known. But he comes of a good family. He was a college man and a gentleman once. He went to the bad out here, like so many fellows go, like I nearly did. Then he had told me about his sister and mother. He cared a good deal for them. I think he has been a source of unhappiness to them. It was mostly when he was reminded of this in some way that he'd get drunk. I have always stuck to him, and I would do so yet if I had the chance. You can see Bill is heartbroken about Danny Maines and Stuart. I think he rather hoped to get good news. There's not much chance of them coming back now, at least not in the case of Stuart. This giving up his horse means he's going to join the rebel forces across the border. What wouldn't I give to see that cowboy break loose on a bunch of greasers? Oh, damn the luck. I beg your pardon, Majesty, but I'm upset, too. I'm sorry about Stuart. I liked him pretty well before he thrashed that coyote of a sheriff, Pat Haw, and afterward I guess I liked him more. You read the letter, sister, and accept the horse." In silence, Madeline bent her gaze from her brother's face to the letter. "Friend Al, I'm sending my horse down to you because I'm going away and haven't the nerve to take him where he'd get hurt or fall into strange hands. If you think it's all right, why, give him to your sister with my respects. But if you don't like the idea, Al, or if she won't have him, then he's for you. I'm not forgetting your kindness to me, even if I never showed it. And Al, my horse has never felt a quirt or a spur, and I'd like to think you'd never hurt him. I'm hoping your sister will take him. She'll be good to him, and she can afford to take care of him. And, while I'm waiting to be plugged by a greaser bullet, if I happen to have a picture in mind of how she'll look upon my horse, why, man, it's not going to make any difference to you. She needn't ever know it. Between you and me, Al, don't let her or Flo ride alone over Don Carlos Way. If I had time, I could tell you something about that slick greaser. And tell your sister, if there's ever any reason for her to run away from anybody when she's up on that roan, just let her lean over and yell in his ear. She'll find herself riding the wind. So long, Jean Stewart." Madeline thoughtfully folded the letter and murmured, "How he must love his horse." "Well, I should say so," replied Alfred. "Flo will tell you. She's the only person Jean ever let ride that horse, unless, as Bill thinks, the little Mexican girl, Bonita, rode him out of El Cajon the other night. Well, sister mine, how about it? Will you accept the horse?" "Assuredly, and very happy indeed am I to get him. Al, you said, I think, that Mr. Stewart named him after me? Saw my nickname in the New York paper?" "Yes." "Well, I will not change his name. But, Al, how shall I ever climb up on him? He's taller than I am. What a giant of a horse! Oh, look at him. He's nosing my hand. I really believe he understands what I said. Al, did you ever see such a splendid head and such beautiful eyes? They are so large and dark and soft and human. Oh, I am a fickle woman, for I am forgetting white stockings." "I'll gamble he'll make you forget any other horse," said Alfred. "You'll have to get on him from the porch." As Madeline was not dressed for the saddle, she did not attempt to mount. "Come, Majesty. How strange that sounds. We must get acquainted. You have now a new owner, a very severe young woman who will demand loyalty from you and obedience, and some day, after a decent period, she will expect love." Madeline led the horse to and fro, and was delighted with his gentleness. She discovered that he did not need to be led. He came at her call, followed her like a pet dog, rubbed his black muzzle against her. Sometimes, at the turns in their walk, he lifted his head and with ears forward looked up the trail by which he had come, and beyond the foothills. He was looking over the range. Someone was calling to him, perhaps, from beyond the mountains. Madeline liked him better for that memory, and pitied the wayward cowboy who had parted with his only possession for very love of it. That afternoon, When Alfred lifted Madeline to the back of the big roan, she felt high in the air. "We'll have a run out to the mesa," said her brother as he mounted. "Keep a tight rein on him, and ease up when you want him to go faster. But don't yell in his ear unless you want Florence and me to see you disappear on the horizon." He trotted out of the yard, down by the corrals, to come out on the edge of a gray, open flat that stretched several miles to the slope of a mesa. Florence led, and Madeline saw that she rode like a cowboy. Alfred drew on to her side, leaving Madeline in the rear. Then the leading horses broke into a gallop. They wanted to run, and Madeline felt with a thrill that she could hardly be able to keep Majesty from running, even if she wanted to. He sawed on the tight bridle as the others drew away and broke from pace to gallop. Then Florence put her horse into a run. Alfred turned and called to Madeline to come along. "This will never do. They are running away from us," said Madeline, and she eased up on her hold on the bridle. Something happened beneath her just then. She did not know at first exactly what. As much as she had been on horseback, she had never ridden at a running gait. In New York it was not decorous or safe. So when Majesty lowered and stretched and changed the stiff, jolting gallop for a wonderful, smooth, gliding run, it required Madeline some moments to realize what was happening. It did not take long for her to see the distance diminishing between her and her companions. Still, they had gotten a goodly start and were far advanced. She felt the steady, even rush of the wind. It amazed her to find how easily, comfortably she kept to the saddle. This experience was new. The one fault she had heretofore found with riding was the violent shaking up. In this instance she experienced nothing of that kind, no strain, no necessity to hold on with a desperate awareness of work. She had never felt the wind in her face, the whip of a horse's mane, the buoyant, level spring of a tanning gait. It thrilled her, exhilarated her, fired her blood. Suddenly she found herself alive, throbbing, and inspired by she knew not what. She loosened the bridle, and leaning forward, she cried, "Oh, you splendid fellow, run!" She heard from under her a sudden, quick, clattering roar of hoofs, and she swayed back with a wonderfully swift increase in Majesty's speed. The wind stung her face, howled in her ears, tore at her hair. The gray plain swept by on each side, and in front seemed to be waving toward her. In her blurred sight, Florence and Alfred appeared to be coming back, but she saw presently, upon nearer view, that Majesty was overhauling the other horses, was going to pass them. Indeed, he did pass them, shooting by so as almost to make them appear standing still. And he ran on, not breaking his gait, till he reached the steep side of the mesa, where he slowed down and stopped. "Glorious!" exclaimed Madeline. She was all in a blaze, and every muscle and nerve of her body tingled and quivered. Her hands, as she endeavored to put up the loosened strands of hair, trembled and failed of their accustomed dexterity. Then she faced about and waited for her companions. Alfred reached her first, laughing, delighted, yet also a little anxious. "Holy smoke! But can't he run? Did he bolt on you?" "No, I called in his ear," replied Madeline. "So that was it. That's the woman of you, and forbidden fruit. Flo said she'd do it the minute she was on him. Majesty, you can ride. See if Flo doesn't say so." The Western girl came up then, with her pleasure bright in her face. "It was just great to see you. How your hair burned in the wind. Al, she sure can ride. Oh, I'm so glad. I was a little afraid. And that horse, isn't he grand? Can't he run?" Alfred led the way up the steep zigzag trail to the top of the mesa. Madeline saw a beautiful flat surface of short grass, level as a floor. She uttered a little cry of wonder and enthusiasm. "Al, what a place for golf! This would be the finest links in the world." "Well, I've thought of that myself," he replied. "The only trouble would be, could anybody stop looking at the scenery long enough to hit a ball? Majesty, look." and then it seemed that Madeline was confronted by a spectacle too sublime and terrible for her gaze. The immensity of this red-ridged, deep-gulf world, descending incalculable distances, refused to be grasped, and awed her, shocked her. "Once, Majesty, when I first came out west, I was down and out, determined to end it all," said Alfred, "and happened to climb up here, looking for a lonely place to die. When I saw that, I changed my mind." Madeline was silent. She remained so during the ride around the rim of the mesa and down the steep trail. This time Alfred and Florence failed to tempt her into a race. She had been awestruck, she had been exalted, she had been confounded, and she recovered slowly without divining exactly what had come to her. She reached the ranch house far behind her companions, and at supper time was unusually thoughtful. Later, when they assembled on the porch to watch the sunset, Stillwell's humorous complainings inspired the inception of an idea which flashed up in her mind, swift as lightning. And then, by listening sympathetically, she encouraged him to recite the troubles of a poor cattleman. They were many and long and interesting, and rather numbing to the life of her inspired idea. "Mr. Stillwell, could ranching here on a large scale, with up-to-date methods, be made, well, not profitable, exactly, but to pay, to run without loss?" she asked, determined to kill her newborn idea at birth, or else give it breath and hope of life. "Well, I reckon it could," he replied, with a short laugh. "It'd sure be a money-maker. Why, with all my bad luck and poor equipment, I've lived pretty well and paid my debts and haven't really lost any money except the original outlay. I reckon that's sunk for good." "Would you sell if someone would pay your price?" "Miss Majesty, I'd jump at the chance, yet somehow I'd hate to leave her. I'd just be fool enough to go sink the money in another ranch." "Would Don Carlos and these other Mexicans sell?" "Sure they would. The Don has been after me for years, wanting to sell that old rancho of his, and these herders in the valley with their stray cattle, they'd fall dead at sight of a little money." "Please tell me, Mr. Stillwell, exactly what would you do here if you had unlimited means?" went on Madeline. "Good Lord!" ejaculated the rancher, and started so he dropped his pipe. Then, with clumsy, huge fingers, he refilled it, relighted it, took a few long pulls, puffed great clouds of smoke, and, squaring round, hands on his knees, he looked at Madeline with piercing intentness. His hard face began to relax and soften and wrinkle into a smile. "Well, Miss Majesty, it just makes my old heart warm up to think of such a thing. I dreamed a lot when I first came here. What would I do if I had unlimited money? Listen, I'd buy out Don Carlos and the greasers. I'd give a job to every good cowman in this country. I'd make them prosper as I prospered myself. I'd buy all the good horses on the ranges. I'd fence 20,000 acres of the best grazing. I'd drill for water in the valley. I'd pipe water down from the mountains. I'd dam up that draw out there. A mile-long dam from hill to hill will give me a big lake, and having an eye for beauty, I'd plant cottonwoods around it. I'd fill that lake full of fish. I'd put in the biggest field of alfalfa in the Southwest. I'd plant fruit trees and garden. I'd tear down them old corrals and barns and bunkhouses to build new ones. I'd make this old rancho some comfortable and fine. I'd put in grass and flowers all around, and bring young pine trees down from the mountains. And when all that was done, I'd sit in my chair and smoke and watch the cattle stringing in for water and straggling back into the valley. And I see the cowboys riding easy and hear them singing in their bunks. And that red sun out there wouldn't sit on a happier man in the world than Bill Stillwell, last of the old cattlemen." Madeline thanked the rancher, and then rather abruptly retired to her room, where she felt no restraint to hide the force of that wonderful idea, now full-grown and tenacious and alluring. Upon the next day, late in the afternoon, she asked Alfred if it would be safe for her to ride out to the mesa. "I'll go with you," he said gaily. "Dear fellow, I want to go alone," she replied. "Ah!" Alfred exclaimed, suddenly serious. He gave her just a quick glance and then turned away. "Go ahead. I think it's safe. I'll make it safe by sitting here with my glass and keeping an eye on you. Be careful coming down the trail. Let the horse pick his way. That's all." She rode Majesty across the wide flat, up the zigzag trail, across the beautiful grassy level to the far rim of the mesa, and not till then did she lift her eyes to face the southwest. Madeline looked from the gray valley at her feet to the blue Sierra Madres, gold-tipped in the setting sun. Her vision embraced in that glance distance and depth and glory hitherto unrevealed to her. The gray valley sloped and widened to the black sentinel Chiricahuas, and beyond was lost in a vast corrugated sweep of earth, reddening down to the west where a golden blaze lifted the dark, rugged mountains into bold relief. The scene had infinite beauty, but after Madeline's first swift, all-embracing flash of enraptured eyes, thought of beauty passed away. In that darkening desert there was something illimitable. Madeline saw the hollow of a stupendous hand. She felt a mighty hold upon her heart. Out of the endless space, out of silence and desolation and mystery and age, came slow, changing colored shadows, phantoms of peace, and they whispered to Madeline. They whispered that it was a great, grim, immutable earth, that time was eternity, that life was fleeting. They whispered for her to be a woman, to love someone before it was too late, to love anyone, everyone, to realize the need of work, and in doing it, to find happiness. She rode back across the mesa and down the trail, and once more upon the flat, she called to the horse and made him run. His spirit seemed to race with hers. The wind of his speed blew her hair from its fastenings. When he thundered to a halt at the porch steps, Madeline, breathless and disheveled, alighted with the mass of her hair tumbling around her. Alfred met her, and his exclamation and Florence's rapt eyes shining on her face, and Stillwell's speechlessness made her self-conscious. Laughing, she tried to put up the mass of hair. "I must look a fright," she panted. "Well, you can say what you like," replied the old cattleman, "but I know what I think." Madeline strove to attain calmness. "My hat and my combs went on the wind. I thought my hair would go too. There is the evening star. I think I am very hungry." And then she gave up trying to be calm, and likewise to fasten up her hair, which fell again in a golden mass. "Mr. Stillwell," she began, and paused, strangely aware of a hurried note, a deeper ring in her voice. "Mr. Stillwell, I want to buy your ranch, to engage you as my superintendent. I want to buy Don Carlos Ranch and other property to the extent, say, of 50,000 acres. I want to buy horses and cattle. In short, to make all those improvements which you said you had so long dreamed of. Then I have ideas of my own, in the development of which I must have your advice and Alfred's. I intend to better the condition of those poor Mexicans in the valley. I intend to make life a little more worth living for them, and for cowboys of this range. Tomorrow we shall talk it all over, plan all the business details." Madeline turned from the huge, ever-widening smile that beamed down upon her, and held out her hands to her brother. "Alfred, strange is it not, my coming out to you? Nay, don't smile. I hope I have found myself, my work, my happiness, here under the light of that western star." Chapter 7. Her Majesty's Rancho. 5 months brought all that Stillwell had dreamed of, and so many more changes and improvements and innovations that it was as if a magic touch had transformed the old ranch. Madeline and Alfred and Florence had talked over a fitting name, and had decided on one chosen by Madeline. but this instance was the only one in the course of developments in which Madeline's wishes were not complied with. The cowboys named the new ranch Her Majesty's Rancho. Stillwell said the names cowboys bestowed were felicitous and as unchangeable as the everlasting hills. Florence went over to the enemy, and Alfred, laughing at Madeline's protest, declared the cowboys had elected her Queen of the Ranges and that there was no help for it. So the name stood, Her Majesty's Rancho. The April sun shone down upon a slow-rising green knoll that nestled in the lee of the foothills and seemed to center bright rays upon the long ranch house, which gleamed snow-white from the level summit. The grounds around the house bore no resemblance to eastern lawns or parks. There had been no landscape gardening. Stillwell had just brought water and grass and flowers and plants to the knoll top, and there had left them, as it were, to follow nature. His idea may have been crude, but the result was beautiful. Under that hot sun and balmy air, the cool water daily soaking into the rich soil, a green covering sprang into life, and everywhere upon it, as if by magic, many-colored flowers rose in the sweet air. Pale wild flowers, lavender daisies, fragile bluebells, white four-petaled lilies like eastern mayflowers, and golden poppies, deep sunset gold, color of the West, bloomed in happy confusion. California roses, crimson as blood, nodded heavy heads and trembled with the weight of bees. Low down, in bare places, isolated, open to the full power of the sun, blazed the vermilion and magenta blossoms of cactus plants. Green slopes led all the way down to where new adobe barns and sheds had been erected, and wide corrals stretched high barred fences down to the great squares of alfalfa gently inclining to the gray of the valley. The bottom of the dammed-up hollow shone brightly with its slowly increasing acreage of water, upon which thousands of migratory wildfowl whirred and splashed and squawked, as if reluctant to leave this cool, wet surprise so new in the long desert journey to the Northland. Quarters for the cowboys, comfortable, roomy adobe houses that not even the lamest cowboy dared describe as crampy bunks, stood in a row upon a long bench of ground above the lake. And down to the edge of the valley, the cluster of Mexican habitations and the little church showed the touch of the same renewing hand. All that had been left of the old Spanish house, which had been Stillwell's home for so long, was the bare, massive structure, and some of this had been cut away for new doors and windows. Every modern convenience, even to hot and cold running water and acetylene light, had been installed, and the whole interior painted and carpentered and furnished. The ideal sought had not been luxury, but comfort. Every door into the patio looked out upon dark, rich grass and sweet-faced flowers, and every window looked down the green slopes. Madeline's rooms occupied the west end of the building and comprised 4 in number, all opening out upon the long porch. There was a small room for her maid, another which she used as an office, then her sleeping compartment, and lastly the great light chamber which she had liked so well upon first sight, and which now, simply yet beautifully furnished and containing her favorite books and pictures, she had come to love as she had never loved any room at home. In the morning the fragrant balmy air blew the white curtains of the open windows. At noon the drowsy sultry quiet seemed to creep in for the siesta that was characteristic of the country. In the afternoon the westering sun peeped under the porch roof and painted the walls with gold bars that slowly changed to red. Madeline Hammond cherished a fancy that the transformation she had wrought in the old Spanish house and in the people with whom she had surrounded herself, great as that transformation had been, was as nothing compared to the one wrought in herself. She had found an object in life. She was busy. She worked with her hands as well as mind, yet she seemed to have more time to read and think and study and idle and dream than ever before. She had seen her brother through his difficulties, on the road to all the success and prosperity that he cared for. Madeline had been a conscientious student of ranching and an apt pupil of Stillwell. The old cattleman, in his simplicity, gave her the place in his heart that was meant for the daughter he had never had. His pride in her, Madeline thought, was beyond reason or belief or words to tell. Under his guidance, sometimes accompanied by Alfred and Florence, Madeline had ridden the ranges and had studied the life and work of the cowboys. She had camped on the open range, slept under the blinking stars, ridden 40 miles a day in the face of dust and wind. She had taken 2 wonderful trips down into the desert, one trip to Chiricahua, and from there across the waste of sand and rock and alkali and cactus to the Mexican borderline, and the other through the Aravaipa Valley with its deep red-walled canyons and wild fastnesses. This breaking in, this training into Western ways, though she had been a so-called outdoor girl, had required great effort and severe pain. But the education, now past its grades, had become a labor of love. She had perfect health, abounding spirits. She was so active that she had to train herself into taking the midday siesta, a custom of the country and imperative during the hot summer months. Sometimes she looked in her mirror and laughed with sheer joy at sight of the lithe, audacious, brown-faced, flashing-eyed creature reflected there. It was not so much joy in her beauty as sheer joy of life. Eastern critics had been wont to call her beautiful in those days when she had been pale and slender and proud and cold. She laughed. If they could only see her now! From the tip of her golden head to her feet, she was alive, pulsating, on fire. Sometimes she thought of her parents, sister, friends, of how they had persistently refused to believe she could or would stay in the West. They were always asking her to come home. And when she wrote, which was dutifully often, the last thing under the sun that she was likely to mention was the change in her. She wrote that she would return to her old home sometime, of course, for a visit, and letters such as this brought returns that amused Madeline, sometimes saddened her. She meant to go back east for a while, and after that once or twice every year, but the initiative was a difficult step from which she shrank. Once home, she would have to make explanations, and these would not be understood. Her father's business had been such that he could not leave it for the time required for a Western trip, or else, according to his letter, he would have come for her. Mrs. Hammond could not have been driven to cross the Hudson River. Her un-American idea of the wilderness westward was that Indians still chased buffalo on the outskirts of Chicago. Madeline's sister Helen had long been eager to come, as much from curiosity, Madeline thought, as from sisterly regard. And at length Madeline concluded that the proof of her breaking permanent ties might better be seen by visiting relatives and friends before she went back east. With that in mind, she invited Helen to visit her during the summer and bring as many friends as she liked. No slight task, indeed, was it to oversee the many business details of Her Majesty's rancho and to keep a record of them. Madeline found the course of business training upon which her father had insisted to be invaluable to her now. It helped her to assimilate and arrange the practical details of cattle raising as put forth by the blunt Stillwell. She split up the great stock of cattle into different herds, and when any of these were out running upon the open range, she had them closely watched. Part of the time, each herd was kept in an enclosed range, fed and watered, and carefully handled by a big force of cowboys. She employed 3 cowboy scouts whose sole duty was to ride the ranges searching for stray, sick, or crippled cattle or motherless calves, and to bring these in to be treated and nursed. There were 2 cowboys whose business was to master a pack of Russian staghounds and to hunt down the coyotes, wolves, and lions that preyed upon the herds. The better and tamer milch cows were separated from the ranging herds and kept in a pasture adjoining the dairy. All branding was done in corrals, and calves were weaned from mother cows at the proper time to benefit both. The old method of branding and classing that had so shocked Madeline had been abandoned, and one had been inaugurated whereby cattle and cowboys and horses were spared brutality and injury. Madeline established an extensive vegetable farm, and she planted orchards. The climate was superior to that of California, and with abundant water, trees and plants and gardens flourished and bloomed in a way wonderful to behold. It was with ever-increasing pleasure that Madeline walked through acres of ground once bare, now green and bright and fragrant. There were poultry yards and pig pens and marshy quarters for ducks and geese. Here in the farming section of the ranch, Madeline found employment for the little colony of Mexicans. Their lives had been as hard and barren as the dry valley where they had lived. But as the valley had been transformed by the soft, rich touch of water, so their lives had been transformed by help and sympathy and work. The children were wretched no more, and many that had been blind could now see, and Madeline had become to them a new and blessed virgin. Madeline looked abroad over these lands, and likened the change in them, and those who lived by them, to the change in her heart. It may have been fancy, but the sun seemed to be brighter, the sky bluer, the wind sweeter. Certain it was that the deep green of grass and garden was not fancy, nor the white and pink of blossom, nor the blaze and perfume of flower, nor the sheen of lake and the fluttering of new-born leaves. Where there had been monotonous gray, there was now vivid and changing color. Formerly there had been silence both day and night. Now, during the sunny hours, there was music. The whistle of prancing stallions pealed in from the grassy ridges. Innumerable birds had come, and, like the northward journeying ducks, they had tarried to stay. The song of the meadowlark and blackbird and robin, familiar to Madeline from childhood, mingled with the new and strange, heart-throbbing song of mockingbird, and the piercing blast of the desert eagle, and the melancholy moan of turtle-dove. One April morning, Madeline sat in her office wrestling with a problem. She had problems to solve every day. The majority of these were concerned with the management of 27 incomprehensible cowboys. This particular problem involved Ambrose Mills, who had eloped with her French maid, Christine. Stillwell faced Madeline with a smile almost as huge as his bulk. "Well, Miss Majesty, we catched them, but not before Padre Marcos had married them. All that speedin' in the automobile was just a-scarin' me to death for nothing. I tell you, Link Stevens is crazy about running that car. Link never had no sense, even with a hoss. He ain't afraid of the devil hisself. If my hair hadn't been white, it'd be white now. No more rides in that thing for me. Well, we catched Ambrose and the girl too late, but we fetched 'em back, and they're here now out spoonin', sure oblivious to their shameless conduct." "Stillwell, what shall I say to Ambrose? How shall I punish him? He was wrong to deceive me. I never was so surprised in my life. Christine did not seem to care any more for Ambrose than for any of the other cowboys. What does my authority amount to? I must do something. Stillwell, you must help me." Whenever Madeline fell into a quandary, she had to call upon the old cattleman. No man ever held a position with greater pride than Stillwell, but he had been put to test that steeped him in humility. Here he scratched his head in great perplexity. "Doggone the luck! What's this elopin' business to do with cattle raisin'? I don't know nothing but cattle. Miss Majesty, it's amazin' strange what these cowboys have come to. I never seen no cowboys like these we've got here now. I don't know them any more. They dress swell and read books, and some of them have actually stopped cussing and drinking. I ain't saying all this is against 'em. Why, now they're just the finest bunch of cowpunchers I ever seen or dreamed of. But managing them is beyond me. When cowboys begin to play that game of golf and run off with French maids, I reckon Bill Stillwell has got to resign." "Stillwell! Oh, you will not leave me! What in the world would I do?" exclaimed Madeline in great anxiety. "Well, I sure won't leave you, Miss Majesty. No, I'll never do that. I'll run the cattle business for you and see after the hosses and other stock. But I've got to have a foreman who can handle this amazing strange bunch of cowboys." "You've tried half a dozen foremen. Try more until you find the man who meets your requirements," said Madeline. "Never mind that now. Tell me how to impress Ambrose, to make him an example, so to speak. I must have another maid, and I do not want a new one carried off in this summary manner." "Well, if you fetch pretty maids out here, you can't expect nothing else. Why, that black-eyed little French girl, with her white skin and pretty airs and smiles and shrugs, she had the cowboys crazy. It'll be wuss with the next one." "Oh, dear," sighed Madeline. "And as for impressing Ambrose, I reckon I can tell you how to do that. Just give it to him good, and say you're going to fire him. That'll fix Ambrose, and maybe scare the other boys for a spell." "Very well, Stillwell. Bring Ambrose in to see me, and tell Christine to wait in my room." It was a handsome, debonair, bright-eyed cowboy that came tramping into Madeline's presence. His accustomed shyness and awkwardness had disappeared in an excited manner. He was a happy boy. He looked straight into Madeline's face as if he expected her to wish him joy, and Madeline actually found that expression trembling to her lips. She held it back until she could be severe. But Madeline feared she would fail of much severity. Something warm and sweet like a fragrance had entered the room with Ambrose. "Ambrose, what have you done?" she asked. "Miss Hammond, I've been and gone and got married," replied Ambrose, his words tumbling over one another. His eyes snapped, and there was a kind of glow upon his clean-shaven brown cheek. "I stole a march on the other boys. There was Frank Slade pushing me close, and I was having some running to keep Jim Bell back in my dust. Even old man Nels made eyes at Christine. So I wasn't going to take any chances. I just packed her off to El Cajon and married her." "Oh, so I heard," said Madeline, slowly, as she watched him. "Ambrose, do you love her?" He reddened under her clear gaze, dropped his head, and fumbled with his new sombrero, and there was a catch in his breath. Madeline saw his powerful brown hand tremble. It affected her strangely that this stalwart cowboy, who could rope and throw and tie a wild steer in less than 1 minute, should tremble at a mere question. Suddenly he raised his head, and at the beautiful blaze of his eyes Madeline turned her own away. "Yes, Miss Hammond, I love her," he said. "I think I love her in the way you're asking about. I know the first time I saw her, I thought how wonderful it'd be to have a girl like that for my wife. It's all been so strange, her coming, and how she made me feel. Sure, I never knew many girls, and I haven't seen any girls at all for years, but when she came... A girl makes a wonderful difference in a man's feelings and thoughts. I guess I never had any before. Leastways, none like I have now. Well, I guess I have a little understanding now of Padre Marco's blessing." "Ambrose, have you nothing to say to me?" asked Madeline. "I'm sure sorry I didn't have time to tell you, but I was in some hurry." "What did you intend to do? Where were you going when Stillwell found you?" "We had just been married. I hadn't thought of anything after that, Suppose I'd have rustled back to my job. I'll sure have to work now and save my money. Oh, well, Ambrose, I am glad you realize your responsibilities. Do you earn enough? Is your pay sufficient to keep a wife? Sure it is. Why, Miss Hammond, I never before earned half the salary I'm getting now. It's some fine to work for you. I'm going to fire the boys out of my bunkhouse and fix it up for Christine and me. Say, won't they be jealous? Ambrose, I congratulate you. I wish you joy, said Madeline. I shall make Christine a little wedding present. I want to talk to her for a few moments. You may go now. It would have been impossible for Madeline to say one severe word to that happy cowboy. She experienced difficulty in hiding her own happiness at the turn of events. Curiosity and interest mingled with her pleasure when she called to Christine. "Mrs. Ambrose Mills, please come in." No sound came from the other room. "I should like very much to see the bride," went on Madeline. Still there was no stir or reply. "Christine!" called Madeline. Then it was as if a little whirlwind of flying feet and entreating hands and beseeching eyes blew in upon Madeline. Christine was small, graceful, plump, with very white skin and very dark hair. She had been Madeline's favorite maid for years, and there had been sincere affection between the two. Whatever had been the blissful ignorance of Ambrose, it was manifestly certain that Christine knew how she had transgressed. Her fear and remorse and appeal for forgiveness were poured out in an incoherent storm. Plain it was that the little French maid had been overwhelmed. It was only after Madeline had taken the emotional girl in her arms and had forgiven and soothed her that her part in the elopement became clear. Christine was in a maze. But gradually, as she talked and saw that she was forgiven, calmness came in some degree, and with a story which amused yet shocked Madeline, the unmistakable, shy, marveling love, scarcely realized by Christine, gave Madeline relief and joy. If Christine loved Ambrose, there was no harm done. Watching the girl's eyes, wonderful with their changes of thought, listening to her attempts to explain what it was evident she did not understand, Madeline gathered that if ever a caveman had taken unto himself a wife, if ever a barbarian had carried off a Sabine woman, then Ambrose Mill had acted with the violence of such ancient forebears. Just how it all happened seemed to be beyond Christine. "He say he love me," repeated the girl in a kind of rapt awe. "He ask me to marry him. He kiss me, he hug me, he lift me on the horse, he ride with me all night. He marry me." She exhibited a ring on the third finger of her left hand. Madeline saw that, whatever had been the state of Christine's feelings for Ambrose before this marriage, she loved him now. She had been taken forcibly, but she was won. After Christine had gone, comforted and betraying her shy eagerness to get back to Ambrose, Madeline was haunted by the look in the girl's eyes and her words. Assuredly the spell of romance was on this sunny land. For Madeline there was a nameless charm, a nameless thrill combating her sense of the violence and unfitness of Ambrose's wooing. Something, she knew not what, took arms against her intellectual arraignment of the cowboy's method of getting himself a wife. He had said straight out that he loved the girl. He had asked her to marry him. He kissed her. He hugged her. He lifted her upon his horse. He rode away with her through the night, and he married her. In whatever light Madeline reviewed this thing, she always came back to her first natural impression. It thrilled her, charmed her. It went against all the precepts of her training. Nevertheless, it was somehow splendid and beautiful. She imagined it stripped another artificial scale from her over-sophisticated eyes. Scarcely had she settled again to the task on her desk when Stillwell's heavy tread across the porch interrupted her. This time when he entered, he wore a look that bordered upon the hysterical. it was difficult to tell whether he was trying to suppress grief or glee. "Miss Majesty, there's another amazin' strange thing sprung on me. Here's Jim Bell come to see you. When I taxed him, sayin' you was tolerable busy, he up and says he was hungry and he ain't a-goin' to eat any more bread made in a wash basin. Says he'll starve first. Says Nell had the gang over to a big bunk and feasted them on bread you taught him how to make in some new-fangled bucket machine with a crank. Jim says that bread beat any cake he ever eat, and he wants you to show him how to make some. Now, Miss Majesty, as superintendent of this ranch, I ought to know what's going on. Maybe Jim is just a-joshin' me. Maybe he's gone clean dotty. Maybe I have. And begging your pardon, I want to know if there's any truth in what Jim says Nell says." Whereupon it became necessary for Madeline to stifle her mirth and to inform the sadly perplexed old cattleman that she had received from the East a patent bread mixer, and in view of the fact that her household women had taken fright at the contrivance, she had essayed to operate it herself. This had turned out to be so simple, so saving of time and energy and flour, so much more cleanly than the old method of mixing dough with the hands, and particularly it had resulted in such good bread, that Madeline had been pleased. Immediately she ordered more of the bread mixers. One day she had happened upon Nell's making biscuit dough in his wash basin, and she had delicately and considerately introduced him to the idea of her new method. Nell's, it appeared, had a great reputation as a bread maker, and he was proud of it. Moreover, he was skeptical of any claptrap thing with wheels and cranks. He consented, however, to let her show how the thing worked and to sample some of the bread. To that end she had him come up to the house, where she won him over. Stillwell laughed loud and long. "Well, well, well," he exclaimed at length, "that's fine and it's powerful funny. Maybe you don't see how funny? Well, Nels has just been lording it over the boys about how you showed him, and now you'll have to show every last cowboy on the place the same thing. Cowboys are the jealousest kind of fellows. They're all crazy about you anyway. Take Jim out here. Why, that lazy cowpuncher just never would make bread. He's notorious for shirking his share of the grub deal. I've knowed Jim to trade off washing the pots and pans for a lonely watch on a rainy night. All he wants is to see you show him the same as Nels is crowing over. Then he'll crow over his bunkie, Frank Slade, and then Frank'll get lonely to know all about this wonderful bread machine. Cowboys are amazin' strange critters, Miss Majesty, and now that you've begun with them in this way, you'll have to keep it up. I will say I never seen such a bunch to work. You sure put heart in them." "Indeed, Stillwell, I am glad to hear that," replied Madeline, "and I shall be pleased to teach them all. But may I not have them all up here at once? At least those off duty?" "Well, I reckon you can't, unless you want to have them scrappin'," rejoined Stillwell dryly. "What you've got in your hands now, Miss Majesty, is to let 'em come on one by one, and make each cowboy think you're taking more especial pleasure in showing him than the feller who came before him. Then maybe we can go on with cattle raising." Madeline protested, and Stillwell held inexorably to what he said was wisdom. Several times Madeline had gone against his advice, to her utter discomfiture and rout. She dared not risk it again, and resigned herself gracefully and with subdued merriment to her task. Jim Bell was ushered into the great, light, spotless kitchen, where presently Madeline appeared to put on an apron and roll up her sleeves. She explained the use of the several pieces of aluminum that made up the bread mixer and fastened the bucket to the table shelf. Jim's life might have depended upon this lesson, judging from his absorbed manner and his desire to have things explained over and over, especially the turning of the crank. when Madeline had to take Jim's hand 3 times to show him the simple mechanism, and then he did not understand, she began to have faint misgivings as to his absolute sincerity. She guessed that as long as she touched Jim's hand, he never would understand. Then, as she began to measure out flour and milk and lard and salt and yeast, she saw with despair that Jim was not looking at the ingredients, was not paying the slightest attention to them. His eyes were covertly upon her. "Jim, I am not sure about you," said Madeline severely. "How can you learn to make bread if you do not watch me mix it?" "I am a-watching you," replied Jim innocently. Finally Madeline set the cowboy on his way, rejoicing with the bread mixer under his arm. Next morning, true to Stillwell's prophecy, Frank Slade, Jim's bunkmate, presented himself cheerfully to Madeline and unbosomed himself of a long-deferred and persistent desire to relieve his overworked comrade of some of the housekeeping in their bunk. "Miss Hammond," said Frank, "Jim's orful kind wantin' to do it all hisself, but he ain't very bright, and I don't believe him. You see, I'm from Missouri, and you'll have to show me." For a whole week Madeline held clinics where she expounded the scientific method of modern bread-making. She got a good deal of enjoyment out of her lectures. What boys these great hulking fellows were! She saw through their simple ruses. Some of them were as grave as deacons, others wore expressions important enough to have fitted the faces of statesmen signing government treaties. These cowboys were children. They needed to be governed, but in order to govern them, they had to be humored. A more light-hearted, fun-loving crowd of boys could not have been found. And they were grown men. Stillwell explained that the exuberance of spirits lay in the difference in their fortunes. 27 cowboys, in relays of 9, worked 8 hours a day. That had never been heard of before in the West. Stillwell declared that cowboys from all points of the compass would head their horses toward Her Majesty's rancho. Chapter 8. El Capitan. Stillwell's interest in the revolution across the Mexican line had manifestly increased with the news that Gene Stewart had achieved distinction with the rebel forces. Thereafter, the old cattleman sent for El Paso and Douglas newspapers, wrote to ranchmen he knew on the Big Bend of the Rio Grande, and he would talk indefinitely to anyone who would listen to him. There was not any possibility of Stillwell's friends at the ranch forgetting his favorite cowboy. Stillwell always prefaced his eulogy with an apologetic statement that Stewart had gone to the bad. Madeline liked to listen to him, though she was not always sure which news was authentic and which imagination. There appeared to be no doubt, however, that the cowboy had performed some daring feats for the rebels. Madeline found his name mentioned in several of the border papers. When the rebels under Madero stormed and captured the city of Juarez, Stewart did fighting that won him the name of El Capitan. This battle apparently ended the revolution. The capitulation of President Diaz followed shortly, and there was a feeling of relief among ranchers on the border from Texas to California. Nothing more was heard of Gene Stewart until April, when a report reached Stillwell that the cowboy had arrived in El Cajon, evidently hunting trouble. The old cattleman saddled a horse and started post-haste for town. In 2 days he returned, depressed in spirit. Madeline happened to be present when Stillwell talked to Alfred. "I got there too late, Al," said the cattleman. "Gene was gone, and what do you think of this? Danny Maines had just left with a couple of burros packed. I couldn't find what way he went, but I'm bettin' he hit the Peloncillo Trail." "Danny will show up some day," replied Alfred. "What did you learn about Stewart? Maybe he left with Danny." "Not much," said Stillwell shortly. "Gene's hell-bent for election. No mountains for him." "Well, tell us about him." Stillwell wiped his sweaty brow and squared himself to talk. Well, it's sure amazin' strange about Gene. It's got me locoed. He arrived in El Cajon a week or so ago. He was trained down like as if he'd been riding the range all winter. He had plenty of money, Mex, they said, and all the greasers was crazy about him, called him El Capitan. He got drunk and went roaring round for Pat Haw. You remember that greaser who was plugged last October, the night Miss Majesty arrived? Well, he's dead. He's dead, and people say that Pat is a-going to lay that killing onto Gene. I reckon that's just talk, though Pat is mean enough to do it, if he'd had the nerve. Anyway, if he was in El Cajon, he kept mighty much to himself. Gene walked up and down, all day and night, looking for Pat, but he didn't find him, and of course he kept getting drunker. He just got plumb bad. He made lots of trouble, but there wasn't no gunplay. Maybe that made him sore, so he went and licked Flo's brother-in-law. That wasn't so bad. Jack sure needed a good licking. Well, then Gene met Danny and tried to get Danny drunk, and he couldn't. What do you think of that? Danny hadn't been drinking, wouldn't touch a drop. I'm sure glad of that, but it's amazin' strange. Why, Danny was a fish for red liquor. I guess he and Gene had some pretty hard words, though I'm not sure about that. Anyway, Gene went down to the railroad, and he got on an engine, and he was in the engine when it pulled out. Lord, I hope he doesn't hold up the train. If he gets gay over in Arizona, he'll go to the pen at Yuma, and that pen is a graveyard for cowboys. I wired to agents along the railroad to look out for Stewart and to wire me back if he's located. Suppose you find him then. Stillwell, what can you do? Inquired Alfred. The old man nodded gloomily. I straightened him up once. Maybe I can do it again. Then, brightening somewhat, he turned to Madeline. I just had an idea, Miss Majesty. If I can get him, Gene Stewart is the cowboy I want for my foreman. He can manage this bunch of cow-punchers that are driving me dotty. What's more, since he fought for the rebels and got that name El Capitan, all the greasers in the county will kneel to him. Now, Miss Majesty, we haven't got rid of Don Carlos and his vaqueros yet. To be sure, he sold you his house and ranch and stock, but you remember nothing was put in black and white about when he should get out, and Don Carlos ain't getting out. I don't like the looks of things a little bit. I'll tell you now that Don Carlos knows something about the cattle I lost, and that you've been losing right along. That greaser is hand in glove with the rebels. I'm willing to gamble that when he does get out, and his vaqueros will make another one of the bands of guerrillas that are harassing the border. This revolution ain't over yet. It's just commenced, and all these gangs of outlaws are going to take advantage of it. We'll see some old times, maybe. Well, I need Gene Stewart. I need him bad. Will you let me hire him, Miss Majesty, if I can get him straightened up? The old cattleman ended huskily. Stillwell, by all means, find Stewart, and do not wait to straighten him up. Bring him to the ranch, replied Madeline. Thanking her, Stillwell led his horse away. Strange how he loves that cowboy, murmured Madeline. Not so strange, Majesty, replied her brother. Not when you know. Stewart has been with Stillwell on some hard trips into the desert alone. There's no middle course of feeling between men facing death in the desert. Either they hate each other or love each other. I don't know, but I imagine Stewart did something for Stillwell. Saved his life, perhaps. Besides, Stewart's a lovable chap when he's going straight. I hope Stillwell brings him back. We do need him, Majesty. He's a born leader. Once I saw him ride into a bunch of Mexicans whom we suspected of rustling. It was fine to see him. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that we are worried about Don Carlos. Some of his vaqueros came into my yard the other day when I had left Flo alone. she had a bad scare. Those vaqueros have been different since Don Carlos sold the ranch. For that matter, I never would have trusted a white woman alone with them. But they are bolder now. Something's in the wind. They've got assurance. They can ride off any night and cross the border. During the succeeding week, Madeline discovered that a good deal of her sympathy for Stillwell in his hunt for the reckless Stuart had insensibly grown to be sympathy for the cowboy. It was rather a paradox, she thought, that opposed to the continual reports of Stuart's wildness as he caroused from town to town were the continual expressions of goodwill and faith and hope universally given out by those near her at the ranch. Stillwell loved the cowboy. Florence was fond of him. Alfred liked and admired him, pitied him. The cowboy swore their regard for him the more he disgraced himself. The Mexicans called him El Gran Capitan. Madeline's personal opinion of Stuart had not changed in the least since the night it had been formed, but certain attributes of his, not clearly defined in her mind, and the gift of his beautiful horse, his valor with the fighting rebels, and all this strange regard for him, especially that of her brother, made her exceedingly regret the cowboy's present behavior. Meanwhile, Stillwell was so earnest and zealous that one not familiar with the situation would have believed he was trying to find and reclaim his own son. He made several trips to little stations in the valley, and from these he returned with a gloomy face. Madeline got the details from Alfred. Stuart was going from bad to worse. Drunk, disorderly, savage, sure to land in the penitentiary. Then came a report that hurried Stillwell off to Rodeo. He returned on the third day a crushed man. He had been so bitterly hurt that no one, not even Madeline, could get out of him what had happened. He admitted finding Stuart, failing to influence him, and when the old cattleman got so far he turned purple in the face and talked to himself, as if dazed. But Gene was drunk. He was drunk, or he couldn't have treated old Bill like that. Madeline was stirred with anger toward the brutal cowboy that was as strong as her sorrow for the loyal old cattleman, and it was when Stillwell gave up that she resolved to take a hand. The persistent faith of Stillwell, his pathetic excuses in the face of what must have been Stuart's violence, perhaps baseness, actuated her powerfully, gave her new insight into human nature. She honored a faith that remained unshaken, and the strange thought came to her that Stuart must somehow be worthy of such a faith, or he never could have inspired it. Madeline discovered that she wanted to believe that somewhere deep down in the most depraved and sinful wretch upon earth there was some grain of good. She yearned to have the faith in human nature that Stillwell had in Stuart. She sent Nels, mounted upon his own horse and leading Majesty, to Rodeo in search of Stuart. Nels had instructions to bring Stuart back to the ranch. In due time, Nels returned, leading the roan without a rider. "Yep, I sure found him," replied Nels, when questioned. "Found him half sobered up. He'd been in a scrap, and somebody had put him to sleep, I guess. Well, when he seen that roan hoss, he let out a yell and grabbed him around the neck. The hoss knowed him, all right. Then Gene hugged the hoss and cried like I never seen no one who cried like he did. I waited a while, and was just going to say something to him when he turned on me, red-eyed, mad as fire. 'Nels,' he said, 'I care a hell of a lot for that horse, and I liked you pretty well, but if you don't take him away quick, I'll shoot you both.' Well, I lit out. I didn't even get to say howdy to him." "Nels, you think it useless? Any attempt to see him, persuade him?" asked Madeline. "I sure do, Miss Hammond," replied Nels gravely. "I've seen a few sun-blinded and locoed and snake-poisoned and skunk-bitten cow-punchers in my day, but Gene Stuart beats 'em all. He's sure running wild for the divide." Madeline dismissed Nels, but before he got out of earshot she heard him speak to Stillwell, who awaited him on the porch. "Bill, Put this in your pipe and smoke it. None of them scraps Gene has had was over a woman. It used to be that when he was drunk he'd scrap over every pretty greaser girl he had run across. That's why Pat Haw thinks Gene plugged the strange vaquero who was with little Bonita that night last fall. Well, Gene's scrapping now just to git shot up hisself, for some reason that only God Almighty knows. Nell's story of how Stuart wept over his horse influenced Madeline powerfully. Her next move was to persuade Alfred to see if he could not do better with this doggedly bent cowboy. Alfred needed only a word of persuasion, for he said he had considered going to rodeo of his own accord. He went and returned alone. "Majesty, I can't explain Stuart's singular actions," said Alfred. "I saw him, I talked with him, he knew me, but nothing I said appeared to get to him. He has changed terribly. I fancy his once magnificent strength is breaking. It actually hurt me to look at him. I couldn't have fetched him back here, not as he is now. I heard all about him, and if he isn't downright out of his mind, he's hell-bent, as Bill says, on getting killed. Some of his escapades are not for your ears. Bill did all any man could do for another. We've all done our best for Stuart. If you'd been given a chance, perhaps you could have saved him, but it's too late. Put it out of your mind now, dear." Madeline, however, did not forget nor give it up. If she had forgotten or surrendered, she felt that she would have been relinquishing infinitely more than hope to aid one ruined man. But she was at a loss to know what further steps to take. Days passed, and each one brought additional gossip of Stuart's headlong career toward the Yuma Penitentiary. For he had crossed the line into Cochise County, Arizona, where sheriffs kept a stricter observance of law. Finally, a letter came from a friend of Nell's in Chiricahua saying that Stuart had been hurt in a brawl there. His hurt was not serious, but it would probably keep him quiet long enough to get sober, and this opportunity, Nell's informant said, would be a good one for Stuart's friends to take him home before he got locked up. This epistle enclosed a letter to Stuart from his sister. Evidently it had been found upon him. It told a story of illness and made an appeal for aid. Nell's friend forwarded this letter without Stuart's knowledge, thinking Stillwell might care to help Stuart's family. Stuart had no money, he said. The sister's letter found its way to Madeline. She read it, tears in her eyes. It told Madeline much more than its brief story of illness and poverty and wonder why Gene had not written home for so long. It told of motherly love, sisterly love, brotherly love, dear family ties that had not been broken. It spoke of pride in this El Capitan brother who had become famous. It was signed, "Your loving sister Letty." Not improbably, Madeline resolved in mind this letter was one reason for Stuart's headstrong, long-continued abasement. It had been received too late, after he had squandered the money that would have meant so much to mother and sister. Be that as it might, Madeline immediately sent a bank draft to Stuart's sister with a letter explaining that the money was drawn in advance on Stuart's salary. This done, she impulsively determined to go to Chiricahua herself. The horseback rides Madeline had taken to this little Arizona hamlet had tried her endurance to the utmost, but the journey by automobile, except for some rocky bits of road and sandy stretches, was comfortable and a matter of only a few hours. The big touring car was still a kind of seventh wonder to the Mexicans and cowboys. Not that automobiles were very new and strange, but because this one was such an enormous machine and capable of greater speed than an express train. The chauffeur who had arrived with the car found his situation among the jealous cowboys somewhat far removed from a bed of roses. He had been induced to remain long enough to teach the operating and mechanical technique of the car, and choice fell upon Link Stevens for the simple reason that of all the cowboys he was the only one with any knack for mechanics. Now Link had been a hard-riding, hard-driving cowboy, and that winter he had sustained an injury to his leg, caused by a bad fall, and was unable to sit his horse. This had been gall and wormwood to him. But when the big white automobile came and he was elected to drive it, life was once more worth living for him. But all the other cowboys regarded Link and his machine as some correlated species of demon. They were deathly afraid of both. It was for this reason that Nels, when Madeline asked him to accompany her to Chiricahua, replied reluctantly that he would rather follow on his horse. However, she prevailed over his hesitancy, and with Florence also in the car, they set out. For miles and miles the valley road was smooth, hard-packed, and slightly downhill, and when speeding was perfectly safe, Madeline was not averse to it. The grassy plain sailed backward in gray sheets, and the little dot in the valley grew larger and larger. From time to time Link glanced round at unhappy Nels, whose eyes were wild and whose hands clutched his seat. While the car was crossing the sandy and rocky places, going slowly, Nels appeared to breathe easier, and when it stopped in the wide dusty street of Chiricahua, Nels gladly tumbled out. "Nels, we shall wait here in the car while you find Stuart," said Madeline. "Miss Hammond, I reckon Gene'll run when he sees us, if he's able to," replied Nels. "Well, I'll go find him and make up my mind then what we'd better do." Nels crossed the railroad track and disappeared behind the low, flat houses. After a little time he reappeared and hurried up to the car. Madeline felt his gray gaze searching her face. "Miss Hammond, I found him," said Nels. "He was sleeping. I woke him. He's sober and not bad hurt, but I don't believe you ought to see him. Maybe Florence. Nels, I want to see him myself." "Why not? What did he say when you told him I was here?" "Sure, I didn't tell him that. I just says, 'Hello, Gene,' and he says, 'My God, Nels, maybe I ain't glad to see a human being.' He asked me who was with me, and I told him Link and some friends. I said I'd fetch them in. He hollered at that, but I went anyway. Now, if you really will see him, Miss Hammond, it's a good chance, but sure it's a touchy matter, and you'll be some sick at sight of him. He's layin' in a greaser hole over there. Likely the greasers have been kind to him, but they're sure a poor lot." Madeline did not hesitate a moment. "Thank you, Nels. Take me at once. Come, Florence." They left the car, now surrounded by gaping-eyed Mexican children, and crossed the dusty space to a narrow lane between red adobe walls. Passing by several houses, Nels stopped at the door of what appeared to be an alley leading back. It was filthy. "He's in there, around that first corner. It's a patio, open and sunny. And Miss Hammond, if you don't mind, I'll wait here for you. I reckon Gene wouldn't like any fellers around when he sees you girls." It was that which made Madeline hesitate then and go forward slowly. She had given no thought at all to what Stuart might feel when suddenly surprised by her presence. "Florence, you wait also," said Madeline at the doorway, and turned in alone. And she had stepped into a broken-down patio littered with alfalfa, straw, and debris, all clear in the sunlight. Upon a bench, back to her, sat a man looking out through the rents in the broken wall. He had not heard her. The place was not quite so filthy and stifling as the passages Madeline had come through to get here. Then she saw that it had been used as a corral. A rat ran boldly across the dirt floor. The air swarmed with flies, which the man brushed at with weary hand. Madeline did not recognize Stuart. The side of his face exposed to her gaze was black, bruised, bearded. His clothes were ragged and soiled. There were bits of alfalfa in his hair. His shoulders sagged. He made a wretched and hopeless figure sitting there. Madeline divined something of why Nels shrank from being present. "Mr. Stuart, it is I, Miss Hammond, come to see you," she said. He grew suddenly perfectly motionless, as if he had been changed to stone. She repeated her greeting. His body jerked. He moved violently, as if instinctively to turn and face this intruder, but a more violent movement checked him. Madeline waited. How singular that this ruined cowboy had pride which kept him from showing his face? And was it not shame more than pride? "Mr. Stewart, I have come to talk with you, if you will let me." "Go away," he muttered. "Mr. Stewart," she began, with involuntary hauteur. But instantly she corrected herself, became deliberate and cool, for she saw that she might fail to be even heard by this man. "I have come to help you. Will you let me?" "For God's sake, you, he choked over the words. "Go away." "Stewart, perhaps it was for God's sake that I came," said Madeline gently. "Surely it was for yours, and your sister's." Madeline bit her tongue, for she had not meant to betray her knowledge of Letty. He groaned, and, staggering up to the broken wall, he leaned there with his face hidden. Madeline reflected that perhaps the slip of speech had been well. "Stewart, please let me say what I have to say?" He was silent, and she gathered courage and inspiration. "Stillwell is deeply hurt, deeply grieved that he could not turn you back from this fatal course. My brother is also. They wanted to help you, and so do I. I have come, thinking somehow I might succeed where they have failed. Nels brought your sister's letter. I read it. I was only the more determined to try to help you, and indirectly help your mother and Letty. Stewart, we want you to come to the ranch. Stillwell needs you for his foreman. The position is open to you, and you can name your salary. Both Al and Stillwell are worried about Don Carlos, the vaqueros, and the raids down along the border. My cowboys are without a capable leader. Will you come?" "No," he answered. "But Stillwell wants you so badly." "No." "Stewart, I want you to come." "No." His replies had been hoarse, loud, furious. They disconcerted Madeline, and she paused, trying to think of a way to proceed. Stewart staggered away from the wall, and falling upon the bench, he hid his face in his hands. All his motions, like his speech, had been violent. "Will you please go away?" he asked. "Stewart, certainly I cannot remain here longer if you insist upon my going. But why not listen to me when I want so much to help you? Why?" "I'm a damn blackguard," he burst out. "But I was a gentleman once, and I'm not so low that I can stand for you seeing me here. When I made up my mind to help you, I made it up to see you wherever you were. Stewart, come away. Come back with us to the ranch. You are in a bad condition now. Everything looks black to you, but that will pass. When you are among friends again, you will get well. You'll be your old self. The very fact that you were once a gentleman, that you come of a good family, makes you owe so much more to yourself. Why, Stewart, think of how young you are. It is a shame to waste your life. Come back with me." "Miss Hammond, this was my last plunge," he replied despondently. "It's too late." "Oh, no, it is not so bad as that." "It's too late." "At least make an effort, Stewart. Try." "No, there's no use. I'm done for. Please leave me. Thank you for—" He had been savage, then sullen, and now was grim. Madeline all but lost power to resist his strange, deadly, cold finality. No doubt he knew he was doomed. Yet something halted her, held her even as she took a backward step. And then she became conscious of a subtle change in her own feeling. She had come into that squalid hole, Madeline Hammond, earnest enough, kind enough in her own intentions, but she had been almost imperious, a woman habitually, proudly, used to being obeyed. She divined that all the pride, blue blood, wealth, culture, distinction, all the impersonal, condescending persuasion, all the fatuous philosophy on earth would not avail to turn this man a single hair's breadth from his downward career to destruction. Her coming had terribly augmented his bitter hate of himself. She was going to fail to help him. She experienced a sensation of impotence that amounted almost to distress. The situation assumed a tragic keenness. She had set forth to reverse the tide of a wild cowboy's fortunes. She faced the swift wasting of his life, the damnation of his soul. The subtle consciousness of change in her was the birth of that faith she had revered in Stillwell. And all at once she became merely a woman, brave and sweet and indomitable. "Stuart, look at me," she said. He shuddered. She advanced and laid a hand on his bent shoulder. Under the light touch he appeared to sink. "Look at me," she repeated. But he could not lift his head. He was abject, crushed. He dared not show his swollen, blackened face. His fierce, cramped posture revealed more than his features might have shown. It betrayed the torturing shame of a man of pride and passion, a man who had been confronted in his degradation by the woman he had dared to enshrine in his heart. It betrayed his love. "Listen, then," went on Madeline, and her voice was unsteady. "Listen to me, Stuart. The greatest men are those who have fallen deepest into the mire, sinned most, suffered most, and then have fought their evil natures and conquered. I think you can shake off this desperate mood and be a man." "No!" he cried. "Listen to me again. Somehow I know you're worthy of Stillwell's love. Will you come back with us? For his sake?" "No, it's too late, I tell you." "Stuart, the best thing in life is faith in human nature. I have faith in you. I believe you are worth it." "You're only kind and good, saying that. You can't mean it." "I mean it with all my heart," she replied, a sudden rich warmth suffusing her body as she saw the first sign of his softening. "Will you come back, if not for your own sake or Stillwell's, then for mine?" "What am I to such a woman as you?" "A man in trouble, Stuart. But I have come to help you, to show my faith in you." "If I believed that, I might try," he said. "Listen," she began, softly, hurriedly. "My word is not given lightly. Let it prove my faith in you. Look at me now and say you will come." He heaved up his big frame as if trying to cast off a giant's burden, and then slowly he turned toward her. His face was a blotched and terrible thing. The physical brutalizing marks were there, and at that instant all that appeared human to Madeline was the dawning in dead, furnace-like eyes of a beautiful light. "I'll come," he whispered, huskily. "Give me a few days to straighten up. Then I'll come." Chapter 9. The New Foreman. Toward the end of the week, Stillwell informed Madeline that Stuart had arrived at the ranch and had taken up quarters with Nels. "Gene's sick. He looks bad," said the old cattleman. "He's so weak and shaky he can't lift a cup. Nels says that Gene has had some bad spells. A little liquor would straighten him up now, but Nels can't force him to drink a drop, and has had to sneak some liquor in his coffee. Well, I think we'll pull Gene through. He's forgotten a lot. I was going to tell him what he did to me up at Rodeo, but I know if he'd believe it, he'd be sicker than he is. Gene's losing his mind, or he's got something powerful strange on it." From that time, Stillwell, who evidently found Madeline his most sympathetic listener, unburdened himself daily of his hopes and fears and conjectures. Stuart was really ill. it became necessary to send Link Stevens for a physician. Then Stuart began slowly to mend, and presently was able to get up and about. Stillwell said the cowboy lacked interest, and seemed to be a broken man. This statement, however, the old cattleman modified as Stuart continued to improve. Then presently it was a good augury of Stuart's progress that the cowboys once more took up the teasing relation which had been characteristic of them before his illness. A cowboy was indeed out of sorts when he could not vent his peculiar humor on somebody or something. Stuart had evidently become a broad target for their badinage. "Well, the boys are sure after Gene," said Stillwell, with his huge smile. "Joshing him all the time about how he sits around and hangs around and loafs around, just to get a glimpse of you, Miss Majesty. Sure, all the boys have a pretty bad case over their pretty boss, but none of them is a marker to Gene. He's got it so bad, Miss Majesty, that he actually don't know they're joshing him. It's the amazingest strange thing I ever seen. Why, Gene was always a feller that you could josh, and he'd laugh and get back at you, but he was never before deaf to talk, and there was a certain limit no feller cared to cross with him. Now he takes every word and smiles dreamy-like and just looks and looks. Why, he's beginning to make me tired. He'll never run that bunch of cowboys if he doesn't wake up quick." Madeline smiled her amusement and expressed a belief that Stillwell wanted too much in short time from a man who had done body and mind a grievous injury. It had been impossible for Madeline to fail to observe Stuart's singular behavior. She never went out to take her customary walks and rides without seeing him somewhere in the distance. She was aware that he watched for her and avoided meeting her. When she sat down on the porch during the afternoon or at sunset, Stuart could always be descried at some point near. He idled listlessly in the sun, lounged on the porch of his bunkhouse, sat whittling on the top bar of the corral fence, and always it seemed to Madeline he was watching her. Once, while going the rounds with her gardener, she encountered Stuart and greeted him kindly. He said little, but he was not embarrassed. She did not recognize in his face any feature that she remembered. In fact, on each of the few occasions when she had met Stuart, he had looked so different that she had no consistent idea of his facial appearance. He was now pale, haggard, drawn. His eyes held a shadow through which shone a soft, subdued light, and, once having observed this, Madeline fancied it was like the light in Majesty's eyes, in the dumb worshipping eyes of her favorite staghound. She told Stuart that she hoped he would soon be in the saddle again, and passed on her way. That Stuart loved her, Madeline could not help but see. She endeavored to think of him as one of the many who she was glad to know liked her. But she could not regulate her thoughts to fit the order her intelligence prescribed. Thought of Stuart dissociated itself from thought of the other cowboys. When she discovered this, she felt a little surprise and annoyance. Then she interrogated herself, and concluded that it was not that Stuart was so different from his comrades, but that circumstances made him stand out from them. She recalled her meeting with him that night when he had tried to force her to marry him. This was unforgettable in itself. She called subsequent mention of him, and found it had been peculiarly memorable. The man and his actions seemed to hinge on events. Lastly, the fact standing clear of all others in its relation to her interest was that he had been almost ruined, almost lost, and she had saved him. That alone was sufficient to explain why she thought of him differently. She had befriended, uplifted the other cowboys. She had saved Stuart's life. To be sure, he had been a ruffian, but a woman could not save the life of even a ruffian without remembering it with gladness. Madeline at length decided her interest in Stuart was natural, and that her deeper feeling was pity. Perhaps the interest had been forced from her. However, she gave the pity as she gave everything. Stuart recovered his strength, though not in time to ride at the spring roundup, and Stillwell discussed with Madeline the advisability of making the cowboy his foreman. "Well, Gene seems to be getting along," said Stillwell, "but he ain't like his old self. I think more of him at that. But where's his spirit? The boys ride roughshod all over him. Maybe I'd do best to wait longer, as the slack season is on. All the same, if those vaquero of Don Carlos don't lay low, I'll send Gene over there. That'll wake him up." A few days afterward, Stillwell came to Madeline, rubbing his big hands in satisfaction and wearing a grin that was enormous. "Miss Majesty, I reckon before this I've said things was amazin' strange, but now Gene Stuart has gone and done it. Listen to me. Them greasers down on our slope have been getting prosperous. They're growing like bad weeds, and they got a new padre, the little old feller from El Cajon, Padre Marcus. Well, this was all right, all the boys thought, except Gene, and he got blacker'n thunder and roared around like a dehorned bull. I was sure glad to see he could get mad again. Then Gene heads down the slope for the church. Nels and me follered him, thinking he might have been took suddenly with a crazy spell or something. He hasn't never been just right yet since he left off drinking. Well, we run into him coming out of the church. We never was so dumbfounded in our lives. Gene was crazy, all right. He sure had a spell. But it was the kind of spell he had that paralyzed us. He ran past us like a streak, and we follered. We couldn't catch him. We heard him laugh the strangest laugh I ever heard. You'd think the feller was suddenly made a king. He was like that feller who was tied in a bunion sack and throwed into the sea and cut his way out and swam to the island where the treasures was and stood up yelling, 'The world is mine!' Well, when we got up to his bunkhouse, he was gone. He didn't come back all day and all night. Frankie Slade, who has a sharp tongue, says Gene had gone crazy for liquor, and that was his finish. Nels was some worried, and I was sick. Well, this morning I went over to Nels' bunk. Some of the fellers was there, all speculating about Gene. Then big as life, Gene struts around the corner. He wasn't the same Gene. His face was pale, and his eyes burned like fire. He had that old mocking, cool smile, and something besides that I couldn't understand. Frankie Slade up and made a remark, no wuss that's been made for days, and Gene tumbled him out of his chair, punched him good, walked all over him. Frank wasn't hurt so much as bewildered. 'Gene,' he says, 'what the heck struck you?' And Gene says, kind of sweet-like, 'Frankie, you may be a nice feller when you're alone, but your talk's offensive to a gentleman.' After that, what was said to Gene was with a nice smile. Now, Miss Majesty, it's beyond me what to allow for Gene's sudden change. First off, I thought Padre Marcos had converted him. I actually thought that. But I reckon it's only Gene Stuart come back. The old Gene Stuart and some. That's all I care about. I'm remembering how I once told you that Gene was the last of the cowboys. Perhaps I should have said he's the last of my kind of cowboys. Well, Miss Majesty, you'll be appreciating of what I meant from now on." It was also beyond Madeline to account for Gene Stuart's antics, and making allowance for the old cattleman's fancy, she did not weigh his remarks very heavily. She guessed why Stuart might have been angry at the presence of Padre Marcos. Madeline supposed that it was rather an unusual circumstance for a cowboy to be converted to religious belief. But it was possible, and she knew that religious fervor often manifested itself in extremes of feeling and action. Most likely, in Stuart's case, his real manner had been both misunderstood and exaggerated. However, Madeline had a curious desire, which she did not wholly admit to herself, to see the cowboy and make her own deductions. The opportunity did not present itself for nearly 2 weeks. Stuart had taken up his duties as foreman, and his activities were ceaseless. He was absent most of the time, ranging down the Mexican line. When he returned, Stillwell sent for him. This was late in the afternoon of a day in the middle of April. Alfred and Florence were with Madeline on the porch. They saw the cowboy turn his horse over to one of the Mexican boys at the corral and then come with weary step up to the house, beating the dust out of his gauntlets. Little streams of gray sand trickled from his sombrero as he removed it and bowed to the women. Madeline saw the man she remembered, but with a singularly different aspect. His skin was brown, his eyes were piercing and dark and steady, and he carried himself erect. He seemed preoccupied, and there was not a trace of embarrassment in his manner. "Well, Jean, I'm sure glad to see you," Stillwell was saying. "Where do you hail from?" "Guadalupe Canyon," replied the cowboy. Stillwell whistled. "Way down there? You don't mean you follered them hoss tracks that far?" "All the way from Don Carlos Ranch across the Mexican line. I took Nick Steele with me. Nick is the best tracker in the outfit. This trail we were on led along the foothill valleys. First we thought whoever made it was hunting for water, but they passed 2 ranches without watering. At Seaton's Wash they dug for water. Here they met a pack train of burros that came down the mountain trail. The burros were heavily loaded. Horse and burro tracks struck south from Seaton's to the old California Immigrant Road. We followed the trail through Guadalupe Canyon and across the border. On the way back, we stopped at Slaughter's Ranch, where the United States Cavalry are camping. There we met foresters from the Peloncillo Forest Reserve. If these fellows knew anything, they kept it to themselves. So we hit the trail home." "Well, I reckon you know enough?" inquired Stillwell slowly. "I reckon," replied Stewart. "Well, out with it then," said Stillwell gruffly. "Miss Hammond can't be kept in the dark much longer. Make your report to her." The cowboy shifted his dark gaze to Madeline. He was cool and slow. "We're losing a few cattle on the open range. Night drives by the vaqueros. Some of these cattle are driven across the valley, others up to the foothills. So far as I can see, no cattle are being driven south. So this raiding is a blind to fool the cowboys. Don Carlos is a Mexican rebel. He located his rancho here a few years ago and pretended to raise cattle. All that time he has been smuggling arms and ammunition across the border. He was for Madero against Diaz. Now he is against Madero because he and all the rebels think Madero failed to keep his promises. There will be another revolution. All the arms go from the states across the border. Those burros I told you about were packed with contraband goods." "That's a matter for the United States Cavalry. They are patrolling the border," said Alfred. "They can't stop the smuggling of arms, not down in that wild corner," replied Stewart. "What is my duty? What has it to do with me?" inquired Madeline, somewhat perturbed. "Well, Miss Majesty, I reckon it hasn't nothing to do with you," put in Stillwell. "That's my business and Stewart's. But I just wanted you to know there might be some trouble follerin' my orders." "Your orders?" "I want to send Stewart over to fire Don Carlos and his vaqueros off the range. They've got to go. Don Carlos is breaking the law of the United States and doing it on our property and with our hosses. Have I your permission, Miss Hammond?" "Why, assuredly you have. Stillwell, you know what to do. Alfred, what do you think?" "It'll make trouble, Majesty, but it's got to be done," replied Alfred. "Here you have a crowd of Eastern friends due next month. We want the range to ourselves then. But Stillwell, if you drive those vaqueros off, won't they hang around in the foothills? I declare they are a bad lot." Stillwell's mind was not at ease. He paced the porch with a frown clouding his brow. "Jean, I reckon you got this greaser deal figured out better'n me," said Stillwell. "Now what do you say?" "He'll have to be forced off," replied Stewart quietly. "The Don's pretty slick, but his vaqueros are bad actors. It's just this way. Nell said the other day to me, Gene, I haven't packed a gun for years until lately, and it feels good whenever I meet any of those strange greasers. You see, Stillwell, Don Carlos has vaqueros coming and going all the time. They're guerrilla bands, that's all, and they're getting uglier. There have been several shooting scrapes lately. A rancher named White, who lives up the valley, was badly hurt. It's only a matter of time till something stirs up the boys here. Stillwell, you know Nels and Monty and Nick. Sure, I know 'em, and you're not mentioning one more particular cowboy in my outfit, said Stillwell with a dry chuckle and a glance at Stewart. Madeline divined the covert meaning, and a slight chill passed over her, as if a cold wind had blown in from the hills. Stewart, I see you carry a gun, she said, pointing to a black handle protruding from a sheath swinging low along his leather chaps. Yes, ma'am? Why do you carry it? She asked. Well, he said, it's not a pretty gun, and it's heavy. She caught the inference. The gun was not an ornament. His keen, steady, dark gaze caused her vague alarm. What had once seemed cool and audacious about this cowboy was now cold and powerful and mystical. Both her instinct and her intelligence realized the steel fiber of the man's nature. As she was his employer, she had the right to demand that he should not do what was so chillingly manifest that he might do. But Madeline could not demand. She felt curiously young and weak, and the 5 months of Western life were as if they had never been. She now had to do with a question involving human life, and the value she placed upon human life in its spiritual significance was a matter far from her cowboy's thoughts. A strange idea flashed up. Did she place too much value upon all human life? She checked that, wondering, almost horrified at herself. And then her intuition told her that she possessed a far stronger power to move these primitive men than any woman's stern rule or order. Stewart, I do not fully understand what you hint that Nels and his comrades might do. Please be frank with me. Do you mean Nels would shoot upon little provocation? Miss Hammond, as far as Nels is concerned, shooting is now just a matter of his meeting Don Carlos Vaqueros. It's wonderful what Nels has stood from them, considering the Mexicans he's already killed. Already killed? Stewart, you are not in earnest, cried Madeline, shocked. I am. Nels has seen hard life along the Arizona border. He likes peace as well as any man. But a few years of that doesn't change what the early days made of him. As for Nick Steele and Monty, they're just bad men and looking for trouble. How about yourself, Stewart? Stillwell's remark was not lost upon me, said Madeline, prompted by curiosity. Stewart did not reply. He looked at her in respectful silence. In her keen earnestness, Madeline saw beneath his cool exterior and was all the more baffled. Was there a slight, inscrutable mocking light in his eyes, or was it only her imagination? However, the cowboy's face was as hard as flint. Stewart, I have come to love my ranch, said Madeline slowly, and I care a great deal for my cowboys. It would be dreadful if they were to kill anybody, or especially if one of them should be killed. Miss Hammond, you've changed things considerable out here, but you can't change these men. All that's needed to start them is a little trouble, and this Mexican Revolution is bound to make rough times all along some of the wilder passes across the border. We're in line, that's all, and the boys are getting stirred up. Well, then, I must accept the inevitable. I am facing a rough time, and some of my cowboys cannot be checked much longer. But Stewart, whatever you have been in the past, you have changed. She smiled at him, and her voice was singularly sweet and rich. Stillwell has so often referred to you as the last of his kind of cowboy. I have just a faint idea of what a wild life you have led. Perhaps that fits you to be a leader of such rough men. I am no judge of what a leader should do in this crisis. My cowboys are entailing risk in my employ. My property is not safe. Perhaps my life even might be endangered. I want to rely upon you, since Stillwell believes, and I too, that you are the man for this place. I shall give you no orders, but is it too much to ask that you be my kind of cowboy?" Madeline remembered Stuart's former brutality and shame and abject worship, and she measured the great change in him by the contrast afforded now in his dark, changeless, intent face. "Miss Hammond, what kind of cowboy is that?" he asked. I don't exactly know. It is that kind which I feel you might be. But I do know that in the problem at hand I want your actions to be governed by reason, not passion. Human life is not for any man to sacrifice unless in self-defense or in protecting those dependent upon him. What Stillwell and you hinted makes me afraid of Nels and Nick Steele and Monty. Cannot they be controlled? I want to feel that they will not go gunning for Don Carlos' men. I want to avoid all violence, and yet when my guests come, I want to feel they will be safe from danger or fright or even annoyance. May I not rely wholly upon you, Stuart? Just trust you to manage these obstreperous cowboys and protect my property and Alfred's and take care of us, of me, until this revolution is ended? I have never had a day's worry since I bought the ranch. It is not that I want to shirk my responsibilities, it is that I like being happy. May I put so much faith in you?" "I hope so, Miss Hammond," replied Stuart. It was an instant response, but none the less fraught with consciousness of responsibility. He waited a moment, and then, as neither Stillwell nor Madeline offered further speech, he bowed and turned down the path, his long spurs clinking in the gravel. "Well, well," exclaimed Stillwell, "that's no little job you give him, Miss Majesty." "It was a woman's cunning, Stillwell," said Alfred. "My sister used to be a wonder at getting her own way when we were kids. Just a smile or two, a few sweet words or turns of thought, and she had what she wanted." "Al, what a character you give me," protested Madeline. "Indeed, I was deeply in earnest with Stuart. I do not understand just why, but I trust him. He seems like iron and steel. Then I was a little frightened at the prospect of trouble with the vaqueros. Both you and Stillwell have influenced me to look upon Stuart as invaluable. I thought it best to confess my utter helplessness and to look to him for support. Majesty, whatever activated you, it was a stroke of diplomacy," replied her brother. "Stuart has got good stuff in him. He was down and out. Well, he's made a game fight, and it looks as if he'd win. Trusting him, giving him responsibility, relying upon him, that was the surest way to strengthen his hold upon himself. Then that little touch of sentiment about being your kind of cowboy and protecting you. Well, if Gene Stewart doesn't develop into an Argus-eyed knight, I'll say I don't know cowboys. But Majesty, remember, he's a composite of tiger breed and forked lightning, and don't imagine he has failed you if he gets into a fight." "I'll sure tell you what Gene Stewart will do," said Florence. "Don't I know cowboys? Why, they used to take me up on their horses when I was a baby. Gene Stewart will be the kind of cowboy your sister said he might be, whatever that is. She may not know, and we may not guess, but he knows." "Well, Flo, there you hit plumb center," replied the old cattleman, "and I couldn't be gladder if he was my own son." Chapter 10. Don Carlos Vaqueros. Early the following morning, Stuart, with a company of cowboys, departed for Don Carlos' ranch. As the day wore on without any report from him, Stillwell appeared to grow more at ease, and at nightfall he told Madeline that he guessed there was now no reason for concern. "Well, it's sure amazin' strange," he continued. "I've been worryin' some about how we was goin' to fire Don Carlos, but Gene has a way of doin' things." Next day, Stillwell and Alfred decided to ride over Don Carlos' place, taking Madeline and Florence with them, and upon the return trip to stop at Alfred's ranch. They started in the cool gray dawn, and after 3 hours' riding, as the sun began to get bright, they entered a mesquite grove, surrounding corrals and pens and a number of low, squat buildings in a huge, rambling structure, all built of adobe and mostly crumbling to ruin. Only one green spot relieved the bald red of grounds and walls, and this evidently was made by the spring which had given both value and fame to Don Carlos Range. The approach to the house was through a wide courtyard, bare, stony, hard-packed, with hitching rails and watering troughs in front of a long porch. Several dusty, tired horses stood with drooping heads and bridles down, their wet flanks attesting to travel just ended. "Well, doggone it, Al, if there ain't Pat Hawes' hoss, I'll eat it," exclaimed Stillwell. "What's Pat want here anyhow?" growled Alfred. No one was in sight, but Madeline heard loud voices coming from the house. Stillwell dismounted at the porch and stalked in at the door. Alfred leaped off his horse, helped Florence and Madeline down, and bidding them rest and wait on the porch, he followed Stillwell. "I hate these greaser places," said Florence, with a grimace. "They're so mysterious and creepy. Just watch now. There'll be dark-skinned, beady-eyed, soft-footed greasers slip right up out of the ground. There'll be an ugly face in every door and window and crack. It's like a huge barn, with its characteristic odor permeated by tobacco smoke," replied Madeline, sitting down beside Florence. "I don't think very much of this end of my purchase. Florence, isn't that Don Carlos' black horse over there in the corral?" "It sure is. Then the Don's here yet. I wish we hadn't been in such a hurry to come over. There, that doesn't sound encouraging." From the corridor came the rattling of spurs, tramping of boots, and loud voices. Madeline detected Alfred's quick notes when he was annoyed. "We'll rustle back home, then," he said. The answer came, "No." Madeline recognized Stewart's voice, and she quickly straightened up. "I won't have them in here," went on Alfred. "Outdoors or in, they've got to be with us," replied Stewart, sharply. "Listen, Al," came the boom of Stillwell's big voice. "Now that we've butted in over here with the girls, you let Stewart run things." Then a crowd of men tramped pell-mell out upon the porch. Stewart, dark-browed and somber, was in the lead. Nels hung close to him, and Madeline's quick glance saw that Nels had undergone some indescribable change. The grinning, brilliant-eyed Don Carlos came jostling out beside a gaunt, sharp-featured man wearing a silver shield. This, no doubt, was Pat Haw. In the background, behind Stillwell and Alfred, stood Nick Steele, head and shoulders over a number of vaqueros and cowboys. "Miss Hammond, I'm sorry you came," said Stewart, bluntly. "We're in a muddle here. I've insisted that you and Flo be kept close to us. I'll explain later. If you can't stop your ears, I beg you to overlook rough talk." With that, he turned to the men behind him. "Nick, take Booley. Go back to Monty and the boys. Fetch out that stuff, all of it. Rustle now." Stillwell and Alfred disengaged themselves from the crowd to take up position in front of Madeline and Florence. Pat Haw leaned against a post and insolently ogled Madeline and then Florence. Don Carlos pressed forward. His whole figure filled Madeline's reluctant but fascinated eyes. He wore tight velveteen breeches, with a heavy fold down the outside seam, which was ornamented with silver buttons. Round his waist was a sash, and a belt with fringed holster from which protruded a pearl-handled gun. A vest or waistcoat, richly embroidered, partly concealed a blouse of silk and wholly revealed a silken scarf round his neck. His swarthy face showed dark lines, like cords, under the surface. His little eyes were exceedingly prominent and glittering. To Madeline his face seemed to be a bold, handsome mask, through which his eyes piercingly betrayed the evil nature of the man. He bowed low with elaborate and sinuous grace. His smile revealed brilliant teeth, enhanced the brilliance of his eyes. He slowly spread deprecatory hands. "Señoritas, I beg 1,000 pardons," he said. How strange it was for Madeline to hear English spoken in a soft, whiningly sweet accent. The gracious hospitality of Don Carlos has passed with his house. Stuart stepped forward, and, thrusting Don Carlos aside, he called, "Make way there!" The crowd fell back to the tramp of heavy boots. Cowboys appeared staggering out of the corridor with long boxes. These they placed side by side upon the floor of the porch. "Now, Ha, we'll proceed with our business," said Stuart. "You see these boxes, don't you?" "I reckon I see a good many things round here," replied Ha meaningly. "Well, do you intend to open these boxes upon my say-so?" "No," retorted Ha. "It's not my place to meddle with property as come by express and all accounted fur regular." "You call yourself a sheriff!" exclaimed Stuart scornfully. "Maybe you'll think so before long," rejoined Ha sullenly. "I'll open them. Here, one of you boys, knock the tops off these boxes," ordered Stuart. "No, not you, Monty. You use your eyes. Let Booley handle the axe. Wrestle now." Monty Price had jumped out of the crowd into the middle of the porch. The manner in which he gave way to Booley and faced the vaqueros was not significant of friendliness or trust. "Stuart, you're dead wrong to bust up them boxes. That's agin the law," protested Ha, trying to interfere. Stuart pushed him back. Then Don Carlos, who had been stunned by the appearance of the boxes, suddenly became active in speech and person. Stuart thrust him back also. The Mexican's excitement increased. He wildly gesticulated. He exclaimed shrilly in Spanish. When, however, the lids were wrenched open and an inside packing torn away, he grew rigid and silent. Madeline raised herself behind Stillwell to see that the boxes were full of rifles and ammunition. "There, Ha! What did I tell you?" demanded Stuart. "I came over here to take charge of this ranch. I found these boxes hidden in an unused room. I suspected what they were. Contraband goods." "Well, supposing they are. I don't see any call for such all-fired fuss as you're making. Stuart, I calculate you're some stuck on your new job and want to make a big show before—" "Ha, stop slinging that kind of talk," interrupted Stuart. "You got too free with your mouth once before. Now here I'm supposed to be consulting an officer of the law. Will you take charge of these contraband goods?" "Say, you're holding on high and mighty," replied Ha, in an astonishment that was plainly pretended. "What are you driving at?" Stuart muttered an imprecation. He took several swift strides across the porch. He held out his hands to Stillwell as if to indicate the hopelessness of intelligent and reasonable arbitration. He looked at Madeline with a glance eloquent of his regret that he could not handle the situation to please her. Then, as he wheeled, he came face to face with Nels, who had slipped forward out of the crowd. Madeline gathered serious import from the steel-blue, meaning flash of his eyes, whereby Nels communicated something to Stuart. Whatever that something was, it dispelled Stuart's impatience. A slight movement of his hand brought Monty Price forward with a jump. In these sudden jumps of Monty's there was a suggestion of restrained ferocity. Then Nels and Monty lined up behind Stuart. It was a deliberate action, even to Madeline unmistakably formidable. Pat Ha's eyes took on an ugly look. His eyes had a reddish gleam. Don Carlos added a pale face and extreme nervousness to his former expressions of agitation. The cowboys edged away from the vaqueros and the bronzed, bearded horsemen who were evidently Ha's assistants. "I'm driving at this," spoke up Stuart presently, and now he was slow and caustic. "Here's contraband of war. Ha, do you get that? Arms and ammunition for the rebels across the border. I charge you as an officer to confiscate these goods and to arrest the smuggler, Don Carlos." These words of Stuart's precipitated a riot among Don Carlos and his followers, and they surged wildly around the sheriff. There was an upflinging of brown, clenching hands, a shrill, jabbering babel of Mexican voices. The crowd around Don Carlos grew louder and denser with the addition of armed vaqueros and barefooted stable boys and dusty-booted herdsmen and blanketed Mexicans, the last of whom suddenly slipped from doors and windows and round corners. It was a motley assemblage. The laced, fringed, ornamented vaqueros presented a sharp contrast to the bare-legged, sandal-footed boys and the ragged herders. Shrill cries, evidently from Don Carlos, somewhat quieted the commotion. Then Don Carlos could be heard addressing Sheriff Haw in an exhortation of mingled English and Spanish. He denied, he avowed, he proclaimed, and all in rapid, passionate utterance. He tossed his black hair in his vehemence. He waved his fists and stamped the floor. He rolled his glittering eyes. He twisted his thin lips into 100 different shapes, and like a cornered wolf, showed snarling white teeth. It seemed to Madeline that Don Carlos denied knowledge of the boxes of contraband goods, then knowledge of their real contents, then knowledge of their destination, and finally everything except that they were there in sight, damning witnesses to somebody's complicity in the breaking of neutrality laws. Passionate as had been his denial of all of this, it was as nothing compared to his denunciation of Stuart. "Señor Stuart, he kill my vaquero!" shouted Don Carlos, as, sweating and spent, he concluded his arraignment of the cowboy. "Him you must arrest! Señor Stuart, a bad man! He kill my vaquero!" "Did you hear that?" yelled Haw. "The Don's got you figured for that little job in El Cajon last fall." The clamor burst into a roar. Haw was shaking his finger in Stuart's face and hoarsely shouting. Then a lithe young vaquero, swift as an Indian, glided under Haw's uplifted arm. Whatever the action he intended, he was too late for its execution. Stuart lunged out, struck the vaquero, and knocked him off the porch. As he fell, a dagger glittered in the sunlight and rolled, clinking over the stones. The man went down hard and did not move. With the same abrupt violence and a manner of contempt, Stuart threw Haw off the porch, then Don Carlos, who, being less supple, fell heavily. Then the mob backed before Stuart's rush until all were down in the courtyard. The shuffling of feet ceased, the clanking of spurs, the shouting. Nels and Monty, now reinforced by Nick Steele, were as shadows of Stuart, so closely did they follow him. Stuart waved them back and stepped down into the yard. He was absolutely fearless, but what struck Madeline so keenly was his magnificent disdain. Manifestly he knew the nature of the men with whom he was dealing. From the look of him, it was natural for Madeline to expect them to give way before him, which they did, even Haw and his attendants sullenly retreating. Don Carlos got up to confront Stuart. The prostrate vaquero stirred and moaned, but did not rise. "You needn't gibber Spanish to me," said Stuart. "You can talk American, and you can understand American. If you start a roughhouse here, you and your greasers will be cleaned up. You've got to leave this ranch. You can have the stock, the packs, and the traps in the second corral. There's grub, too. Saddle up and hit the trail. Don Carlos, I'm dealing more than square with you. You're lying about these boxes of guns and cartridges. You're breaking the laws of my country, and you're doing it on property in my charge. If I let smuggling go on here, I'd be implicated myself. Now get off the range. If you don't, I'll have the United States cavalry here in 6 hours, and you can gamble they'll get what my cowboys leave of you." Don Carlos was either a capital actor and gratefully relieved at Stuart's leniency, or else he was thoroughly cowed by references to the troops. "Si, senor. Gracias, senor," he exclaimed, and then, turning away, he called to his men. They hurried after him, while the fallen vaquero got to his feet with Stuart's help and staggered across the courtyard. In a moment they were gone, leaving Haw and his several comrades behind. Haw was spitefully ejecting a wad of tobacco from his mouth and swearing in an undertone about white-livered greasers. He cocked his red eye speculatively at Stuart. Well, I reckon as you're so hell-bent on doing it up brown that you'll try to fire me off'n the range, too? If I ever do, Pat, you'll need to be carried off, replied Stewart. Just now I'm politely inviting you and your deputy sheriffs to leave. We'll go, but we're coming back one of these days, and when we do, we'll put you in irons. Ha, if you've got it in that bad for me, come over here in the corral and let's fight it out. I'm an officer, and I don't fight outlaws and such except when I have to make arrests. Officer, you're a disgrace to the county. If you ever did get irons on me, you'd take me someplace out of sight, shoot me, and then swear you killed me in self-defense. It wouldn't be the first time you pulled that trick, Pat Haw. Ho, ho, laughed Haw derisively. Then he started toward the horses. Stewart's long arm shot out, his hand clapped on Haw's shoulder, spinning him round like a top. You're leaving, Pat, but before you leave, you'll come out with your play, or you'll crawl, said Stewart. You've got it in for me, man to man. Speak up now, and prove you're not the cowardly skunk I've always thought you. I've called your hand. Pat Haw's face turned a blackish-purple blue. You can just bet that I've got it in for you, he shouted hoarsely. You're only a low-down cowpuncher. You never had $1 or a decent job till you was mixed up with that Hammond woman. Stewart's hand flashed out and hit Haw's face in a ringing slap. The sheriff's head jerked back, his sombrero fell to the ground. As he bent over to reach it, his hand shook, his arm shook, his whole body shook. Monty Price jumped straight forward and crouched down with a strange low cry. Stewart seemed all at once rigid, bending a little. Say Miss Hammond, if there's occasion to use her name, said Stewart, in a voice that seemed coolly pleasant, yet had a deadly undernote. Haw did a moment's battle with strangling fury, which he conquered in some measure. I said you was a low-down, drunken cowpuncher, a tough as damn near a desperado as we ever had on the border, went on Haw deliberately. His speech appeared to be addressed to Stewart, although his flame-pointed eyes were riveted upon Monty Price. I know you plugged that vaquero last fall, and when I get my proof, I'm coming after you. That's all right, Haw. You can call me what you like, and you can come after me when you like, replied Stewart, but you're going to get in bad with me. You're in bad now, with Monty and Nels. Pretty soon you'll queer yourself with all the cowboys and the ranchers, too. If that don't put some sense into you, here, listen to this. You knew what these boxes contained. You know Don Carlos has been smuggling arms and ammunition across the border. You know he is hand in glove with the rebels. You've been wearing blinders, and it has been to your interest. Take a hunch from me. That's all. Light out now, and the less we see of your handsome mug, the better we'll like you. Muttering, cursing, pallid of face, Haw climbed astride his horse. His comrades followed suit. Certain it appeared that the sheriff was contending with more than fear and wrath. He must have had an irresistible impulse to fling more invective and threat upon Stewart, but he was speechless. Savagely he spurred his horse, and as it snorted and leaped, he turned in his saddle, shaking his fist. His comrades led the way, with their horses clattering into a canter. They disappeared through the gate. When, later in the day, Madeline and Florence, accompanied by Alfred and Stillwell, left Don Carlos Ranch, it was not any too soon for Madeline. The inside of the Mexican's home was more unprepossessing and uncomfortable than the outside. The halls were dark, the rooms huge, empty, and musty. There was an air of silence and secrecy and mystery about them most fitting to the character Florence had bestowed upon the place. On the other hand, Alfred's ranch house, where the party halted to spend the night, was picturesquely located, small and cozy, camp-like in its arrangement, and altogether agreeable to Madeline. The day's long rides and the exciting events had wearied her. She rested while Florence and the two men got supper. During the meal, Stillwell expressed satisfaction over the good riddance of the vaqueros, and with his usual optimism trusted he had seen the last of them. Alfred, too, took a decidedly favorable view of the day's proceedings. However, it was not lost upon Madeline that Florence appeared unusually quiet and thoughtful. Madeline wondered a little at the cause. She remembered that Stewart had wanted to come with them, or detail a few cowboys to accompany them, but Alfred had laughed at the idea and would have none of it. After supper, Alfred monopolized the conversation by describing what he wanted to do to improve his home before he and Florence were married. Then at an early hour they all retired. Madeline's deep slumbers were disturbed by a pounding upon the wall, and then by Florence's crying out in answer to a call, "Get up! Throw some clothes on and come out!" It was Alfred's voice. "What's the matter?" asked Florence as she slipped out of bed. "Alfred, is there anything wrong?" added Madeline, sitting up. The room was dark as pitch, but a faint glow seemed to mark the position of the window. "Oh, nothing much," replied Alfred, "only Don Carlos' rancho going up in smoke." "Fire?" cried Florence sharply. "You'll think so when you see it. Hurry out, Majesty, old girl. Now you won't have to tear down that heap of adobe as you threatened. I don't believe a wall will stand after that fire." "Well, I'm glad of it," said Madeline. "A good, healthy fire will purify the atmosphere over there and save me expense. Ugh, that haunted rancho got on my nerves. Florence, I do believe you've appropriated part of my writing habit. Doesn't Alfred have lights in this house?" Florence laughingly helped Madeline to dress. Then they hurriedly stumbled over chairs and, passing through the dining room, went out upon the porch. Away to the westward, low down along the horizon, she saw leaping red flames and wind-swept columns of smoke. Stillwell appeared, greatly perturbed. "Al, I'm looking for that ammunition to blow up," he said. "There was enough of it to blow the roof off the rancho." "Bill, surely the cowboys would get that stuff out the first thing," replied Alfred, anxiously. "I reckon so, but all the same, I'm worrying. Maybe there wasn't time. Supposing that powder went off as the boys was going for it, or carrying it out. We'll know soon. If the explosion doesn't come quick now, we can figure the boys got the boxes out." For the next few moments there was a silence of sustained and painful suspense. Florence gripped Madeline's arm. Madeline felt a fullness in her throat and a rapid beating in her heart. Presently she was relieved with the others when Stillwell declared the danger of an explosion needed to be feared no longer. "Sure you can gamble on Gene Stewart," he added. The night happened to be partly cloudy, with broken rifts showing the moon, and the wind blew unusually strong. The brightness of the fire seemed subdued. It was like a huge bonfire, smothered by some great covering, penetrated by different, widely separated points of flame. These corners of flame flew up, curling in the wind, and then died down. Thus the scene was constantly changing from dull light to dark. There came a moment when a blacker shade overspread the wide area of flickering gleams and then obliterated them. Night enfolded the scene. The moon peeped a curved yellow rim from under broken clouds. To all appearances, the fire had burned itself out. But suddenly, a pinpoint of light showed where all had been dense black. It grew and became long and sharp. It moved. It had life. It leaped up. Its color warmed from white to red. Then from all about it burst flame on flame, to leap into a great changing pillar of fire that climbed high and higher. Huge funnels of smoke, yellow, black, white, all tinged with the color of fire, slanted upward, drifting away on the wind. "Well, I reckon we won't have the good of them 2,000 tons of alfalfa we was figuring on," remarked Stillwell. "Ah, then that last outbreak was the fire burning hay," said Madeline. "I do not regret the rancho, but it's too bad to lose such a quantity of good feed for the stock. It's lost, and no mistake. The fire's dying as quick as she flared up. Well, I hope none of the boys got risky to save a saddle or blanket. Monty, he's hell on running the gauntlet of fire. He's like a hoss that's just been dragged out of a burning stable and runs back sure locoed. There, she's smoldering down now. Reckon we all might just as well turn in again. It's only 3 o'clock. I wonder how the fire originated, remarked Alfred. Some careless cowboy's cigarette, I'll bet. Stillwell rolled out his laugh. Al, you sure are a free-hearted, trustin' feller. I'm some doubting the cigarette idea, but you can gamble if it was a cigarette, it belonged to a cunnin' vaquero and wasn't dropped accident-like. Now, Bill, you don't mean Don Carlos burned the rancho? Ejaculated Alfred in mingled amaze and anger. Again the old cattleman laughed. Powerful strange to say, my friend. Old Bill means just that. Of course Don Carlos set that fire, put in Florence with spirit. Al, if you live out here 100 years, you'll never learn that greasers are treacherous. I know Gene Stewart suspected something underhand. That's why he wanted us to hurry away. That's why he put me on the black horse of Don Carlos. He wants that horse for himself, and he feared the Don would steal or shoot him. And you, Bill Stillwell, you're as bad as Al. You never distrust anybody till it's too late. You've been singing ever since Stewart ordered the vaqueros off the range, but you sure haven't been thinking. Well, now, Flo, you needn't pitch into me just because I have a natural Christian spirit, replied Stillwell, much aggrieved. I reckon I've had trouble enough in my life so as not to go looking for more. Well, I'm sorry about the hay burning, but maybe the boys saved the stock. And as for that old adobe house and dark holes and underground passages, so long's Miss Majesty doesn't mind, I'm darn glad it burned. Let's all turn in again. Somebody'll ride over early and tell us what's what. Madeline awakened early, but not so early as the others, who were up and had breakfast ready when she went into the dining room. Stillwell was not in an amiable frame of mind. The furrows of worry lined his broad brow, and he continually glanced at his watch, and growled because the cowboys were so late in riding over with the news. He gulped his breakfast, and while Madeline and the others ate theirs, he tramped up and down the porch. Madeline noted that Alfred grew nervous and restless. Presently he left the table to join Stillwell outside. They'll slope off to Don Carlos' rancho and leave us to ride home alone, observed Florence. Do you mind? questioned Madeline. No, I don't exactly mind. We've got the fastest horses in this country. I'd like to run that big black devil off his legs. No, I don't mind, but I've no hankering for a situation Gene Stewart thinks. Florence began disconnectedly, and she ended evasively. Madeline did not press the point, although she had some sense of misgiving. Stillwell tramped in, shaking the floor with his huge boots. Alfred followed him, carrying a field-glass. Not a hoss in sight, complained Stillwell. Something wrong over Don Carlos way. Miss Majesty, it'll be just as well for you and Flo to hit the trail home. We can telephone over and see that the boys know you're coming. Alfred, standing at the door, swept the gray valley with his field-glass. Bill, I see running stock horses or cattle. I can't make out which. I guess we'd better rustle over there. Both men hurried out, and while the horses were being brought up and saddled, Madeline and Florence put away the breakfast dishes, then speedily donned spurs, sombreros, and gauntlets. Here are the horses ready, called Alfred. Flo, that black Mexican horse is a prince. The girls went out in time to hear Stillwell's goodbye as he mounted and spurred away. Alfred went through the motions of assisting Madeline and Florence to mount, which assistance they always flouted, and then he, too, swung up astride. I guess it's all right, he said, rather dubiously. You really must not go over toward Don Carlos. It's only a few miles home." "Sure, it's all right. We can ride, can't we?" retorted Florence. "Better have a care for yourself, going off over there to mix in goodness knows what." Alfred said goodbye, spurred his horse, and rode away. "If Bill didn't forget to telephone," exclaimed Florence, "I declare he and Al were sure rattled." Florence dismounted and went into the house. She left the door open. Madeline had some difficulty in holding Majesty. It struck Madeline that Florence stayed rather long indoors. Presently she came out with sober face and rather tight lips. "I couldn't get anybody on the phone. No answer. I tried a dozen times." "Why, Florence!" Madeline was more concerned by the girl's looks than by the information she imparted. "The wire's been cut," said Florence. Her gray glance swept swiftly over Alfred, who was now far out of earshot. "I don't like this a little bit. Here's where I got to figure, as Bill says." She pondered a moment, then hurried into the house, to return presently with the field glass that Alfred had used. With this she took a survey of the valley, particularly in the direction of Madeline's ranch house. This was hidden by low, rolling ridges which were quite close by. "Anyway, nobody in that direction can see us leave here," she mused. "There's mesquite on the ridges. We've got cover long enough to save us till we can see what's ahead." "Florence, what do you expect?" asked Madeline nervously. "I don't know. There's never any telling about greasers. I wish Bill and Al hadn't left us. Still, come to think of that, they couldn't help us much in case of a chase. We'd run right away from them. Besides, they'd shoot. I guess I'm as well as satisfied that we've got the job of getting home on our own hands. We don't dare follow Al toward Don Carlos Ranch. We know there's trouble over there. So all that's left is to hit the trail for home. Come, let's ride. You stick like a Spanish needle to me." A heavy growth of mesquite covered the top of the first ridge, and the trail went through it. Florence took the lead, proceeding cautiously, and as soon as she could see over the summit, she used the field glass. Then she went on. Madeline, following closely, saw the slope of the ridge to a bare, wide, grassy hollow, and onward to more rolling land, thick with cactus and mesquite. Florence appeared cautious, deliberate, yet she lost no time. She was ominously silent. Madeline's misgivings took definite shape in the fear of vaqueros in ambush. Upon the ascent of the third ridge, which Madeline remembered was the last uneven ground between the point she had reached and home, Florence exercised even more guarded care in advancing. Before she reached the top of this ridge, she dismounted, looped her bridle round a dead snag, and, motioning Madeline to wait, she slipped ahead through the mesquite out of sight. Madeline waited, anxiously listening and watching. Certain it was that she could not see or hear anything alarming. The sun began to have a touch of heat. The morning breeze rustled the thin mesquite foliage. The deep magenta of a cactus flower caught her eye. A long-tailed, cruel-beaked brown bird sailed so close to her she could have touched it with her whip, but she was only vaguely aware of these things. She was watching for Florence, listening for some sound fraught with untoward meaning. All of a sudden she saw Majesty's ears were held straight up. Then Florence's face, now strangely white, showed over the turn of the trail. "Shh!" whispered Florence, holding up a warning finger. She reached the black horse and petted him, evidently to still an uneasiness he manifested. "We're in for it," she went on. "A whole bunch of vaqueros hiding among the mesquite over the ridge. They've not seen or heard us yet. We had better risk riding ahead, cut off the trail, and beat them to the ranch. Madeline, you're white as death. Don't faint now." "I won't faint, but you frighten me. Is there danger? What shall we do?" "There's danger, Madeline. I wouldn't deceive you. went on Florence in an earnest whisper. "Things have turned out just as Jean Stewart hinted. Oh, Al should have listened to Jean. I'm afraid Jean knew." "Knew what?" asked Madeline. "Never mind now. Listen. We daren't take the back trail. We'll go on. I've a scheme to fool that grinning Don Carlos. Get down, Madeline. Hurry." Madeline dismounted. "Give me your white sweater. Take it off. And that white hat. Hurry, Madeline." "Florence, what on earth do you mean?" cried Madeline. "Not so loud," whispered the other. Her gray eyes snapped. She had divested herself of sombrero and jacket, which she held out to Madeline. "Here, take these. Give me yours. Then get up on the black. I'll ride Majesty. Rustle now, Madeline. This is no time to talk." "But, dear, why do you want—" "Aha, you're going to make the vaqueros take you for me." "You guessed it. Will you—" "I shall not allow you to do anything of the kind," returned Madeline. It was then that Florence's face, changing, took on the hard, stern sharpness so typical of a cowboy's. Madeline had caught a glimpse of that expression in Alfred's face, and on Stewart's when he was silent, and on Stillwell's always. It was a look of iron and fire, unchangeable, unquenchable will. There was even much of violence in the swift action whereby Florence compelled Madeline to the change of apparel. "It had been my idea anyhow, if Stewart hadn't told me to do it," said Florence, her words as swift as her hands. "Don Carlos is after you, Miss Madeline Hammond. He wouldn't ambush a trail for anyone else. He's not killing cowboys these days. He wants you for some reason. So Jean thought, and now I believe him. Well, we'll know for sure in 5 minutes. You ride the black, I'll ride Majesty. We'll slip round through the brush, out of sight and sound, till we can break out into the open. Then we'll split. You make straight for the ranch. I'll cut loose for the valley, where Jean said positively the cowboys were with the cattle. The vaqueros will take me for you. They all know those striking white things you wear. They'll chase me. They'll never get anywhere near me, and you'll be on a fast horse. He can take you home ahead of any vaqueros, but you won't be chased. I'm staking all on that. Trust me, Madeline. If it were only my calculation, maybe I'd— It's because I remember Stewart. That cowboy knows things. Come on, this here's the safest and smartest way to fool Don Carlos." Madeline felt herself more forced than persuaded into acquiescence. She mounted the black and took up the bridle. In another moment she was riding her horse off the trail in the tracks of Majesty. Florence led off at right angles, threading a slow passage through the mesquite. She favored sandy patches and open aisles between the trees, and was careful not to break a branch. Often she stopped to listen. This detour of perhaps half a mile brought Madeline to where she could see open ground, the ranch house only a few miles off, and the cattle dotting the valley. She had not lost her courage, but it was certain that these familiar sights somewhat lightened the pressure upon her breast. Excitement gripped her. The shrill whistle of a horse made both the black and Majesty jump. Florence quickened the gait down the slope. Soon Madeline saw the edge of the brush, the gray bleached grass, and level ground. Florence waited at the opening between the low trees. She gave Madeline a quick, bright glance. "All over but the ride. That's sure to be easy. Bolt now, and keep your nerve." When Florence wheeled the fiery roan and screamed in his ear, Madeline seemed suddenly to grow lax and helpless. The big horse leaped into thundering action. This was memorable of Bonita, of the flying hare and the wild night ride. Florence's hair streamed on the wind and shone gold in the sunlight. Yet Madeline saw her with the same thrill with which she had seen the wild riding Bonita. Then hoarse shouts unclamped Madeline's power of movement, and she spurred the black into the open. He wanted to run, and he was swift. Madeline loosened the reins, laid them loose upon his neck. His action was strange to her. He was hard to ride, but he was fast, and she cared for nothing else. Madeline knew horses well enough to realize that the black had found he was free and carrying a light weight. A few times she took up the bridle and pulled to right or left, trying to guide him. He kept a straight course, however, and crashed through small patches of mesquite and jumped the cracks and washes. Uneven ground offered no perceptible obstacle to his running. To Madeline, there was now a thrilling difference in the lash of wind and the flash of the gray ground underneath. She was running away from something. What that was, she did not know. But she remembered Florence, and she wanted to look back, yet hated to do so for fear of the nameless danger Florence had mentioned. Madeline listened for the pounding of pursuing hoofs in her rear. Involuntarily she glanced back. On the mile or more of gray level between her and the ridge there was not a horse, a man, or anything living. She wheeled to look back on the other side, down the valley slope. The sight of Florence riding Majesty in zigzag flight before a whole troop of vaqueros blanched Madeline's cheek and made her grip the pommel of her saddle in terror. That strange gait of her roan was not his wonderful stride. Could Majesty be running wild? Madeline saw one vaquero draw closer, whirling his lasso round his head, but he did not get near enough to throw. So it seemed to Madeline. Another vaquero swept across in front of the first one. Then, when Madeline gasped in breathless expectancy, the roan swerved to elude the attack. It flashed over Madeline that Florence was putting the horse to some awkward flight that might have been expected of an Eastern girl frightened out of her wits. Madeline made sure of this when, after looking again, she saw that Florence, in spite of the horse's breaking gait and the irregular course, was drawing slowly and surely down the valley. Madeline had not lost her head to the extent of forgetting her own mount and the nature of the ground in front. When presently she turned again to watch Florence, uncertainty ceased in her mind. The strange features of that race between girl and vaqueros were no longer in evidence. Majesty was in his beautiful, wonderful stride, low down along the ground, stretching with his nose level and straight for the valley. Between him and the lean horses in pursuit lay an ever-increasing space. He was running away from the vaqueros. Florence was indeed riding the wind, as Stuart had aptly expressed his idea of flight upon the fleet roan. A dimness came over Madeline's eyes, and it was not all owing to the sting of the wind. She rubbed it away, seeing Florence as a flying dot in a strange blur. What a daring, intrepid girl! This kind of strength, and splendid thought for a weaker sister, was what the West inculcated in a woman. The next time Madeline looked back, Florence was far ahead of her pursuers and going out of sight behind a low knoll. Assured of Florence's safety, Madeline put her mind to her own ride and the possibilities awaiting at the ranch. She remembered the failure to get any of her servants or cowboys on the telephone. To be sure, a windstorm had once broken the wire, but she had little real hope of such being the case in this instance. She rode on, pulling the black as she neared the ranch. Her approach was from the south and off the usual trail, so that she went up the long slope of the knoll toward the back of the house. Under these circumstances, she could not consider it out of the ordinary that she did not see anyone about the grounds. It was perhaps fortunate for her, she thought, that the climb up the slope cut the black's speed so she could manage him. He was not very hard to stop. The moment she dismounted, however, he jumped and trotted off. At the edge of the slope, facing the corrals, he halted to lift his head and shoot up his ears. Then he let out a piercing whistle and dashed down the lane. Madeline, prepared by that warning whistle, tried to fortify herself for a new and unexpected situation. But as she espied an unfamiliar company of horsemen rapidly riding down a hollow leading from the foothills, she felt the return of fears gripping at her like cold hands, and she fled precipitously into the house. Chapter 11. A Band of Gorillas. Madeline bolted the door, and, flying into the kitchen, she told the scared servants to shut themselves in. Then she ran to her own rooms. It was only a matter of a few moments for her to close and bar the heavy shutters, yet even as she was fastening the last one in the room she used as an office, a clattering roar of hoofs seemed to swell up in the front of the house. She caught a glimpse of wild, shaggy horses and ragged, dusty men. She had never seen any vaqueros that resembled these horsemen. Vaqueros had grace and style. They were fond of lace and glitter and fringe. They dressed their horses in silvered trappings. But the riders now trampling into the driveway were uncouth, lean, and savage. They were guerrillas, a band of the raiders who had been harassing the border since the beginning of the Revolution. A second glimpse assured Madeline that they were not all Mexicans. The presence of outlaws in that band brought home to Madeline her real danger. She remembered what Stillwell had told her about recent outlaw raids along the Rio Grande. These flying bands, operating under the excitement of the Revolution, appeared here and there, everywhere, in remote places, and were gone as quickly as they came. Mostly they wanted money and arms, but they would steal anything, and unprotected women had suffered at their hands. Madeline, hurriedly collecting her securities and the considerable money she had in her desk, ran out, closed and locked the door, crossed the patio to the opposite side of the house, and, entering again, went down a long corridor, trying to decide which of the many unused rooms would be best to hide in. And before she made up her mind, she came to the last room. Just then, a battering on a door or window in the direction of the kitchen, and shrill screams from the servant women increased Madeline's alarm. She entered the last room. There was no lock or bar upon the door, but the room was large and dark, and it was half full of bales of alfalfa hay. Probably it was the safest place in the house. At least time would be necessary to find anyone hidden there. She dropped her valuables in a dark corner and covered them with loose hay. That done, she felt her way down a narrow aisle between the piled-up bales and presently crouched in a niche. With the necessity of action over for the immediate present, Madeline became conscious that she was quivering and almost breathless. Her skin felt tight and cold. There was a weight on her chest. Her mouth was dry, and she had a strange tendency to swallow. Her listening faculty seemed most acute. Dull sounds came from parts of the house remote from her. In the intervals of silence between these sounds, she heard the squeaking and rustling of mice in the hay. A mouse ran over her hand. She listened, waiting, hoping yet dreading to hear the clattering approach of her cowboys. There would be fighting, blood, men injured, perhaps killed. Even the thought of violence of any kind hurt her. But perhaps the guerrillas would run in time to avoid a clash with her men. She hoped for that, prayed for it. Through her mind flitted what she knew of Nels, of Monty, of Nick Steele, and she experienced a sensation that left her somewhat chilled and sick. Then she thought of dark-browed, fire-eyed Stuart. She felt a thrill drive away the cold nausea, and her excitement augmented. Waiting, listening, increased all her emotions. Nothing appeared to be happening, yet hours seemed to pass while she crouched there. Had Florence been overtaken? Could any of those lean horses outrun Majesty? She doubted it. She knew it could not be true. Nevertheless, the strain of uncertainty was torturing. Suddenly the bang of the corridor door pierced her through and through with the dread of uncertainty. Some of the guerrillas had entered the east wing of the house. She heard a babble of jabbering voices, and shuffling of boots and clinking of spurs, the slamming of doors and ransacking of rooms. Madeline lost faith in her hiding place. Moreover, she found it impossible to take the chance. The idea of being caught in that dark room by those ruffians filled her with horror. She must get out into the light. Swiftly she rose and went to the window. It was rather more of a door than window, being a large aperture closed by two wooden doors on hinges. The iron hook yielded readily to her grasp, and one door stuck fast, while the other opened a few inches. She looked out upon a green slope covered with flowers and bunches of sage and bushes. Neither man nor horse showed in the narrow field of her vision. She believed she would be safer hidden out there in the shrubbery than in the house. The jump from the window would be easy for her, and with her quick decision came a rush and stir of spirit that warded off her weakness. She pulled at the door. It did not budge. It had caught at the bottom. Pulling with all her might proved to be in vain. Pausing, with palms hot and bruised, she heard a louder, closer approach of the invaders of her home. Fear, wrath, and impotence contested for supremacy over her and drove her to desperation. She was alone here, and she must rely on herself. As she strained every muscle to move that obstinate door and heard the quick, harsh voices of men and the sounds of a hurried search, she suddenly felt sure that they were hunting for her. She knew it. She did not wonder at it. But she wondered if she were really Madeline Hammett, and if it were possible that brutal men would harm her. Then the tramping of heavy feet on the floor of the adjoining room lent her the last strength of fear. Pushing with hands and shoulders, she moved the door far enough to permit the passage of her body. Then she stepped up on the sill and slipped through the aperture. She saw no one. Lightly she jumped down and ran along among the bushes. But these did not afford her the cover she needed. She stole from one clump to another, finding too late that she had chosen with poor judgment. The position of the bushes had drawn her closer to the front of the house rather than away from it, and just before her were horses, and beyond a group of excited men. With her heart in her throat, Madeline crouched down. A shrill yell, followed by running and mounting guerrillas, roused her hope. They had sighted the cowboys and were in flight. Rapid thumping of boots on the porch told of men hurrying from the house. Several horses dashed past her, not 10 feet distant. One rider saw her, for he turned to shout back. This drove Madeline into a panic. Hardly knowing what she did, she began to run away from the house. Her feet seemed leaden. She felt the same horrible powerlessness that sometimes overcame her when she dreamed of being pursued. Horses with shouting riders streaked past her in the shrubbery. There was a thunder of hoofs behind her. She turned aside, but the thundering grew nearer. She was being run down. As Madeline shut her eyes and, staggering, was about to fall, apparently right under pounding hoofs, a rude, powerful hand clapped round her waist, clutched deep and strong, and swung her aloft. She felt a heavy blow when the shoulder of the horse struck her, and then a wrenching of her arm as she was dragged up. A sudden blighting pain made sight and feeling fade from her. But she did not become unconscious to the extent that she lost the sense of being rapidly borne away. She seemed to hold that for a long time. When her faculties began to return, the motion of the horse was no longer violent. For a few moments she could not determine her position. Apparently she was upside down. Then she saw that she was facing the ground and must be lying across a saddle with her head hanging down. She could not move a hand. She could not tell where her hands were. Then she felt the touch of soft leather. She saw a high-topped Mexican boot wearing a huge silver spur, and the reeking flank and legs of a horse and a dusty narrow trail. Soon a kind of red darkness veiled her eyes, and her head swam, and she felt motion and pain only dully. After what seemed 1,000 weary hours, someone lifted her from the horse and laid her upon the ground, where, gradually, as the blood left her head and she could see, she began to get the right relation of things. She lay in a sparse grove of firs, and the shadows told of late afternoon. She smelled wood smoke, and she heard the sharp crunch of horses' teeth nipping grass. Voices caused her to turn her face. A group of men stood and sat round a campfire eating like wolves. The looks of her captors made Madeline close her eyes, and the fascination, the fear they roused in her made her open them again. Mostly they were thin-bodied, thin-bearded Mexicans, black and haggard and starved. Whatever they might be, they surely were hunger-striven and squalid. Not one had a coat. A few had scarfs. Some wore belts in which were scattered cartridges. Only a few had guns, and those were of diverse patterns. Madeline could see no packs, no blankets, and only a few cooking utensils, all battered and blackened. Her eyes fastened upon men she believed were white men, but it was from their features and not their color that she judged. Once she had seen a band of nomad robbers in the Sahara, and somehow was reminded of them by this motley outlaw troop. They divided attention between the satisfying of ravenous appetites and a vigilant watching down the forest aisles. They expected someone, Madeline thought, and manifestly, if it were a pursuing posse, they did not show anxiety. She could not understand more than a word here and there that they uttered. Presently, however, the name of Don Carlos revived keen curiosity in her and realization of her situation, and then once more dread possessed her breast. A low exclamation and a sweep of arm from one of the guerrillas caused the whole band to wheel and concentrate their attention in the opposite direction. They heard something. Then they saw someone. Grimy hands sought weapons, and then every man stiffened. Madeline saw what hunted men looked like at that moment of discovery, and the sight was terrible. She closed her eyes, sick with what she saw, fearful of the moment when the guns would leap out. There were muttered curses, a short period of silence followed by whisperings, and then a clear voice rang out, "El Capitan!" A strong shock vibrated through Madeline, and her eyelids swept open. Instantly she associated the name El Capitan with Stuart, and experienced a sensation of strange regret. It was not pursuit or rescue she thought of then, but death. These men would kill Stuart. But surely he had not come alone. The lean, dark faces, corded and rigid, told her in what direction to look. She heard the slow, heavy thump of hoofs. Soon in the wide aisle between the trees moved the form of a man, arms flung high over his head. Then Madeline saw the horse, and she recognized Majesty, and she knew it was really Stuart who rode the roan. When doubt was no longer possible, she felt a suffocating sense of gladness and fear and wonder. Many of the guerrillas leaped up with drawn weapons. Still Stuart approached with his hands high, and he rode right into the campfire circle. Then a guerrilla, evidently the chief, waved down the threatening men and strode up to Stuart. He greeted them. There was amaze and pleasure and respect in the greeting. Madeline could tell that, though she did not know what was said. At the moment, Stuart appeared to her as cool and careless as if he were dismounting at her porch steps. But when he got down, she saw that his face was white. He shook hands with the guerrilla, and then his glittering eyes roved over the men and around the glade until they rested upon Madeline. Without moving from his tracks, he seemed to leap, as if a powerful current had shocked him. Madeline tried to smile to assure him she was alive and well, but the intent in his eyes, the power of his controlled spirit telling her of her peril and his, froze the smile on her lips. With that, he faced the chief and spoke rapidly in the Mexican jargon Madeline had always found so difficult to translate. The chief answered, spreading wide his hands, one of which indicated Madeline as she lay there. Stuart drew the fellow a little aside and said something for his ear alone. The chief's hand swept up in a gesture of surprise and acquiescence. Again Stuart spoke swiftly. His hearer then turned to address the band. Madeline caught the words Don Carlos and pesos. There was a brief muttering protest, which the chief thundered down. Madeline guessed her release had been given by this guerrilla and bought from the others of the band. Stuart strode to her side, leading the roan. Majesty reared and snorted when he saw his mistress prostrate. Stuart knelt, still holding the bridle. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I think so," she replied, essaying a laugh that was rather a failure. "My feet are tied." Dark blood blotted out all the white from his face, and lightning shot from his eyes. She felt his hands, like steel tongs, loosening the bonds round her ankles. Without a word, he lifted her upright, and then upon Majesty. Madeline reeled a little in the saddle, held hard to the pommel with one hand, and tried to lean on Stuart's shoulder with the other. "Don't give up," he said. She saw him gaze furtively into the forest on all sides, and it surprised her to see the guerrillas riding away. Putting the two facts together, Madeline formed an idea that neither Stuart nor the others desired to meet with someone evidently due shortly in the glade. Stuart guided the roan off to the right and walked beside Madeline, steadying her in the saddle. At first, Madeline was so weak and dizzy that she could scarcely retain her seat. The dizziness left her presently, and then she made an effort to ride without help. Her weakness, however, and a pain in her wrenched arm made the task laborsome. Stuart had struck off the trail, if there were one, and was keeping to denser parts of the forest. The sun sank low, and the shafts of gold fell with a long slant among the firs. Majesty's hoofs made no sounds on the soft ground, and Stuart strode on without speaking. Neither his hurry nor vigilance relaxed until at least 2 miles had been covered. Then he held to a straighter course and did not send so many glances into the darkening woods. The level of the forest began to be cut up by little hollows, all of which sloped and widened. Presently the soft ground gave place to bare, rocky soil. The horse snorted and tossed his head. A sound of splashing water broke the silence. The hollow opened into a wider one, through which a little brook murmured its way over the stones. Majesty snorted again and stopped and bent his head. "He wants a drink," said Madeline. "I'm thirsty too, and very tired." Stuart lifted her out of the saddle, and as their hands parted she felt something moist and warm. Blood was running down her arm and into the palm of her hand. "I'm bleeding," she said, a little unsteadily. "Oh, I remember. My arm was hurt." She held it out, the blood making her conscious of her weakness. Stuart's fingers felt so firm and sure. Swiftly he ripped the wet sleeve. Her forearm had been cut or scratched. He washed off the blood. "Why, Stuart, it's nothing. I was only a little nervous. I guess that's the first time I ever saw my own blood." He made no reply as he tore her handkerchief into strips and bound her arm. His swift motions and his silence gave her a hint of how he might meet a more serious emergency. She felt safe, and because of that impression, when he lifted his head and she saw that he was pale and shaking, she was surprised. He stood before her, folding his scarf, which was still wet, and from which he made no effort to remove the red stains. "Miss Hammond," he said hoarsely, "it was a man's hands, a greaser's fingernails, that cut your arm. I know who he was. I could have killed him, but I mightn't have got your freedom. You understand? I didn't dare." Madeline gazed at Stuart, astounded more by his speech than his excessive emotion. "My dear boy!" she exclaimed, and then she paused. She could not find words. He was making an apology to her for not killing a man who had laid a rough hand upon her person. He was ashamed, and seemed to be in a torture that she would not understand why he had not killed the man. There seemed to be something of a passionate scorn in him that he had not been able to avenge her as well as free her. Stuart, I understand. You are being my kind of cowboy. I thank you. But she did not understand so much as she implied. She had heard many stories of this man's cool indifference to peril and death. He had always seemed as hard as granite. Why should the sight of a little blood upon her arm pale his cheek and shake his hand and thicken his voice? What was there in his nature to make him implore her to see the only reason he could not kill an outlaw? The answer to the first question was that he loved her. It was beyond her to answer the second. But the secret of it lay in the same strength from which his love sprang, an intensity of feeling which seemed characteristic of these Western men of simple, lonely, elemental lives. All at once over Madeline rushed a tide of realization of how greatly it was possible for such a man as Stuart to love her. The thought came to her in all its singular power. All her Eastern lovers, who had the graces that made them her equals in the sight of the world, were without the only great essential that a lonely, hard life had given to Stuart. Nature here struck a just balance. Something deep and dim in the future, an unknown voice, called to Madeline and disturbed her. And because it was not a voice to her intelligence, she deadened the ears of her warm and throbbing life, and decided never to listen. "Is it safe to rest a little?" she asked. "I am so tired. Perhaps I'll be stronger if I rest." "We're all right now," he said. "The horse will be better, too. I ran him out, and uphill at that." "Where are we?" "Up in the mountains, 10 miles and more from the ranch. There's a trail just below here. I can get you home by midnight. There'll be some worried down there." "What happened?" "Nothing much to anyone but you. That's the hard luck of it. Florence caught us out on the slope. We were returning from the fire. We were dead beat, but we got to the ranch before any damage was done. We sure had a trouble in finding a trace of you. Nick spotted the prints of your heels under the window, and then we knew. I had to fight the boys. If they'd come after you, we'd never have gotten you without a fight. I didn't want that. Old Bill came out packing a dozen guns. He was crazy. I had to rope Monty. Honest, I tied him to the porch. Nels and Nick promised to stay and hold him till morning. That was the best I could do. I was sure lucky to come up with the band so soon. I had figured right. I knew that guerrilla chief. He's a bandit in Mexico. It's a business with him. But he fought for Madero, and I was with him a good deal. He may be a greaser, but he's white. How did you effect my release?" "I offered them money. That's what the rebels all want. They need money. They're a lot of poor, hungry devils." "I gathered that you offered to pay ransom. How much?" $2,000, Mex. I gave my word, and I'll have to take the money. I told them when and where I'd meet them." "Certainly. I'm glad I've got the money." Madeline laughed. "What a strange thing to happen to me. I wonder what Dad would say to that. Stuart, I'm afraid he'd say $2,000 is more than I'm worth. But tell me, that rebel chieftain did not demand money?" "No, the money is for his men." "What did you say to him? I saw you whisper in his ear." Stuart dropped his head, averting her direct gaze. "We were comrades before Juarez. One day I dragged him out of a ditch. I reminded him. Then I told him something I thought... Stuart, I know from the way he looked at me that you spoke of me." Her companion did not offer a reply to this, and Madeline did not press the point. "I heard Don Carlos' name several times. That interests me. What have Don Carlos and his vaqueros to do with this?" "That greaser has all to do with it," replied Stuart grimly. "He burned his ranch and corrals to keep us from getting them, but he also did it to draw all the boys away from your home. They had a deep plot, all right. I left orders for someone to stay with you, but Al and Stillwell, who are both hot-headed, rode off this morning. Then the guerrillas came down. Well, what was the idea? The plot, as you call it. To get you, he said bluntly. Me? Stuart, you do not mean my capture? Whatever you call it, was anything more than a mere accident? I do mean that. But Stillwell and your brother think the guerrillas wanted money and arms, and they just happened to make off with you because you ran under a horse's nose. You do not incline to that point of view? I don't. Neither does Nels nor Nick Steele. And we know Don Carlos and the greasers. Look how the vaqueros chased Flo for you. What do you think, then? I'd rather not say. But, Stuart, I would like to know. If it is about me, surely I ought to know, protested Madeline. What reason have Nels and Nick to suspect Don Carlos of plotting to abduct me? I suppose they've no reason you'd like. Once I heard Nels say he'd seen the greaser look at you, and if he ever saw him do it again, he'd shoot him. Why, Stuart, that is ridiculous, to shoot a man for looking at a woman. This is a civilized country. Well, maybe it would be ridiculous in a civilized country. There's some things about civilization I don't care for. What, for instance? For one thing, I can't stand for the way men let other men treat women. But, Stuart, this is strange talk from you, who, that night I came... She broke off, sorry that she had spoken. His shame was not pleasant to see. Suddenly he lifted his head, and she felt scorched by flaming eyes. Suppose I was drunk. Suppose I had met some ordinary girl. Suppose I had really made her marry me. Don't you think I would have stopped being a drunkard and have been good to her? Stuart, I do not know what to think about you, replied Madeline. Then followed a short silence. Madeline saw the last bright rays of the setting sun glide over a distant crag. Stuart rebridled the horse and looked at the saddle girths. I got off the trail. About Don Carlos, I'll say right out, not what Nels and what Nick think, but what I know. Don Carlos hoped to make off with you for himself, the same as if you had been a poor peon slave girl down in Sonora. Maybe he had a deeper plot than my rebel friend told me. Maybe he even went so far as to hope for American troops to chase him. The rebels are trying to stir up the United States. They'd welcome intervention. But, however that may be, the greaser meant evil to you, and has meant it ever since he saw you. That's all. Stuart, you have done me and my family a service we can never hope to repay. I've done the service, only don't mention pay to me. But there's one thing I'd like you to know, and I find it hard to say. It's prompted, maybe, by what I know you think of me, and what I imagine your family and friends would think if they knew. It's not prompted by pride or conceit, and it's this. Such a woman as you should never have come to this God-forsaken country unless she meant to forget herself. But as you did come, and as you were dragged away by those devils, I want you to know that all your wealth and position and influence, all that power behind you, would never have saved you from hell tonight. Only such a man as Nels or Nick Steele or I could have done that. Madeline Hammond felt the great leveling force of the truth. Whatever the difference between her and Stuart, or whatever the imagined difference set up by false standards of class and culture, the truth was that here on this wild mountainside she was only a woman, and he was simply a man. It was a man that she needed, and if her choice could have been considered in this extremity, it would have fallen upon him who had just faced her in quiet, bitter speech. Here was food for thought. "I reckon we'd better start now," he said, and drew the horse close to a large rock. "Come." Madeline's will greatly exceeded her strength. For the first time she acknowledged to herself that she had been hurt. Still, she did not feel much pain except when she moved her shoulder. Once in the saddle, where Stuart lifted her, she drooped weakly. The way was rough. Every step the horse took hurt her, and the slope of the ground threw her forward on the pommel. Presently, as the slope grew rockier and her discomfort increased, she forgot everything except that she was suffering. "Here's the trail," said Stuart, at length. Not far from that point, Madeline swayed, and but for Stuart's support, would have fallen from the saddle. She heard him swear under his breath. "Here, this won't do," he said. "Throw your leg over the pommel. The other one, there." Then, mounting, he slipped behind her and lifted and turned her, and then held her with his left arm so that she lay across the saddle and his knees, her head against his shoulder. As the horse started into a rapid walk, Madeline gradually lost all pain and discomfort when she relaxed her muscles. Presently she let herself go and lay inert, greatly to her relief. For a little while she seemed to be half drunk with a gentle swaying of a hammock. Her mind became at once dreamy and active, as if it thoughtfully recorded the slow, soft impressions pouring in from all her senses. A red glow faded in the west. She could see out over the foothills, where twilight was settling gray on the crest, dark in the hollows. Cedar and pinyon trees lined the trail, and there were no more firs. At intervals, huge drab-colored rocks loomed over her. The sky was clear and steely. A faint star twinkled. And lastly, close to her, she saw Stuart's face, once more dark and impassive, with the inscrutable eyes fixed on the trail. His arm, like a band of iron, held her, yet it was flexible and yielded her to the motion of the horse. One instant she felt the brawn, the bone, heavy and powerful, the next the stretch and ripple, the elasticity of muscles. He held her as easily as if she were a child. The roughness of his flannel shirt rubbed her cheek, and beneath that she felt the dampness of the scarf he had used to bathe her arm, and deeper still the regular pound of his heart. Against her ear, filling it with strong, vibrant beat, his heart seemed a mighty engine, deep within a great cavern. Her head had never before rested on a man's breast, and she had no liking for it there, but she felt more than the physical contact. The position was mysterious and fascinating, and something natural in it made her think of life. Then, as the cool wind blew down from the heights, loosening her tumbled hair, she was compelled to see strands of it curl softly into Stuart's face, before his eyes, across his lips. She was unable to reach it with her free hand, and therefore could not refasten it. And when she shut her eyes, she felt those loosened strands playing against his cheeks. In the keener press of such sensations, she caught the smell of dust and a faint, wild, sweet tang on the air. There was a low, rustling sigh of wind in the brush along the trail. Suddenly the silence ripped apart to the sharp bark of a coyote, and then, from far away, came a long wail. And then Majesty's metal-rimmed hoof rang on a stone. These later things lent reality to that ride for Madeline. Otherwise it would have seemed like a dream. Even so, it was hard to believe. Again she wondered if this woman who had begun to think and feel so much was Madeline Hammond. Nothing had ever happened to her, and here, playing about her like her hair played about Stuart's face, was adventure, perhaps death, and surely life. She could not believe the evidence of the day's happenings. Would any of her people, her friends, ever believe it? Could she tell it? How impossible to think that a cunning Mexican might have used her to further the interests of a forlorn revolution. She remembered the ghoulish visages of those starved rebels, and marveled at her blessed fortune in escaping them. She was safe, and now self-preservation had some meaning for her. Stuart's arrival in the glade, the courage with which he had faced the outlawed men, grew as real to her now as the iron arm that clasped her. Had it been an instinct which had importuned her to save this man when he lay ill and hopeless in the shack at Chiricahua? In helping him, had she hedged round her forces that had just operated to save her life? Or, if not that, more than life was to her? She believed so. Madeline opened her eyes after a while and found that night had fallen. The sky was dark, velvety blue, blazing with white stars. The cool wind tugged at her hair, and through waving strands she saw Stuart's profile, bold and sharp, against the sky. Then, as her mind succumbed to her bodily fatigue, again her situation became unreal and wild. A heavy languor, like a blanket, began to steal upon her. She wavered and drifted, with the last half-conscious sense of muffled throb at her ear, a something intangibly sweet, deep-toned and strange, like a distant calling bell. She fell asleep with her head on Stuart's breast. Chapter 12. Friends from the East. 3 days after her return to the ranch, Madeline could not discover any physical discomfort as a reminder of her adventurous experiences. This surprised her, but not nearly so much as the fact that after a few weeks she found she scarcely remembered the adventures at all. If it had not been for the quiet and persistent guardianship of her cowboys, she might almost have forgotten Don Carlos and the raiders. Madeline was assured of the splendid physical fitness to which this ranch life had developed her, and that she was assimilating something of the Western disregard of danger. A hard ride, an accident, a day in the sun and dust, an adventure with outlaws, these might once have been matters of large import, but now, for Madeline, they were in order with all the rest of her changed life. There was never a day that something interesting was not brought to her notice. Stillwell, who had ceaselessly reproached himself for riding away the morning Madeline was captured, grew more like an anxious parent than a faithful superintendent. He was never at ease regarding her unless he was near the ranch or had left Stuart there, or else Nels and Nick Steele. Naturally, he trusted more to Stuart than to anyone else. "Miss Majesty, it's sure amazin' strange about Jean," said the old gentleman as he tramped into Madeline's office. "What's the matter now?" she inquired. "Well, Jean has rustled off into the mountains again." "Again? I did not know he had gone. I gave him money for that band of guerrillas. Perhaps he went to take it to them." "Nah, he took that a day or so ago, after he fetched you back home. Then in about a week he went a second time, and he packed some stuff with him. Now he sneaked off, and Nels, who was down to the lower trail, saw him meet somebody that looked like Padre Marcos. Well, I went down to the church, and sure enough, Padre Marcos is gone. What do you think of that, Miss Majesty?" "Maybe Stuart is getting religious," laughed Madeline. "You told me so once." Stillwell puffed and wiped his red face. "If you'd heard him cuss Monty this morning, you'd never guess it was religion. Monty and Nels have been giving Jean a lot of trouble lately. They're both sore and in fighting mood ever since Don Carlos had you kidnapped. Sure, they're going to break soon, and then we'll have a couple of wild Texas steers riding the range. I've a heap to worry me. Let Stuart take his mysterious trips into the mountains. Here, Stillwell, I have news for you that may give you reason for worry. I have letters from home, and my sister, with a party of friends, is coming out to visit me. They are society folk, and one of them is an English lord." "Well, Miss Majesty, I reckon we'll all be glad to see them," said Stillwell, "unless they pack you off back east." "That isn't likely," replied Madeline thoughtfully. "I must go back sometime, though. Well, let me read you a few extracts from my mail." Madeline took up her sister's letter with a strange sensation of how easily sight of a crested monogram and scent of delicately perfumed paper could recall the brilliant life she had given up. She scanned the pages of beautiful handwriting. Helen's letter was in turn gay and brilliant and lazy, just as she was herself. But Madeline detected more of curiosity in it than of real longing to see the sister and brother in the far West. Much of what Helen wrote was enthusiastic anticipation of the fun she expected to have with bashful cowboys. Helen seldom wrote letters, and she never read anything, not even popular novels of the day. She was as absolutely ignorant of the West as the Englishman, who, she said, expected to hunt buffalo and fight Indians. Moreover, there was a satiric note in her letter that Madeline did not like, and which roused her spirit. Manifestly, Helen was reveling in the prospect of new sensation. When she finished reading aloud a few paragraphs, the old cattleman snorted and his face grew redder. "Did your sister write that?" he asked. "Yes." "Well, I beg pardon, Miss Majesty, but it doesn't seem like you. Does she think we're a lot of wild men from Borneo?" "Evidently she does. I rather think she is in for a surprise. Now, Stillwell, you are clever, and you can see the situation. I want my guests to enjoy their stay here, but I did not want that to be at the expense of the feelings of all of us, or even anyone. Helen will bring a lively crowd. They'll crave excitement, the unusual. Let us see that they are not disappointed. You take the boys into your confidence. Tell them what to expect, and tell them how to meet it. I shall help you in that. I want the boys to be on dress parade when they are off duty. I want them to be on their most elegant behavior. I do not care what they do, what measures they take to protect themselves, what tricks they contrive, so long as they do not overstep the limit of kindness and courtesy. I want them to play their parts seriously, naturally, as if they had lived no other way. My guests expect to have fun. Let us meet them with fun. What do you say?" Stillwell rose, his great bulk towering, his huge face beaming. "Well, I say it's the most amazin' fine idea I ever heard in my life." "Indeed, I am glad you like it," went on Madeline. "Come to me again, Stillwell, after you have spoken to the boys. But now that I have suggested it, I am a little afraid. You know what cowboy fun is, perhaps—" "Don't go back on that idea," interrupted Stillwell. He was assuring and bland, but his hurry to convince Madeline betrayed him. "Leave the boys to me. Why, don't they all swear by you, same as the Mexicans do to the Virgin? They won't disgrace you, Miss Majesty. They'll be simply immense. It'll beat any show you've ever seen." "I believe it will," replied Madeline. She was still doubtful of her plan, but the enthusiasm of the old cattleman was infectious and irresistible. "Very well, we will consider it settled. My guests will arrive on May 9th. Meanwhile, let us get Her Majesty's rancho into shape for this invasion." On the afternoon of the 9th of May, perhaps half an hour after Madeline had received a telephone message from Link Stevens announcing the arrival of her guests at El Cajon, Florence called her out upon the porch. Stillwell was there with his face wrinkled by his wonderful smile and his eagle eyes riveted upon the distant valley. Far away, perhaps 20 miles, a thin streak of white dust rose from the valley floor and slanted skyward. "Look!" said Florence excitedly. "What is it?" asked Madeline. "Link Stevens and the automobile." "Why, no, it's only a few minutes since he telephoned saying the party had just arrived." "Take a look with the glasses," said Florence. One glance through the powerful binoculars convinced Madeline that Florence was right, and another glance at Stillwell told her that he was speechless with delight. She remembered a little conversation she had had with Link Stevens a short while previous. "Stevens, I hope the car is in good shape," she had said. "Now, Miss Hammond, she's as right as the best trained hoss I ever rode," he had replied. "The valley road is perfect," she had gone on, musingly. "I never saw such a beautiful road, even in France. No fences, no ditches, no rocks, no vehicles, Just a lonely road on the desert. Sure, it's lonely, Stevens had answered, with slowly brightening eyes. And safe, Miss Hammond. My sister used to like fast riding. If I remember correctly, all my guests were a little afflicted with the speed mania. It is a common disease with New Yorkers. I hope, Stevens, that you will not give them reason to think we are altogether steeped in the slow, dreamy Manana languor of the Southwest. Link doubtfully eyed her, and then his bronze face changed its dark aspect and seemed to shine. Begging your pardon, Miss Hammond, that's sure tall talk for Link Stevens to savvy. You mean, as long as I drive careful and safe, I can run away from my dust, so to say, and get here in something less than the greasers tomorrow? Madeline had laughed her assent, and now, as she watched the thin streak of dust at that distance moving with snail pace, she reproached herself. She trusted Stevens. She had never known so skillful, daring, and iron-nerved a driver as he was. If she had been in the car herself, she would have had no anxiety. But, imagining what Stevens would do on that 40 miles and more of that desert road, Madeline suffered a prick of conscience. "Oh, Stillwell," she exclaimed, "I am afraid I will go back on my wonderful idea. What made me do it?" "Your sister wanted the real thing, didn't she? Said they all wanted it. Well, I reckon they've begun getting it," replied Stillwell. That statement from the cattleman allayed Madeline's pangs of conscience. She understood just what she felt, though she could not have put it in words. She was hungry for a sight of well-remembered faces. She longed to hear the soft laughter and gay repartee of old friends. She was eager for gossipy first-hand news of her old world. Nevertheless, something in her sister's letter, in messages from the others who were coming, had touched Madeline's pride. In one sense, the expected guests were hostile, inasmuch as they were scornful and curious about the West that had claimed her. She imagined what they would expect in a Western ranch. They would surely get the real thing, too, as Stillwell said, and in that certainty was satisfaction for a small grain of something within Madeline which approached resentment. She wistfully wondered, however, if her sister or friends would come to see the West even a little as she saw it. That perhaps would be hoping too much. She resolved, for once all, to do her best to give them the sensation their senses craved, and equally to show them the sweetness and beauty and wholesomeness and strength of life in the Southwest. "Wal, as Nell says, I wouldn't be in that there automobile right now for $1,000,000 pesos, remarked Stillwell. "Why, is Stevens driving fast?" "Good Lord! Fast? Miss Majesty, there ain't never been anything except a streak of lightning run so fast in this country. I'll bet Link for once is in heaven. I can just see him now, the grim, crooked-legged little devil hunching down over that wheel as if it was a horse's neck." "I told him not to let the ride be hot or dusty," remarked Madeline. "Ha, ha!" roared Stillwell. "Well, I'll be going. I reckon I'd like to be here when Link drives up, but I want to be with the boys down by the bunks. It'll be some fun to see Nails and Monty when Link comes flying along." "I wish Al had stayed to meet them," said Madeline. Her brother had rather hurried a shipment of cattle to California, and it was Madeline's supposition that he had welcomed the opportunity to absent himself from the ranch. "I'm sorry he wouldn't stay," replied Florence, "but Al's all business now, and he's doing finely. It's just as well, perhaps." "Surely. That was my pride speaking. I would like to have all my family and all my old friends see what a man Al has become. Well, Link Stevens is running like the wind. The car will be here before we know it. Florence, we've only a few moments to dress. But first I want to order many and various and exceedingly cold refreshments for that approaching party." Less than a half-hour later, Madeline went again to the porch and found Florence there. "Oh, you look just lovely!" exclaimed Florence, impulsively, as she gazed wide-eyed up at Madeline. "And somehow so different." Madeline smiled a little sadly. Perhaps when she had put on that exquisite white gown, something had come to her of the manner which befitted the wearing of it. She could not resist the desire to look fair once more in the eyes of these hypercritical friends. The sad smile had been for the days that were gone, for she knew that what society had once been pleased to call her beauty had trebled since it had last been seen in a drawing-room. Madeline wore no jewels, but at her waist she had pinned 2 great crimson roses. Against the dead white they had the life and fire and redness of the desert. "Link's hit the old roundup trail," said Florence, "and oh, isn't he riding that car!" With Florence, as with most of the cowboys, the car was never driven, but ridden. A white spot with a long trail of dust showed low down in the valley. It was now headed almost straight for the ranch. Madeline watched it growing larger moment by moment, and her pleasurable emotion grew accordingly. Then the rapid beat of a horse's hoofs caused her to turn. Stuart was riding in on his black horse. He had been absent on an important mission, and his duty had taken him to the international boundary line. His presence home, long before he was expected, was particularly gratifying to Madeline, for it meant that his mission had been brought to a successful issue. Once more, for the 100th time, the man's reliability struck Madeline. He was a doer of things. The black horse halted wearily without the usual pound of hoofs on the gravel, and the dusty rider dismounted wearily. Both horse and rider showed the heat and dust and wind of many miles. Madeline advanced to the porch steps, and Stuart, after taking a parcel of papers from the saddlebag, turned toward her. "Stuart, you are the best of careers," she said. "I am pleased." Dust streamed from his sombrero as he doffed it. His dark face seemed to rise as he straightened weary shoulders. "Here are the reports, Miss Hammond," he replied. As he looked up to see her standing there, dressed to receive her Eastern guests, he checked his advance with a violent action which recalled to Madeline the one he had made on the night she had met him, when she disclosed her identity. It was not fear, nor embarrassment, nor awkwardness, and it was only momentary. Yet, slight as had been his pause, Madeline received from it an impression of some strong halting force. A man struck by a bullet might have had an instant jerk of muscular control such as convulsed Stuart. In that instant, as her keen gaze searched his dust-caked face, she met the full, free look of his eyes. Her own did not fall, though she felt a warmth steal to her cheeks. Madeline very seldom blushed, and now, conscious of her sudden color, a genuine blush flamed on her face. It was irritating because it was incomprehensible. She received the papers from Stuart and thanked him. He bowed, then led the black down the path toward the corrals. "When Stuart looks like that, he's been riding," said Florence. "But when his horse looks like that, he's sure been burning the wind." Madeline watched the weary horse and rider limp down the path. What had made her thoughtful? Mostly it was something new or sudden or inexplicable that stirred her mind to quick analysis. In this instance, the thing that had struck Madeline was Stuart's glance. He had looked at her, and the old, burning, inscrutable fire, the darkness, had left his eyes. Suddenly they had been beautiful. The look had not been one of surprise or admiration, nor had it been one of love. She was familiar, too familiar, with all three. It had not been a gaze of passion, for there was nothing beautiful in that. Madeline pondered, and presently she recognized that Stuart's eyes had expressed a strange joy of pride. That expression Madeline had never before encountered in the look of any man. Probably its strangeness had made her notice it and accounted for her blushing. The longer she lived among these outdoor men, the more they surprised her. Particularly how incomprehensible was this cowboy Stuart. Why should he have pride or joy at sight of her? Florence's exclamation made Madeline once more attend to the approaching automobile. It was on the slope now, some miles down the long, gradual slant. Two yellow, funnel-shaped clouds of dust seemed to shoot out from behind the car and roll aloft to join the column that stretched down the valley. "I wonder what riding a mile a minute would be like," said Florence. "I'll sure make Link take me. Oh, but look at him come!" The giant car resembled a white demon, and but for the dust would have appeared to be sailing in the air. Its motion was steadily forward, holding to the road as if on rails, and its velocity was astounding. Long gray veils, like pennants, streamed in the wind. A low rushing sound became perceptible, and it grew louder, became a roar. The car shot like an arrow past the alfalfa field, by the bunkhouses, where the cowboys waved and cheered. The horses and burros in the corrals began to snort and tramp and race in fright. At the base of the long slope of the foothill, Link cut the speed more than half. Yet the car roared up, rolling the dust, flying capes and veils and ulsters, and crashed and cracked to a halt in the yard before the porch. Madeline descried a gray, disheveled mass of humanity packed inside the car. Besides the driver, there were 7 occupants, and for a moment they appeared to be coming to life, moving and exclaiming under the veils and wraps and dust shields. Link Stevens stepped out, and, removing helmet and goggles, coolly looked at his watch. "An hour and a quarter, Miss Hammond," he said. "It's 63 miles by the valley road, and you know there's a couple of bad hills. I reckon we made fair time, considering you wanted me to drive slow and safe." From the mass of dusty veiled humanity in the car came low exclamations and plaintive feminine wails. Madeline stepped to the front of the porch. Then the deep voices of men and softer voices of women united in one glad outburst, as much a thanksgiving as a greeting. "Majesty!" Helen Hammond was 3 years younger than Madeline, and a slender, pretty girl. She did not resemble her sister except in whiteness and fineness of skin, being more of a brown-eyed, brown-haired type. Having recovered her breath soon after Madeline took her to her room, she began to talk. "Majesty, old girl, I'm here, but you can bet I would never have gotten here if I had known about that ride from the railroad. You never wrote that you had a car. I thought this was out west, stagecoach and all that sort of thing. Such a tremendous car, and the road, and that terrible little man with the leather trousers. What kind of a chauffeur is he?" "He's a cowboy. He was crippled by falling under his horse, so I had him instructed to run the car. He can drive, don't you think?" "Drive? Good gracious, he scared us to death. Except Castleton. Nothing could scare that cold-blooded little Englishman. I am dizzy yet. Do you know, Majesty, I was delighted when I saw the car. Then your cowboy driver met us at the platform. What a queer-looking individual. He had a big pistol strapped to those leather trousers. That made me nervous. When he piled us all in with our grips, he put me in the seat beside him, whether I liked it or not. I was fool enough to tell him I loved to travel fast. What do you think he said? Well, he eyed me in a rather cool and speculative way, and said with a smile, 'Miss, I reckon anything you love and want bad will be coming to you out here.' I didn't know whether it was delightful candor or impudence. Then he said to all of us, 'Sure, you had better wrap up in the veils and dusters. It's a long, slow, hot, dusty ride to the ranch, and Miss Hammond's order was to drive safe.' He got our baggage checks and gave them to a man with a huge wagon and a 4-horse team, and then he cranked the car, jumped in, wrapped his arms around the wheel, and sank low in his seat. There was a crack, a jerk, a kind of flash around us, and that dirty little town was somewhere on the map behind. For about 5 minutes I had a lovely time. Then the wind began to tear me to pieces. I couldn't hear anything but the rush of the wind and the roar of the car. I could see only straight ahead. What a road! I never saw a road in my life till today. Miles and miles and miles ahead, with not even a post or tree. That big car seemed to leap at the miles. It hummed and sang. I was fascinated, then terrified. We went so fast I couldn't catch my breath. The wind went through me, and I expected to be disrobed by it any minute. I was afraid I couldn't hold any clothes on. Presently all I could see was a flashing gray wall and a white line in the middle. Then my eyes blurred, my face burned, my ears grew full of 100,000 howling devils. I was about ready to die when the car stopped. I looked and looked, and when I could see, there you stood. "Helen, I thought you were fond of speeding," said Madeline with a laugh. "I was, but I assure you I never before was in a fast car. I never saw a road, I never met a driver. Perhaps I may have a few surprises for you out here in the wild and woolly West." Helen's dark eyes showed a sister's memory of possibilities. "You've started well," she said. "I am simply stunned. I expected to find you old and dowdy. Majesty, you're the handsomest thing I ever laid eyes on. You're so splendid and strong, and your skin is like white gold. What's happened to you? What's changed you? This beautiful room, those glorious roses out there, the cool, dark sweetness of this wonderful house. I know you, Majesty, and though you never wrote it, I believe you have made a home out here. That's the most stunning surprise of all. Come, confess. I know I've always been selfish and not much of a sister, but if you are happy out here, I'm glad. You are not happy at home. Tell me about yourself and about Alfred. Then I shall give you all the messages and news from the East." It afforded Madeline exceeding pleasure to have from one and all of her guests varied encomiums of her beautiful home, and a real and warm interest in what promised to be a delightful and memorable visit. Of them all, Castleton was the only one who failed to show surprise. He greeted her precisely as he had when he had last seen her in London. Madeline, rather to her astonishment, found meeting him again pleasurable. She discovered she liked this imperturbable Englishman. Manifestly, her capacity for liking anyone had immeasurably enlarged. Quite unexpectedly, her old girlish love for her younger sister sprang into life, and with it interest in these half-forgotten friends, and a warm regard for Edith Wayne, a chum of college days. Helen's party was smaller than Madeline had expected it to be. Helen had been careful to select a company of good friends, all of whom were well known to Madeline. Edith Wayne was a patrician brunette, a serious, soft-voiced woman, sweet and kindly, despite a rather bitter experience that left her worldly wise. Mrs. Carrollton Beck, a plain, lively person, had chaperoned the party. The fourth and last of the feminine contingent was Miss Dorothy Coombs, Dot, as they called her, a young woman of attractive blonde prettiness. For a man, Castleton was of very small stature. He had a pink and white complexion, a small golden mustache, and his heavy eyelids, always drooping, made him look dull. His attire, cut to what appeared to be an exaggerated English style, attracted attention to his diminutive size. He was immaculate and fastidious. Robert Weed was a rather large, florid young man, remarkable only for his good nature. Counting Boyd Harvey, a handsome, pale-faced fellow, with the careless smile of the man for whom life has been easy and pleasant, the party was complete. Dinner was a happy hour, especially for the Mexican women who served it and could not fail to note its success. The mingling of low voices and laughter, The old, gay, superficial talk, the graciousness of a class which lived for the pleasure of things, and to make time pass pleasurably for others, all took Madeline far back into the past. She did not care to return to it, but she saw that it was well she had not wholly cut herself off from her people and friends. When the party adjourned to the porch, the heat had markedly decreased, and the sunset was sinking over the red desert. An absence of spoken praise, a gradually deepening silence, attested to the impression on the visitors of that noble sunset. Just as the last curve of red rim vanished beyond the dim Sierra Madres and the golden lightning began to flare brighter, Helen broke the silence with an exclamation. It only wants life. Ah, there's a horse climbing the hill. See, he's up. He has a rider. Madeline knew before she looked the identity of the man riding up the mesa, but she did not know until that moment how the habit of watching for him at this hour had grown upon her. He rode along the rim of the mesa and out to the point, where, against the golden background, horse and rider stood silhouetted in bold relief. "What is he doing there? Who is he?" inquired the curious Helen. "That is Stuart, my right-hand man," replied Madeline. "Every day when he is at the ranch he rides up there at sunset. I think he likes the ride and the scene, but he goes to take a look at the cattle in the valley." "Is he a cowboy?" asked Helen. "Indeed, yes," replied Madeline, with a little laugh. "You will think so when Stillwell gets hold of you and begins to talk." Madeline found it necessary to explain who Stillwell was and what he thought of Stuart, and while she was about it, of her own accord, she added a few details of Stuart's fame. "El Capitan! How interesting!" mused Helen. "What does he look like?" "He is superb." Florence handed the field-glass to Helen and bade her look. "Oh, thank you," said Helen, as she complied. "There, I see him. Indeed, he is superb. What a magnificent horse! How still he stands! Why, he seems carved in stone." "Let me look," said Dorothy Coombs eagerly. Helen gave her the glass. "You can look, Dot, but that's all. He's mine. I saw him first." Whereupon Madeline's feminine guests held a spirited contest over the field-glass, and 3 of them made gay, bantering boasts not to consider Helen's self-asserted rights. Madeline laughed with the others while she watched the dark figure of Stuart and his black outline against the sky. There came over her a thought not by any means new or strange. She wondered what was in Stuart's mind as he stood there in the solitude and faced the desert and the darkening west. Some day she meant to ask him. Presently he turned the horse and rode down into the shadow, creeping up the mesa. "Majesty, have you planned any fun? Any excitement for us?" asked Helen. She was restless, nervous, and did not seem to be able to sit still for a moment. "You will think so when I get through with you," replied Madeline. "What, for instance?" inquired Helen and Dot and Mrs. Beck in unison. Edith Wayne smiled her interest. "Well, I'm not counting rides and climbs and golf, but these are necessary to train you for trips over into Arizona. I want to show you the desert and the Aravaipa Canyon. We have to go on horseback and pack our outfit. If any of you are alive after those trips and want more, we shall go up into the mountains. I should like very much to know what you each want particularly." "I'll tell you," replied Helen promptly. "Dot will be the same out here as she was in the East. She wants to look bashfully down at her hand, a hand imprisoned in another, by the way, and listen to a man talk poetry about her eyes. If cowboys don't make love that way, Dot's visit will be a failure. Now, Elsie Beck wants solely to be revenged upon us for dragging her out here. She wants some dreadful thing to happen to us. I don't know what's in Edith's head, but it isn't fun. Bobby wants to be near Elsie, and no more. Boyd wants what he has always wanted, the only thing he ever wanted that he didn't get. Castleton has a horrible, bloodthirsty desire to kill something. "I declare now, I want to ride and camp out, also," protested Castleton. "As for myself," went on Helen, "I want—oh, if only I knew what I want! Well, I know I want to be outdoors, to get into the open, to feel sun and wind, and to burn some color into my white face. I want some flesh and blood and life. I am tired out. Beyond all that, I don't know very well. I'll try to keep Dot from attaching all the cowboys to her train." "What a diversity of wants," said Madeline. "Above all, Majesty, we want something to happen," concluded Helen, with passionate finality. "My dear sister, maybe you will have your wish fulfilled," replied Madeline soberly. "Edith, Helen has made me curious about your especial yearning." "Majesty, it is only that I wanted to be with you for a while," replied this old friend. There was in this wistful reply, accompanied by a dark and eloquent glance of eyes, what told Madeline of Edith's understanding, of her sympathy, and perhaps a betrayal of her own unquiet soul. It saddened Madeline. How many women might there not be who had the longing to break down the bars of their cage, but had not the spirit? Chapter 13. Cowboy Golf. In the whirl of the succeeding days, it was a moot question whether Madeline's guests or her cowboys or herself got the keenest enjoyment out of the flying time. Considering the sameness of the cowboy's ordinary life, she was inclined to think they made the most of the present. Stillwell and Stewart, however, had found the situation trying. The work of the ranch had to go on, and some of it got sadly neglected. Stillwell could not resist the ladies any more than he could resist the fun in the extraordinary goings-ons of the cowboys. Stewart alone kept the business of cattle raising from a serious setback. Early and late he was in the saddle, driving the lazy Mexicans whom he had hired to relieve the cowboys. One morning in June, Madeline was sitting on the porch with her merry friends when Stillwell appeared on the corral path. He had not come to consult Madeline for several days, an omission so unusual as to be remarked. "Here comes Bill, in trouble," laughed Florence. Indeed, he bore some faint resemblance to a thundercloud as he approached the porch, but the greetings he got from Madeline's party, especially from Helen and Dorothy, chased away the blackness from his face and brought the wonderful wrinkling smile. "Miss Majesty, sure I'm a sad, demoralized old cattleman," he said presently, "and I'm in need of a heap of help." "What's wrong now?" asked Madeline, with her encouraging smile. "Well, it's so amazing strange what cowboys will do. I just am about to give up. Why, you might say my cowboys were all on strike for vacations. What do you think of that? We've changed the shifts, shortened hours, let one and another off duty, hired greasers, and in fact done everything that could be thought of. But this vacation idea growed worse. When Stewart set his foot down, then the boys began to get sick. Never in my born days as a cattleman have I heard of so many diseases. And you ought to see how lame and crippled and weak many of the boys have got all of a sudden. The idea of a cowboy coming to me with a sore finger and asking to be let off for a day. There's Bully. Now, I've known a hoss to fall all over him, and once he rolled down a canyon. Never bothered him at all. He's got a blister on his heel, a riding blister, and he says it's going to blood poisoning if he doesn't rest. There's Jim Bell. He developed what he says is spinal meningitis or some such. There's Frankie Slade. He swore he had scarlet fever because his face burnt so red, I guess. And when I hollered that scarlet fever was contagious and he must be put away somewhere, he up and says he guessed it wasn't that. But he was sure awful sick and needed to loaf around and be amused. Why, even Nels doesn't want to work these days. If it wasn't for Stewart, who's had greasers with the cattle,
I don't know what I'd do."
"Why all this sudden illness and idleness?" asked Madeline.
"Well, you see, the truth is every blamed cowboy on the range, except Stewart, thinks it's his bounden duty to entertain the ladies."
"I think that is just fine!" exclaimed Dorothy Coombs, and she joined in the general laugh. "Stewart, then, doesn't care to entertain us?" inquired Helen, in curious interest.
"Well, Miss Helen, Stewart is sure different from the other cowboys," replied Stillwell. "Yet he used to be like them. There never was a cowboy fuller of the devil than Gene. But he's changed. He's foreman here, and that must be it. All the responsibility rests on him. He sure has no time for amusing the ladies."
"I imagine that is our loss," said Edith Wayne, in her earnest way. "I admire him." "Stillwell, you need not be so distressed with what is only gallantry in the boys, even if it does make a temporary confusion in the work," said Madeline.
"Miss Majesty, all I said is not the half, nor the quarter, nor nothing of what's troubling me," he answered sadly.
"Very well, unburden yourself."
"Well, the cowboys, excepting Gene, have gone plumb batty, just plain crazy over this here game of golf."
A merry peal of mirth greeted Stillwell's solemn assertion. "Oh, Stillwell, you are in fun," replied Madeline.
"I hope to die if I'm not in dead earnest," declared the cattleman. "It's an amazin' strange fact. Ask Flo. She'll tell you. She knows cowboys, and how if they ever start on something, they ride it as they ride a hoss."
Florence, being appealed to, and with evidently feeling all eyes upon her, modestly replied that Stillwell had scarcely misstated the situation. "Cowboys play like they work or fight," she added. "They give their whole souls to it. They are great, big, simple boys." "Indeed they are," said Madeline. "Oh, I'm glad if they like the game of golf. They have so little play."
"Well, some's got to be did if we're to go on raising cattle at Her Majesty's rancho," replied Stillwell.
He appeared both deliberate and resigned. Madeline remembered that despite Stillwell's simplicity, he was as deep as any of his cowboys, and there was absolutely no gauging him where possibilities of fun were concerned. Madeline fancied that his exaggerated talk about the cowboy's sudden craze for golf was in line with certain other remarkable tales that had lately emanated from him. Some very strange things had occurred of late, and it was impossible to tell whether or not they were accidents, mere coincidence, or deep-laid, skillfully worked-out designs of the fun-loving cowboys. Certainly there had been great fun, and at the expense of her guests, particularly Castleton. So Madeline was at a loss to know what to think about Stillwell's latest elaboration. From mere force of habit, she sympathized with him and found difficulty in doubting his apparent sincerity.
"To go back a ways,"
went on Stillwell, as Madeline looked up expectantly, "you recollect what pride the boys took in fixing up that golf course out on the mesa? Well, they worked on that job, and though I never seen any other course, I'll gamble yours can't be beat. The boys was sure curious about that game. You recollect how they all wanted to see you and your brother play and be caddies for you? Well, whenever you'd quit, they'd go to work trying to play the game. Monty Price, he was the leading spirit. Old as I am, Miss Majesty, and used as I am to cowboy eccentricities, I nearly dropped dead when I heard that little hobble-footed, burned-up Montana cowpuncher say there wasn't any game too swell for him, and golf was just his speed. Serious as a preacher, mind you, he was, and he was always practicing. When Stewart gave him charge of the course and the clubhouse and all them funny sticks, why, Monty was tickled to death. You see, Monty is sensitive that he ain't much good any more for cowboy work. He was glad to have a job that he didn't feel he was hanging to by kindness.
Well, he practiced the game, and he read the books in the clubhouse, and he got the boys to doing the same. That wasn't very hard, I reckon. They played early and late and in the moonlight. For a while, Monty was coach, and the boys stood it. But pretty soon Frankie Slade got puffed on his game, and he had to have it out with Monty. Well, Monty beat him bad. Then, one after another, the other boys tackled Monty. He beat them all. After that, they split up and began playing matches, 2 on a side. For a spell, this worked fine. But cowboys can't never be satisfied long unless they win all the time. Monty and Link Stevens, both cripples you might say, joined forces and elected to beat all comers. Well, they did, and that's the trouble. Long and patient the other boys tried to beat them 2 game legs, and haven't done it. Maybe if Monty and Link was perfectly sound in their legs, like the other cowboys, there wouldn't have been such a holler. But no sound cowboys'll ever stand for a disgrace like that. Why, down at the bunks in the evening, it's some mortifying the way Monty and Link crow over the rest of the outfit. They've taken on superior airs. You couldn't reach up to Monty with a trimmed spruce pole. And Link, well, he's just amazin' scornful. "It's a swell game, ain't it?" says Link, powerful sarcastic. "Well, what's hurtin' you low-down common cowmen? You keep harpin' on Monty's game leg and on my game leg. If we had good legs, we'd beat you all the wuss. It's brains that wins golf, brains and aristocratic blood, which of the same you fellows sure have little." And then Monty, he blows smoke powerful careless and superior, and he says, "Sure, it's a swell game. You cow-headed gents think beef and brawn ought to have the call over skill and gray matter. You'll all have to back up and get down. Get out and learn the game. You don't know a baffy from a Chinese sandwich. All you can do is waggle with a club and fozzle the ball." Whenever Monty gets to using them queer names, the boys go round kinda dotty. Monty and Link have got the books and directions of the game, and they won't let the other boys see them. They show the rules, but that's all. And of course, every game ends in a row almost before it started. The boys are all terrible in earnest about this golf, and I want to say, for the good of ranchin', not to mention a possible fight, that Monty and Link have got to be beat. There's no peace round this ranch till that's done. Madeline's guests were much amused. As for herself, in spite of her scarcely considered doubt, Stillwell's tale of woe occasioned her anxiety. However, she could hardly control her mirth. "What in the world can I do?" "Well, I reckon I couldn't say. I only come to you for advice. It seems that a queer kind of game has locoed my cowboys, and for the time being, ranchin' is at a standstill. Sounds ridiculous, I know, but cowboys are as strange as wild cattle. All I'm sure of is that the conceit has got to be taken out of Monty and Link. Onct, just onct, we'll square it, and then we can resume our work." "Stillwell, listen," said Madeline brightly. "We'll arrange a match game, a foursome, between Monty and Link and your best picked team. Castleton, who is an expert golfer, will umpire. My sister and friends and I will take turns as caddy for your team. That will be fair, considering yours is the weaker. Caddies may coach, and perhaps expert advice is all that is necessary for your team to defeat Monty's." "A grand idea," declared Stillwell with instant decision. "When can we have this match game?" "Why, today, this afternoon. We'll all ride out to the links." "Well, I reckon I'll be some indebted to you, Miss Majesty, and all your guests," replied Stillwell warmly. He rose with sombrero in hand and a twinkle in his eye that again prompted Madeline to wonder. "And now I'll be going to fix up for the game of cowboys golf. Adios." The idea was as enthusiastically received by Madeline's guests as it had been by Stillwell. They were highly amused and speculative to the point of taking sides and making wagers on their choice. Moreover, this situation, so frankly revealed by Stillwell, had completed their deep mystification. They were now absolutely nonplussed by the singular character of American cowboys. Madeline was pleased to note how seriously they had taken the old cattleman's story. She had a little throb of wild expectancy that made her both fear and delight in the afternoon's prospect. The June days had set in warm, in fact hot during the noon hours, and this had inculcated in her insatiable visitors a tendency to profit by the experience of those used to the Southwest. They indulged in the restful siesta during the heated term of the day. Madeline was awakened by Majesty's well-known whistle and pounding on the gravel. Then she heard the other horses. When she went out, she found her party assembled in gala golf attire, with spirits to match their costumes. Castleton, especially, appeared resplendent in a golf coat that beggared description. Madeline had faint misgivings when she reflected on what Monty and Nels and Nick might do under the influence of that blazing garment. "Oh, Majesty!" cried Helen, as Helen went up to her horse. "Don't make him kneel. Try that flying mount. We all want to see it. It's so stunning." "But that way, too, I must have him kneel," said Madeline, "or I can't reach the stirrup. He's so tremendously high." Madeline had to yield to the laughing insistence of her friends, and after all of them, except Florence, were up, she made Majesty go down on one knee. Then she stood on his left side, facing back, and took a good firm grip on the bridle and pommel and his mane. After she had slipped the toe of her boot firmly into the stirrup, she called to Majesty. He jumped and swung her up into the saddle. "Now, just to see how it ought to be done, watch Florence," said Madeline. The Western girl was at her best in riding habit with her horse. It was beautiful to see the ease and grace with which she accomplished the cowboy's flying mount. Then she led the party down the slope across the flat to climb the mesa. Madeline never saw a group of her cowboys without looking them over, almost unconsciously, for her foreman, Gene Stewart. This afternoon, as usual, he was not present. However, she now had a sense, of which she was wholly conscious, that she was both disappointed and irritated. He had really not been attentive to her guests, and he, of all her cowboys, was the one of whom they wanted most to see something. Helen, particularly, had asked to have him attend the match, but Stewart was with the cattle. Madeline thought of his faithfulness and was ashamed of her momentary lapse into that old imperious habit of desiring things irrespective of reason. Stewart, however, immediately slipped out of her mind as she surveyed the group of cowboys on the links. By actual count there were 16, not including Stillwell, and the same number of splendid horses, all shiny and clean, grazed on the rim in the care of Mexican lads. The boys were on dress parade, looking very different in Madeline's eyes, at least, from the way cowboys usually appeared. But they were real and natural to her guests, and they were so picturesque that they might have been stage cowboys instead of real ones. Sombreros with silver buckles and horsehair bands were in evidence, and bright silk scarves, embroidered vests, fringed and ornamented chaps, huge swinging guns, and clinking silver spurs lent a festive appearance. Madeline and her party were at once eagerly surrounded by the cowboys, and she found it difficult to repress a smile. If these cowboys were still remarkable to her, what must they be to her guests? "Well, you all raced over, I seen," said Stillwell, taking Madeline's bridle. Get down. We're sure amazing glad and proud. And Miss Majesty, I'm offering to beg pardon for the way the boys are packing guns. Maybe it ain't polite, but it's Stewart's orders." "Stewart's orders?" echoed Madeline. Her friends were suddenly silent. "I reckon he won't take no chances on the boys being surprised by sudden raiders, And there's raiders operating in from the Guadalupes. That's all. Nothing to worry over. I was just explaining." Madeline, with several in her party, expressed relief, but Helen showed excitement and then disappointment. "Oh, I want something to happen," she cried. 16 pairs of keen cowboy eyes fastened intently upon her pretty, petulant face, and Madeline divined, if Helen did not, that the desired consummation was not far off. "So do I," said Doc Coombs. "It would be perfectly lovely to have a real adventure." The gaze of the 16 cowboys shifted and sought the demure face of this other discontented girl. Madeline laughed, and Stillwell wore his strange, moving smile. "Well, I reckon you ladies sure won't have to go home unhappy," he said. "Why, as boss of this here outfit, I'd feel myself disgraced forever if you didn't have your wish. Just wait. And now, ladies, the matter on hand may not be amusing or exciting to you, but this here cowboy outfit is powerful important, and all the help you can give us will sure be thankfully received. Take a look across the links. Do y'all see them 2 apologies for human beings prancing like a couple of hobbled broncs? Well, you're gazing at Monty Price and Link Stevens, who have of a sudden got too swell to associate with their old bunkies. They're practicing for the tournament. They don't want my boys to see how they handle them crooked clubs." "Have you picked your team?" inquired Madeline. Stillwell mopped his red face with an immense bandana and showed something of confusion and perplexity. "I've 16 boys, and they all want to play," he replied. "Picking the team ain't going to be an easy job. Maybe it won't be healthy, either. There's Nels and Nick. They just stated cheerful-like that if they don't play, we won't have any game at all. Nick never tried before, and Nels, all he wants is to get a crack at Monty with one of them crooked clubs. I suggest you let all your boys drive from the tee and choose the 2 who drive the farthest," said Madeline. Stillwell's perplexed face lighted up. "Well, that's a plumb good idea. The boys'll stand for that." Wherewith he broke up the admiring circle of cowboys round the ladies. "Grab a rope, a club, all you cowpunchers, and march over here and take a swipe at this little white bean." The cowboys obeyed with alacrity. There was considerable difficulty over the choice of clubs and who should try first. The latter question had to be adjusted by lot. However, after Frankie Slade made several ineffectual attempts to hit the ball from the teeing ground, at last to send it only a few yards, the other players were not so eager to follow. Stillwell had to push Booley forward, and Booley executed a most miserable shot and retired to the laughing comments of his comrades. The efforts of several succeeding cowboys attested to the extreme difficulty of making a good drive. "Well, Nick, it's your turn," said Stillwell. "Bill ain't so all-fired particular about playing," replied Nick. "Why, you was roaring about it a little while ago. Afraid to show how bad you'll play?" "Nope, just plain consideration for my feller cowpunchers," answered Nick with spirit. "I'm appreciating how bad they play, and I'm not mean enough to show them up." "Well, you've got to show me," said Stillwell. "I know you never seen a golf stick in your life. What's more, I'll bet you can't hit that little ball square. Not in a dozen cracks at all. Bill, I'm also too much of a gent to take your money, but you know I'm from Missouri. Give me a club." Nick's angry confidence seemed to evaporate as one after another he took up and handled the clubs. It was plain that he had never before wielded one. But also it was plain that he was not the kind of a man to give in. Finally, he selected a driver, looked doubtfully at the small knob, and then stepped into position on the teeing ground. Nick Steele stood 6 feet 4 inches in height. He had the rider's wiry slenderness, yet he was broad of shoulder. His arms were long. Manifestly, he was an exceedingly powerful man. He swung the driver aloft and whirled it down with a tremendous swing. Crack! The white ball disappeared, and from where it had been rose a tiny cloud of dust. Madeline's quick sight caught the ball as it lined somewhere to the right. It was shooting low and level with the speed of a bullet. It went up and up in swift, beautiful flight, then lost its speed and began to sail, to curve, to drop, and it fell out of sight beyond the rim of the mesa. Madeline had never seen a drive that approached this one. It was magnificent, beyond belief, except for actual evidence of her own eyes. The yelling of the cowboys probably brought Nick Steele out of the astounding spell with which he beheld his shot. Then Nick, suddenly alive to the situation, recovered from his trance, and, resting nonchalantly upon his club, he surveyed Stillwell and the boys. After their first surprise outburst, they were dumb. "Y'all seen that?" Nick grandly waved his hand. "Thought I was joshin', didn't you? Well, I used to go to St. Louis and Kansas City and play this here game. There was some talk of the golf clubs taking me down east to play the champions. But I never cared for the game. Too easy for me. Them fellers back in Missouri were a lot of cheap dubs, anyhow, always kicking, because whenever I hit a ball hard, I always lost it. Why, I had to hit sort of left-handed to let them stay in my class. Now, you all can go ahead and play, Monty and Link. I could beat 'em both, playing with one hand if I wanted to. But I ain't interested. I just hit that ball off the mesa to show you. I sure wouldn't be seen playing on your team." With that, Nick sauntered away toward the horses. Stillwell appeared crushed, and not a scornful word was hurled after Nick, which fact proved the nature of his victory. Then Nels strode straight into the limelight. As far as it was possible for this iron-faced cowboy to be so, he was bland and suave. He remarked to Stillwell and the other cowboys that sometimes it was painful for them to judge of the gifts of superior cowboys such as belonged to Nick and himself. He picked up the club Nick had used and called for a new ball. Stillwell carefully built up a little mound of sand, and, placing the ball upon it, squared away to watch. He looked grim and expectant. Nels was not so large a man as Nick, and did not look so formidable as he waved his club at the gaping cowboys. Still, he was lithe, tough, strong. Briskly, with a debonair manner, he stepped up and then delivered a mighty swing at the ball. He missed. The power and momentum of his swing flung him off his feet, and he actually turned upside down and spun round on his head. The cowboys howled. Stillwell's stentorian laugh rolled across the mesa. Madeline and her guests found it impossible to restrain their mirth, and when Nels got up, he cast a reproachful glance at Madeline. His feelings were hurt. His second attempt, not by any means so violent, resulted in as clean a miss as the first, and brought jeers from the cowboys. Nell's red face flamed redder. Angrily, he swung again. The mound of sand spread over the teeing ground, and the exasperating little ball rolled a few inches. This time he had to build up the sand mound and replace the ball himself. Stillwell stood scornfully by, and the boys addressed remarks to Nels. "Take off them blinders," said one. "Nels, your eyes are sure bad," said another. "You don't hit where you look. Nels, your left eye has sprung a limp. Why, you old doggone fool, you can't hit that ball." Nels essayed again, only to meet ignominious failure. Then carefully he gathered himself together, gauged distance, balanced the club, swung cautiously, and the head of the club made a beautiful curve round the ball. "Sure, it's just that crooked club," he declared. He changed clubs and made another signal failure. Rage suddenly possessing him, he began to swing wildly. Always, it appeared, the elusive little ball was not where he aimed. Stillwell hunched his huge bulk, leaned hands on knees, and roared his riotous mirth. the cowboys leaped up and down in glee. "You can't hit that ball," sang out one of the noisiest. A few more whirling, desperate lunges on the part of Nels, all as futile as if the ball had been thin air, finally brought to the dogged cowboy a realization that golf was beyond him. Stillwell bawled, "Oh, ha, ha, ha! Nels, you're too old. I's no good." Nels slammed down the club, and then he straightened up with the red leaving his face. Then a real pride and fire of the man showed. Deliberately he stepped off 10 paces and turned toward the little mound upon which rested the ball, his arm shot down, elbow crooked, hand like a claw. "Aw, Nels, this is fun!" yelled Stillwell. But swift as a gleam of light, Nels flashed his gun, and the report came with the action. Chips flew from the golf ball as it tumbled from the mound. Nels had hit it without raising the dust. Then he dropped the gun back in its sheath and faced the cowboys. "Maybe my eyes ain't so orful bad," he said coolly, and started to walk off. "But look a-here, Nels," yelled Stillwell. "We come out to play golf. We can't let you knock the ball around with your gun. What'd you want to get mad for? It's only fun. Now you and Nick hang around here and be sociable. We ain't depreciating your company none, nor your usefulness on occasions. And if you just hain't got inborn politeness sufficient to do the gallant before the ladies, why, remember Stewart's orders." "Stewart's orders?" queried Nels, coming to a sudden halt. "That's what I said," replied Stillwell, with asperity. "His orders. Are you forgetting orders? Well, you're a fine cowboy. You and Nick and Monty specially are to obey orders." Nels took off his sombrero and scratched his head. "Bill, I reckon I'm some forgetful, but I was mad. I'd 'a' remembered pretty soon, and maybe my manners." "Sure you would," replied Stillwell. "Well, now we don't seem to be proceeding much with my golf team. Next ambitious player, step up." In Ambrose, who showed some skill in driving, Stillwell found one of his team. The succeeding players, however, were so poor and so evenly matched that the earnest Stillwell was in despair. He lost his temper just as speedily as Nels had. Finally, Ed Linton's wife appeared riding up with Ambrose's wife, and perhaps this helped, for Ed suddenly disclosed ability that made Stillwell single him out. "Let me coach you a little," said Bill. "Sure, if you like," replied Ed, "but I know more about this game than you do." "Well, then, let's see you hit a ball straight. Seems to me you got good all fired quick. It's amazin' strange." Here Bill looked around to discover the 2 young wives modestly casting eyes of admiration upon their husbands. "Ha, ha! It ain't so darn strange. Maybe that'll help some. Now, Ed, stand up and don't sling your club as if you was roping a steer. Come round easy-like and hit straight." Ed made several attempts, which, although better than those of his predecessors, were rather discouraging to the exacting coach. Presently, after a particularly atrocious shot, Stillwell strode in distress here and there, and finally stopped a dozen paces or more in front of the teeing ground. Ed, who for a cowboy was somewhat phlegmatic, calmly made ready for another attempt. "4!" he called. Stillwell stared. "4!" yelled Ed. "Why are you hollering that way at me?" demanded Bill. "I mean for you to lope off the horizon. Get back from in front." "Oh, that was one of them derned crazy words Monty is always hollering. Well, I reckon I'm safe enough here. You couldn't hit me in a million years." "Bill, ooze away," urged Ed. "Didn't I say you couldn't hit me? What am I coaching you for? It's because you hit crooked, ain't it? Well, go ahead, break your back." Ed Linton was a short, heavy man, and his stocky build gave evidence of considerable strength. His former strokes had not been made at the expense of exertion, But now he got ready for a supreme effort. A sudden silence clamped down upon the exuberant cowboys. It was one of those fateful moments when the air was charged with disaster. As Ed swung the club, it fairly whistled. Crack! Instantly came a thump, but no one saw the ball until it dropped from Stillwell's shrinking body. His big hands went spasmodically to the place that hurt, and a terrible groan rumbled from him. Then the cowboys broke into a frenzy of mirth that seemed to find adequate expression only in dancing and rolling accompaniment to their howls. Stillwell recovered his dignity as soon as he caught his breath, and he advanced with a rueful face. "Well, boys, it's on Bill," he said. "I'm a living proof of the pig-headedness of mankind. Ed, you win. You're captain of the team. You hit straight, and if I hadn't been obstructing the general atmosphere, that ball would sure have gone clear to the Chiricahuas." Then, making a megaphone of his huge hands, he yelled a loud blast of defiance at Monty and Link. "Hey, you swell golfers! We're waiting. Come on if you ain't scared." Instantly, Monty and Link quit practicing, and like two emperors came stalking across the links. "Guess my bluff didn't work much," said Stillwell. Then he turned to Madeline and her friends. "Sure I hope, Miss Majesty, that you all won't weaken and go over to the enemy. Monty is some eloquent, and besides, he has a way of getting people to agree with him. He'll be plumb wild when he hears what he and Link are up against. But it's a square deal, because he wouldn't help us or lend the book that shows how to play. And besides, it's policy for us to beat him. Now, if you'll elect who's to be caddies and umpire, I'll be powerful obliged." Madeline's friends were hugely amused over the prospective match, but, except for Dorothy and Castleton, they disclaimed any ambition for active participation. Accordingly, Madeline appointed Castleton to judge the play, Dorothy to act as caddy for Ed Linton, and she herself to be caddy for Ambrose. While Stillwell beamingly announced this momentous news to his team and supporters, Monty and Link were striding up. Both were diminutive in size, bow-legged, lame in one foot, and altogether unprepossessing. Link was young, and Monty's years, more than twice Link's, had left their mark, but it would have been impossible to tell Monty's age. As Stillwell said, Monty was burned to the color and hardness of a cinder. He never minded the heat, and always wore heavy sheepskin chaps with the wool outside. This made him look broader than he was long. Link, partial to leather, had, since he became Madeline's chauffeur, taken to leather altogether. He carried no weapon, but Monty wore a huge gun-sheath and gun. Link smoked a cigarette and looked coolly impudent. Monty was dark-faced, swaggering for all the world like a barbarian chief. "That Monty makes my flesh creep," said Helen, low-voiced. "Really, Mr. Stillwell, is he so bad? Desperate, as I've heard? Did he ever kill anybody?" "Sure. Most as many as nails," replied Stillwell cheerfully. "Oh, and is that nice Mr. Nels a desperado, too? I wouldn't have thought so. He's so kind and old-fashioned and soft-voiced." "Nels is sure an example of the duplicity of man, Miss Helen. Don't you listen to his soft voice. He's really as bad as a sidewinder rattlesnake." At this juncture, Monty and Link reached the teeing grounds, and Stillwell went out to meet them. The other cowboys pressed forward to surround the trio. Madeline heard Stillwell's voice, and evidently he was explaining that his team was to have skilled advice during the play. Suddenly there came from the center of the group a loud, angry roar that broke off as suddenly. Then followed excited voices all mingled together. Presently Monty appeared, breaking away from restraining hands, and he strode toward Madeline. Monty Price was a type of cowboy who had never been known to speak to a woman unless he was first addressed, and then he answered in blunt, awkward shyness. Upon this great occasion, however, it appeared that he meant to protest or plead with Madeline, for he showed stress of emotion. Madeline had never gotten acquainted with Monty. She was a little in awe, if not in fear of him, and now she found it imperative for her to keep in mind that more than any other of the wild fellows on her ranch, this one should be dealt with as if he were a big boy. Monty removed his sombrero, something he had never done before, and the single instant when it was off was long enough to show his head was entirely bald. This was one of the hallmarks of that terrible Montana prairie fire through which he had fought to save the life of a child. Madeline did not forget it, and all at once she wanted to take Monty's side. Remembering Stillwell's wisdom, however, she forbore yielding to sentiment and called upon her wits. Miss Hammond," began Monty, stammering, "I'm extendin' admirin' greetings to you and your friends. Link and me are right down proud to play the match with you watchin', but Bill says you're goin' to caddy for his team and coach them on the fine points, and I want to ask, all respectful, if that's fair and square." "Monty, that is for you to say," replied Madeline. "It was my suggestion. But if you object in the least, of course we shall withdraw. It seems fair to me, because you have learned the game, you are expert, and I understand the other boys have no chance with you. Then you have coached Link. I think it would be sportsmanlike of you to accept the handicap." "Ah, a handicap! That was what Bill was driving at. Why didn't he say so? Every time Bill comes to a word that's pie to us old golfers, he just stumbles. Miss Majesty, you've made it all clear as print, and I may say with becoming modesty that you wasn't mistaken none about me being sportsmanlike. Me and Link was born that way, and we accept the handicap. Lacking that handicap, I reckon Link and me would have no ambition to play our most beautiful game. And thanking you, Miss Majesty, and all your friends, I want to add that if Bill's outfit couldn't beat us before, they've got a swell chance now, with you ladies a-watching me and Link." Monty had seemed to expand with pride as he delivered this speech, and at the end he bowed low and turned away. He joined the group round Stillwell. Once more there was animated discussion and argument and expostulation. One of the cowboys came for Castleton and led him away to exploit upon ground rules. It seemed to Madeline that the game never would begin. She strolled on the rim of the mesa, arm in arm with Edith Wayne, and while Edith talked, she looked out over the gray valley leading to the rugged black mountains and the vast red wastes. In the foreground, on the gray slope, she saw cattle in movement and cowboys riding to and fro. She thought of Stuart. Then Boyd Harvey came for them, saying all details had been arranged. Stillwell met them halfway, and this cool, dry old cattleman, whose face and manner scarcely changed at the announcement of a cattle raid, now showed extreme agitation. "Well, Miss Majesty, you've gone and made a foozle right at the start," he said, dejectedly. "A foozle? But the game has not yet begun," replied Madeline. "A bad start, I mean. It's amazin' bad, and we're licked already." "What in the world is wrong?" She wanted to laugh, but Stillwell's distress restrained her. "Well, it's this way. That darn Monty is as cute and slick as a fox. After he got done declaimin' about the handicap he and Link was so happy to take, he got Castleton over here and drove us all dotty with his crazy goluf names. Then he borrowed Castleton's goluf coat. I reckon borrowed is some kind word. He just kind of took that blazin' coat off the Englishman. Though I ain't saying but what Castleton was agreeable when he tumbled to Monty's meanin', which was nothing more'n to break Ambrose's heart. That coat dazzles Ambrose. You know how vain Ambrose is. Why, he'd die to get to wear that Englishman's goluf coat. And Monty forestalled him. It's plumb pitiful to see the look in Ambrose's eyes. He won't be able to play much. Then what do you think? Monty fixed Ed Linton all right. Usually Ed is easygoing and cool, but now he's on the rampage. Well, maybe it's news to you to learn that Ed's wife is powerful, terrible jealous of him. Ed is something of a devil with the women. Monty goes over and tells Beulah, that's Ed's wife, that Ed is going to have for caddy the lovely Miss Dorothy with the goo-goo eyes. I reckon this was some disrespectful, but with all the due respect to Miss Dorothy, she has got a pair of unbridled eyes. Maybe it's just natural for her to look at a feller like that. Oh, it's all right. I'm not saying anything. I know it's all proper and regular for girls back east to use their eyes, but out here it's bound to result disastrous. All the boys talk about among themselves is Miss Dot's eyes, and all they brag about is which feller is the luckiest. Anyway, Ed's wife knows it, and Monty up and told her it was fine for her to come out and see how swell Ed was practicing round under the light of Miss Dot's brown eyes. Beulah calls over Ed, figuratively speaking, ropes him for a minute. Ed comes back hugging a grouch as big as a hill. Oh, it was funny. He was going to punch Monty's head off, and Monty stands there and laughs. Says Monty, sarcastic as alkali water, Ed, we all knowed you was a heap married man, but you've some loco to give yourself away. That settled Ed. He's some touchy about the way Beulah henpecks him. He lost his spirit, and now he couldn't play marbles, let alone golf. Nope, Monty was too smart, and I reckon he was right about brains being what wins. The game began. At first, Madeline and Dorothy essayed to direct the endeavors of their respective players, but all they said and did only made their team play the worse. At the third hole, they were far behind and hopelessly bewildered. What with Monty's borrowed coat with its dazzling effect upon Ambrose, and Link's oft-repeated allusion to Ed's matrimonial state, and Stillwell's vociferated disgust, and the clamoring good intention and pursuit of the cowboy supporters, and the embarrassing presence of the ladies, Ambrose and Ed wore through all manner of strange play until it became ridiculous. "Hey, Link!" came Monty's voice, booming over the links. "Our esteemed rivals are playing shinny." Madeline and Dorothy gave up, presently, when the game became a rout. They sat down with their followers to watch the fun. Whether by hook or crook, Ed and Ambrose forged ahead to come close upon Monty and Link. Castleton disappeared in a mass of gesticulating, shouting cowboys. When that compact mass disintegrated, Castleton came forth rather hurriedly, it appeared, to stalk back toward his hostess and friends. "Look!" exclaimed Helen in delight. "Castleton is actually excited. Whatever did they do to him? Oh, this is immense!" Castleton was excited, indeed, and also somewhat disheveled. "By Jove, that was a rum go," he said, as he came up. "Never saw such blooming golf. I resigned my office as umpire." Only upon considerable pressure did he reveal the reason. "It was like this, don't you know? They were all together over there, watching each other. Monty Price's ball dropped into a hazard, and he moved it to improve the lie. By Jove, they've all been doing that. But over there the game was waxing hot. Stillwell and his cowboys saw Monty move the ball, and there was a row. They appealed to me. I corrected the play, showed the rules. Monty agreed he was in the wrong. However, when it came to moving his ball back to its former lie in the hazard, there was more blooming trouble. Monty placed the ball to suit him, and then he transfixed me with an evil eye. 'Duke,' he said. I wish the bloody cowboy would not call me that. 'Duke, maybe this game ain't as important as international politics or some other things relatin', but there's some health and peace dependin' upon it. Savvy? For some space our opponents have been dead to honor and sportsmanlike conduct. I calculate the game depends on my next drive. I'm placing my ball as near to where it was as human eyesight could. You seen where it was same as I seen it. You're the umpire, and, Duke, I take you as a honourable man. Moreover, never in my born days has my word been doubted without sorrow. So I'm asking you, wasn't my ball laying just about here?" The little bloody desperado smiled cheerfully, and he dropped his right hand down to the butt of his gun. By Jove, he did! Then I had to tell a blooming lie. Castleton even caught the tone of Monty's voice, but it was plain that he had not the least conception that Monty had been fooling. Madeline and her friends divined it, however, and there was no need of reserve. They let loose the fountains of mirth.